4 best of 7s coming at you from the WardiTV Team League with a record number of minimum amount of schedule changes. We're only going to have to change 9 maps of Starcraft II from the original schedule today, which is only 1.5 series, which really isn't bad compared to previous days. Okay, it's not actually that bad. We got a couple of players who can't play until a certain time. We'll address that when we get there. For the first series, we're just set to go. So for the first series, we are just going to ready up and get ready to go into CG Enters versus Stanley Balls, as Bunny and Yakov are going to kick off the day. Everyone's in the lobby. Let's click start. And we get ready to begin. And we get ready to kick this off. A couple of people have been asking about the Polish power matches from last week, guys. We will do the replays of those probably on Friday, because that's the next Team League day I have, which isn't already crammed with like 4 best of 7s. So that's probably going to be the plan there, to be honest. So, yeah. Cool, let's do it. Let's jump into some StarCraft 2. Let's do some WardiTV Team League action today, as we have the first showing of CJ Enters. Actually, they were meant to play Day 1. Obviously, GSL rescheduled over the top of... Well, not rescheduled, but just scheduled over the top of the Team League, so we had to move. The CJ Enters matches, that CJ Enters Liquid match will also take place on... I can't remember. I think it's Thursday. I think it's the next play day. I think it's Thursday, so that will be coming up. But for today, we have CG Enters versus the Stanley Balls. The Stanley Balls have lost to Basilisk, and then they are 2-1 now because they beat Fat Heroes, got a walkover over Exeritus. It's going to be their 4th match of the league already. It's kind of wild. We've seen the first match of CG Enters with Representative Bunny here, and the 4th match of the Stanley Balls. Just obviously how some of the things have gone. Is that always here? Did this move? Hang on, just let me just... I got options, gameplay. I swear that's usually like here. I'm probably just going crazy, but like... I'm probably just going crazy. I could swear that's not in the right place. Alright, all good. Yakov versus Buddy. Some TVZ to start us off today. Let's have a look and see what the players are going to get us up to, and how the best of 7 is going to start. Remember, 6 maps are played no matter what, so we will play 6 maps in every series today. We will play 7 maps if we get to 3-3 in the scoreline. And yeah, we get ready to roll into this one to start us off. SCV coming across the map to begin with. Just going to be starting with that initially. Reaper in the command center. SCV in production. Getting that on the way. This Schizo's kicking in. Yeah, you know what? I probably just had my mouse in a weird position, because I also didn't find the gameplay tab straight away to switch it, so clearly my brain's just not there, so... Yeah. I'm right, it's usually higher. Okay, so I'm not crazy, right? I went here... Are all of these normal? I don't know. I feel like my muscle memory was completely off on this. I do this like every single day. I do it once to turn them off for YouTube thumbnail, and do them once to turn them back on for streaming. So I feel like my muscle memory was pretty good, so my muscle memory just completely failed me there. So I don't know. I feel like it's not me. Alright, we got ourselves a Marine, and more importantly, actual StarCraft 2 to talk about, as we do have the Overlord just chilling out overhead for a couple of moments. The Link Speed, the Queen, the Drone, the Hatch continue to come through. As Yo, Dunhazi, thank you so much for the 1-year resub on the Prime. It's a shame I only have a year of subbing after so many years, but love nonetheless. Mate, no worries. Thank you so much for subbing when you can. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for 1 year using that Prime. Hell yeah. Thank you for supporting the day. Kicking us off strong early on. Not much to chat about in terms of the TVZ. We see a triple command center from Bunny. We see Yakov setting up to triple hatchery. Fairly quick single Evo chamber, so maybe a fast carapace upgrade from him or so to kind of get things rolling here. And otherwise, things are actually just looking pretty neat and tidy across the board. So a little bit of setting up, that melee upgrade coming by. But yeah, in the grand scheme of things, I feel like we're in a pretty comfortable starting point right now. The start of this game. A couple of Hellions and the Reaper will together move across the map to the upper left-hand side, so they're just going to get a move along to see what's going on a second. And obviously just scouting what we can, picking up some info. It's just going to be melee upgrade, actually. I was thinking Carapace. Usually if you're up against kind of a bunch of Marines early, melee Carapace is very good, but this is just going to be a melee upgrade kind of early on, which Yeah, I'm intrigued by. We'll see what Yakov does with this. He's getting the Baneling Nest ready to go already as well, so that Baneling Nest is coming straight online. So get that set up. The couple queens going to be that push the Hellion Reaper away. And I'm just going to have those push back out into the middle of the map. So into the center of the map we go. And yeah, melee upgrade, the Bane Nest, all of that goodness on the way through. For the moment, the Hellions and the Reaper going to come back around over to the left-hand side. And yeah, we settle into... What I'm intrigued by is, I guess, is there's going to be truly some aggression out of Yakov is my big question on my mind. That Bane Nest, the melee upgrade all coming through, kind of suggests that, yeah, there's a very good chance there is going to be some aggression here. So, let's see. 46 drones. It's not like he's cut drones super early. He's making lings now, but enough just to deal with some Hellions. And so, he will send some lings across the map as well, though. So maybe looking for kind of, like I say, a bit of a funky counterattack timing. Got to deal with these Hellions, remember. Cannot let those kind of run rampant in your mineral lines. As the Liberator is going to show up on the right side. Spore not ready yet, so the timing's a bit off for Yakov to begin this one. First couple drones do not go down. First drone went down, second one did not. So we avoided being a couple. As the Hellions actually going to get caught by the Lings in the corner. I think I like this for Yakov because he's going to give up the Lings, but the Hellions will go down. We're going to lose an Overlord middle of the map, funnily enough. But yeah, the Hellions all go down. I feel like if you lose every single Hellion here, you're generally pretty okay with this as the Zerg player, because that takes away so much of the map control, especially in a game where you're looking to keep being aggressive, apparently. 7 Bane's now morphing in. He's doing nothing but spamming Zergling, so that aggression of Bunny is really backfiring here. That's a lot of Bane, so we're going to be able to bust through that first depot wall, and there's not a lot to defend behind this wall off at the moment. Bunny might be in some trouble to kickstart this series off in all the wrong ways, as that is going to be Yakov lagging out. Well, he's quite important. He is quite important, so that's going to be a moment. Hopefully his internet recovers here. I was going to say that could have been a worse time to lag out from like an obs, but actually not a great time to lag out as the observer in this one. Yo, FruitSeller24, thank you so much for the 20-month resub to bring us into another sub on the day. Thank you so much for the generosity. Appreciate you. Thank you for subbing up for 20. We're going to have Yakov here just silent for a moment or two then, and looks as though we might just have to rehost this one and recover from replay. Oh, an exciting start of the day, isn't it? A recover from replay in the very first game. Very exciting. Hey, what's up for the Peaches? Also coming in with the sub. 3 months on the Prime. Woo! Hell yeah. Thank you so much for 3 months in the Prime sub. I appreciate you. Thank you very much indeed. All right. I guess we recover. I'll bring us out here, and we will just get this recovered from replay, guys. So give it a moment, and we'll get this back on track. Scroll up to the top, right-click, recover. I have to manually invite everybody, so give me a second. Well, let's see what we do. Go Yakov. Yeah, not a great timing, but happens. All good. Like I say, hopefully just get straight back to it. Looks like he's already back online, so yeah, he's already back online. So it shouldn't take us much. Are we missing anybody? I think we got everybody. So yeah, I'll probably just take a minute, guys. The recover from replay does take a second to kick in, but otherwise, we're just going to be pretty good to go here, I think. Is it possible for Bunny to get in the replay fast? I mean, you could, in theory, rewind and then come out. I mean, I don't know why you'd risk it. We can also see if someone's in the replay, so if he's in for anything more than like 1 second. Yeah, I mean, no one's really doing that. So, like, if you're doing that, you may as well be playing with the freaking stream open, right? Like, you know, at that point, you may as well be stream tuned. So then, you know, we put a lot of trust in the players, which is, you know, maybe a thing. It is a big trust, but we've been playing with these guys for like 10 plus years. So, yeah, there's a lot of trust going on, but can't really do it any other way, especially in this scenario. Obviously, with stream delay, we could put stream delay on, but that's something that generally is just negative, you know, for the viewership. So we don't in this day and age, actually. All right, just gonna go 540. We don't run stream delay or anything. We just have trust with the players. If anyone has an issue with it, I mean, it's just that point of the time in StarCraft where it's like, it's more important for us to prioritize like the interactivity with the chat and stuff than it is to prioritize stream delay, which is unnecessary 99.9% of the time. I don't know the last time I heard someone accused of stream cheating, you know? And if it was rampant, if it was a big thing, sure. And if we had like a lot of tournaments and games where it's like, you know, there's a lot of people we don't know, sure. Right? But in the grand scheme of things, it's just not worth it. So yeah. Like I say, it's possible, but we don't have a lot of trust. I mean, you're basically risking your career if you get caught, right? So you get caught, you're out, you're never coming back. You know, the community's so small, there's not a lot of room for forgiveness in that sort of a situation, so... Alright, back to where we were. The Banes are morphing in at the front doorstep. And we're going to see them getting ready to waddle on forward to make some action happen. So here we go, big bust coming through. The depots are going to be busted by the Banelings. Eventually. Okay, taking us a little while. Tank on the high ground gets some shots off. Liberator gets sieged up. All the SCVs evacuated because Bunny obviously got to see what's going on with the Liberator scout in this, and he saw the more Lings popping out, so he gets the evacuation. He's only going to lose a few SCVs. He's going to lift the orbital, and yeah, it's a bit of a slow process to get back down to your natural, but it is going to be a successful process, most importantly, in the grand scheme of things here. So in that regard, things definitely looking decent. You're going to see the couple of Lings getting shot at by the Liberator for a few moments. Just going to be seeing the Banes rolling through. Going to deny the +1 attack, which I guess if you think these Banes are going down anyway, why not? But that's a lot of Banelings used to deny an attack upgrade. It's something, but overall your issue here is, as Yakov, is that you've committed a lot of units to this, a lot of gas to that as well. And yeah, you denied some mining time, and that's about it. Bunny, still a good SCV count because he's been cranking SCVs out of triple command center the entire game, and honestly during this as well, like, okay, one CC's lifted, that's still not really the end of the world or anything, right? So yeah, that's kind of the way that this has been going, is the 1-1 the combat shield coming online for a moment or two, get that going. And you see some Lings going to be making their way over. So once again, Yakov looking for the run by. Actually had a chance to go in there. It's so tempting, but at the same time, you take a tank shot and you're like, well, actually, do I want to come? No, probably not. The tank makes it very dissuading to kind of commit into that position. Hydroden coming up, by the way, +2 melee and carapace on the way. Bane speed as well. A 4th and 5th hatchery for a double expand out of Yakov. He tries to just set himself up to get back into this. We'll have to use the spore to deal with the lib for the moment as well. As Nanoflower as well. Thank you so much for the 10-month resub on the Prime. Thank you so much for supporting. Loads of subs to start off the day, guys. Appreciate you all. Is it sub day? Crazy. Who knew? Tuesday. You know what? Is it because you guys were so excited about WardiTV Monday on a Tuesday last week that Tuesday is just the day everyone decided to support now? Yeah, that's probably it, isn't it? Yeah. Alright, couple of Banes. I'm just going to be getting picked off for a couple moments. I'm going to be seeing a Liberator. Just going to siege on that left-hand side as well. Just going to get that set up. Keep that in position for a couple of moments. And the Marines, the Medivacs, as you can see right now, just setting up to get involved as well. Spring goes about, the Ling Bane still gathering. +1 attack is going to be finishing soon for the Terran. Obviously, don't forget that was delayed because of the Engineering Bay being boosted. As yeah, this Medivac comes over the far left-hand side. And the Medivac is going to go boosting over with 8 Marines inside of it. Away we go. And yeah, the 2-2 upgrades from Young Yakov are on the way, but the melee upgrade will supersede the Carapace in terms of timing. Alright, Lane Bane still coming about. Infestation Pit about halfway done. These Marines just kind of stranded unless they get back in the medevac, which they do, which probably is the best choice. Not really much reason to kind of keep them down there. And yeah, just going to be seeing +1 vehicle weapons, +2 armor upgrade coming about as well. And the 2-2 are coming in on the side of Yakov. Musco augments continue to come by. The hatchery will come onto the top right. I mean, Bunny's got a massive supply lead, and I do think that when Bunny starts to push, it's going to be extremely difficult for Yakov to really hold him off. So, kind of wondering what Yakov does. I mean, counterattacks are obviously one thing you can rely on. I love the burrow, right? Maybe you get some good connections off the burrow banelings or something. These are the kind of things I think you can do very well with. So, yeah. I mean, these are the things that you kind of need to get back into the game a little bit, because otherwise you're in some trouble. That Ling Bane gathering up, the Marine tank medevac back up through this top right-hand side. You can see a hatchery in position as well. Just going to get that jumped on by those Marines. Ling's going to run through into the natural. A bunch of SCVs begin to go down. So we'll see some SCVs dropping already. And that's the Ling Bane still gathering up. I mean, we get 5 SCVs. this should be dealt with, honestly. We're going to get a few more SDVs. Bunny still has a good army supply. He needs to keep on using it. We are heading into Hive. We're heading into the Lurker Den, so things are going to get tougher for Bunny if you give it a little bit more time here, because Yakov is genuinely on the verge of just being at a much better army than what he was at originally. So we are right on the verge of that. You see a couple scans coming down, trying to see what else is going on. Marines just going to hit that hatchery, so a few more shots coming in still. Just going to see the Ling Bane wanting to make a run at said Marines. The siege tank's going to get surrounded from two sides here. Let's see if it's good enough on the side of Bunny. Bunny defensively, as Yakov looks to try and break through this. He's going to have Bunny on the run. He's lost a lot of supply already. He will clean up these last few Marines up top. Force them to lift into medevacs. They will go and threaten a drop. Yakov brings the supply back at the tail end of this fight. It was not exactly looking super hot for him initially, but definitely bringing it back there towards the tail end. Definitely puts you a bit more back on track. Liberator sieging up over in the corner, getting that in position, and we continue through. Some bio units that's going to jump in onto a couple of Zerglings there. So a few Lings going down. The SCV is going to be repairing the planetary fortress. We have a couple of Burrowed Banes at the front. That's what I love. I do think that gives you opportunity as Yakov to take advantage of a couple of these moments in this game and maybe get a couple of things done. +2 attack about to finish, +3 armor is on the way in. Continue to bring that through at the moment. Marines will get rid of this hatchery. He's just going to grab that. The Lingbane Hydra still gathering up over here as well. He's going to see a couple of drones moving through. Adrenal Glands +3 carrot-based building. Drones and Overlord still producing. Medevac, Marauder, Marine, and Tank building up as well. Now this army sets up over the far left-hand side. So looking to make a move there just for a couple of moments. See if Bio actually going to get rid of a little bit of the creep over here as well. Going to see this game definitely developing deeper. Like I say, Yakov is going to get to Lurkers though. And that gives me a lot of belief in him. Getting to Lurkers is usually a big plus as we see these drops just kind of getting obliterated. They get a little bit of work done, but nothing too crazy. And as the rest of the Lingbane Hydra comes around, two of the medevacs actually get away to the bottom left. They're super low though. We'll see if anything can catch them perhaps. And there's nothing. They're boosting as well, so they're going to be out there safe for now at least. So yeah, Bunny not losing everything. Still got the drop kind of shut down, but gets away with the units, obviously maintaining some supply. Is nice as he has a 5th base now establishing as well to try and get that 5th command center up and online. I'm going to start moving our way over to the right-hand side. Sorry, just attacking my microphone for a second accidentally. So we move our way around to the right-hand side. Good chunk of bio. Did get over those couple of Burrowed Banes, so we do not see Yakov striking with those just yet, unfortunately. So that's going to be a bit of a sad one, as you just see the Lings actually going to take a run forward here. The Banes going to kind of get a bit of blasting done. Nothing, away we go. These tanks kind of holding their own. Tanks not dying off, and the Vipers were just late to this fight. Some Blinding Clouds maybe could have changed this. There's a lot of bio left at the end, but imagine all those tank shots are never really going off the way they are. Imagine the tank shots are way less impactful because of Blinding Clouds. Yakov lost too much in this fight. He's going to lose a lot on the counterattack now as we just go straight across the map here. As Bunny coming straight over, pushing in. Hydra gets cancelled at the front. Just going to be seen in the... I mean, there's a Blinding Cloud. There's a great example of exactly what we do want to be seeing. Parasitic Bomb just going to be onto that medevac as well. Try and do a little extra. Couple of drones dead. And on we look to resume. Yeah, Lurkers and Lings all building up. +2 missiles. The adaptive talons for the Lurkers on the way as well. So we continue to bring that about right here. And yeah, we get that underway just momentarily. Just going to see that Bioforce coming through too. And yeah, going to step over to the left-hand side. Hatchery in some trouble, maybe. There's a lot of Lings. This is going to be the kind of part of this game where we just try and stay alive, basically, as Yakov and try and minimize losses. Love the Nidus, again, ways to kind of stay back in this. Yakov is doing a good job of finding ways to get back in the game, to stay in the game. If only he could kind of find ways to not be in that position in the first place. It's definitely the downfall of him in this. And he's taking some good fights. Like, he's done some things that have, like I say, kept him in the game. Just, he's constantly in this state of having to recover, rather than being in a state of just, oh yeah, I'm okay, like, this is fine, I'm in an alright position. We've never really been at that point for him at all, so... We're going to see an attempt to take a base out over here. Burrowed Ling. Yeah, both players are still maxed out. I'm just worried about the fact that Bunny is getting a lot of bases very freely. He's not being attacked. His economy is fantastic. These are all things which typically you want to try and chip away at throughout the course of a ZVT. And the fact that Yakov has not successfully really chipped through any of those kind of suggests that this game is going in the wrong direction for him, unfortunately. Like I say, it's going to leave you in a pretty rough position to be kind of not taking any of the advantages in that kind of grand scheme of things. So a little rough. Bio going to take a stim in. A couple of these drones are going to be in some trouble. See those Niduses coming up as well. Just going to see the Bio going to stay onto the hatchery and work through that for a couple seconds. This goes down. These Niduses to reinforce with, I guess, go down. This is going to be a waste of resources. Drones go down. Bottom left base denied. Yakov back to being 4-base Zerg, which is okay. It's just nothing in comparison to a 5-base Terran. I mean, I think Yakov is right. Let's just send an attack on this right side and see. Maybe if Bunny is overcommitted to the left, maybe this is where the opening may be. Like I say, I like the idea of it. The Banes will crash through the planetary. We do have different CCs that can replenish there. Obviously, the Banes are expensive to use, though, and as one of the downsides. Oh, we walk into the Lurkers on the left-hand side, so Bunny taking some losses, and with Lurkers up, and no Ghost Academy finished until just now, maybe there's still some opportunity for Yakov, but I do think that opportunity is continuing to just slip away moment by moment here. Like, this is just not going to be maintained as we continue through this. This Bio gets over, this Nidus goes down. Again, +3 melee, +3 missiles, still building through. Another Lurker and the Banes continue to come about as well. A couple of Vikings and the Ghosts coming around, and the Lurkers power up. SCVs into that mineral line, getting blasted immediately. Again, there's a couple of tanks getting sieged. Just going to see the Lurkers getting absolutely decimated here. Those Lings want to run through. The tanks are going to gather together. +3 missiles and +3 melee continue to produce by at the moment. The Lurker's just going to step away. The CC saved. I mean, Yakov putting some nice pressure on. I still think Bunny actually has a pretty good bank account overall. In the grand scheme of things, I still think he's kind of booming with cash a little bit. Now, don't get me wrong, he doesn't have a ton of minerals, but you got to remember at any point Terran can drop down a bunch of mules, and minerals are not really a concern, right? So the fact he's got a bunch of gas banked up, and he's got these bases coming online, I really do not worry about his mineral count at all. There we go. We're going to see the fight from two sides, trying to clean out the Lurkers on the left. We end up fighting the Hydras on the top. Using those blinding clouds, we do break the Lurkers forward during this. That planetary is getting very close to finishing. We target fire down some of the Lurkers. The planetary might be able to hold them off in the end. Yakov actually taking the supply leaders. Again, he tries to find a way to scrap himself back in position. Just doesn't have a way to reach those Lurkers. Okay, he's just going to dive on them. I don't mind it, though. They're diving on Lurkers that have nothing in front of them. That's the worst kind of Lurker. Lurkers need something, like, they need that little bit of armor in front of them, whether it's a few Lings to tank or the couple of Hydras to keep units busy. If the units can just run at the Lurkers in a little bit of a concave, it's amazing how fast the Lurkers die without killing much in those scenarios a lot of the time. So Medivacs will gather back out. They're through. There's going to see another tank going to get siege. Liberated Viking goes Bio, setting up as well. Another bit of Bio just going to stim up once more. It's going to get through the center, grab a couple creep teamers. Hydras and Lurkers going to make a play. Lurkers just going to get some shots off, and another couple Lurkers unburrow and relocate down to the bottom left. A Marine is going to go and pick its way through this hatchery. It's going to go down pretty quickly. Ling Hydra taking that out. Another Lurker just going to pop through. We scan up to the top side, seeing what's up. Bio going to continue back around the right as well. I'm just going to get to the top right, and there's going to be a Zergling there that sees that Bioforce coming through also, and it's going to eventually hit this base. Yakov and Bunny really giving us a scrap to start off the day. They might fix all our scheduling issues. They might just fix all the scheduling issues if they scrap long enough, as we do see a couple of shots coming straight through there. And obviously using those abducts to play cleanup. I mean, this is going to be a better and better position for Yakov. Like, I really genuinely feel like he is improving on where he was at. Like, his position really was not pretty. It was not good, and we are so close now to actually seeing it be so much... I mean, it already is so much more reasonable. He's reestablishing the bases he lost before. He's done good damage to the Terran player. Like, he's kept Bunny back and expanded himself. He's recreated what he lost, and the entire game feels to be swinging into just Yakov's favor in general. Bunny has a bunch of money to spend, and he does need to spend it. We're just going to be seeing the Ghosts obviously out and try and get involved here. Moments like this I don't love for Yakov. I fail to see the brilliance of it, and then he kills a Medivac that has two Ghosts inside. I'm like, well, okay, there's a bit more value. It's just, I guess it is just such a scrappy game still, and obviously both the players are kind of seeing this as a scrappy game. And so these fights look scrappy, and it's like, well, do we need to fight into this? Well, from Yakov's point of view, he doesn't really know exactly what he needs to do because it's a very difficult game to judge. It's been all over the place, like I say, so definitely kind of tough. We'll get rid of the Overlord there. Some Lings morph into Banes. The Lurker's still gathering up. And bring I believe that's a siege tank over with the Medivac, so bringing that straight through. The Ling Lurker Bane coming across, those couple Infestors readying up. Another tank and a siege. Infestor on that right side hanging about as well. Liberator tank coming through. Just gonna see if the Overseer's coming up. We need us just to rearrange around the map and get access to bases defensively. It's not really a big deal. There's nothing really much happening there. Couple tank shots hitting them Lings. Fire gonna fight. All the Lings go down. Couple Infestors pop off over the other side. Just gonna see a couple of these Liberators continue to siege for the moment then. I've got the Infestor into the upper right. On the move. Ling Hydra on the way. Libs, tanks, and marauders coming online at the moment from Bunny. Advanced ballistic coming through too. There's another couple of ducks and bang. 2 ghosts go down immediately. I mean, nice to anytime you're killing ghosts, you can't really complain. It's generally a pretty good thing to have happen to you. As you are going to see the Lings and wrap around the right. The Bio going to try and fight back. All those Lings going down. The Medevac's taking some damage. Just going to try and run out of this. Trying to get an escape going. We go diving down the right side. Hydra's get the Liberator. Hydra's get the Medevac. The rest of that Bio army swinging back into the bottom left side. Gonna see these Lurkers are gonna get jumped on. So 1, 2, and 3 Lurkers going down immediately. A couple Liberators will come through. Just gonna jump onto this hatchery. Hatchery will go down. The Nidus Network still taking damage. I'm just gonna be seeing the Bio pushing up onto this hatchery here as well. It's just gonna be seeing that. Also taking some shots. The Lings are looking to run through here, looking to run into play. The Bio army coming over, and the tanks are gonna continue to get in position as well. Bunny's still contending with a lot of these additional bases around the edges of the map. Gonna get a couple units to the upper right. There's a lurking Infestor there. I mean, it's great if a larger army shows up right now. It ain't gonna save the day, and I don't think it's worth revealing itself to try and fend off a couple of Marines and a Marauder. Way better to keep that for later on. Just gonna cancel and rebuild the base. Yeah, Puff just says, cool, I'm just gonna be able to heal this up essentially by rebuilding it now. I'm just not gonna leave it kind of low HP. Which I think makes sense. You're not in a rush to have that specific hatchery online, I don't think. You can see a couple of lurking Infestors are sharking around underneath the ground and actually heading towards their setup of the Terran. Gotta be careful because those missile turrets are coming up, so detection is going to be more readily available here soon. We don't have Neural, right? No. So this is just looking to be a pop-up into Fungals. I feel like they're going to get obliterated. So a couple of Hydras going to find the chance to get a Liberator. We actually get 2, but it's quite expensive. They were protected by tanks, so like the first one I actually thought was okay. I think the first one was actually a pretty reasonable target and really was something we could go after. The second one, maybe not quite so much. As that Ling Bane still continues up. Starport on the way, a couple CCs coming through. Ghosts and the ship weapons continue to produce as well. Scan about there. And Overseer's still building. The Bane's in production. Planetary Fortress plus 1 ship weapons, couple command centers, all being continued into play. Don't have to snooze the ads, guys. This is turned into quite the opening game of the Team League today. As you see the Bio, I'm going to continue to stim about. Well, we scan up to the top right. Going to see a bit of the Hydroling Bane moving around over there as well. See what else is going on. These few Marines. Well, the Marine gets picked off by the group of Zerglings, and now Ghosts and the tanks continue to produce through. Both players maxed out. Obviously, Yakov building up a pretty serious bank, and let's say Bunny's got a pretty serious bank as well. So both players are banking, and let's see what these Ghosts can do. You see one Viper going down in the background. These Bane's kind of connecting. Both players drop about 40 supply to 160. Looks like Bomb going to finish off one more Liberator, and that should be about everything that's going on at the moment. Don't think much else will happen there. I'm just going to see the CC going to relocate over. Missile turret coming down. Get a bit more bits and pieces on the way through. Don't see that CC. Still gathering up. The SCV is going to run down here as well. So again, we get a little bit of vision just to see what's going on. We're going to see that Nidus Network does go down. So that gets cleaned up already. Lingbane Hydra going to come across and chase down the Bio in the top right. Again, tanks, libs, Marauder, and the ship weapon upgrade all continuing through at the moment. The Medevac's going to do a little bit of healing onto that Bio army. Just bring things up a little bit right there. Again, Planetary Fortress coming in, the missile turrets all coming up as well. This Bio going to take a chance to jump onto the hatchery on the upper side as well. Here we go with Hydra Bane going to come across and take a couple of swings at things. And try and play a bit of cleanup and just, again, push down this bottom left-hand side currently is the plan right there, so we work on that. It's going to be seeing those Ghosts still gathering, a couple more Banes going down. Hydra's being grabbed. Drones are going to be in some trouble too, so this is going to definitely add up a little bit right now. So some damage being dealt. Just going to see the bio still getting after some more of those units. The base is going to crash into the planetary fortress too for good measure. Why not? A little bit extra being done at the very end of this here. I'm just going to see our bio stepping through in this hatchery. And is absolutely going to fall. So that hatchery goes down. Just going to see that part cleaned out. And on we go. Ling Hydra still moving about. A few drones transferring over. Like I say, let's see what continues. We lose 2 bases as Yakov, and I mean, he is kind of having an issue, I guess. Keeping bases online is becoming more and more of a problem here. So that is kind of a growing issue, I suppose, as you see the few Banes, the Hydras, all gathering about. So I was going to see the couple hatches coming up there as well. So we get that on the way. We bring that through for the moment. Alright, so Lings and the hatches continue to build the planetary fortress, and a few liberators are coming up as we speak. And a couple more tanks just going to relocate over to this left-hand side. So Bunny trying to establish real control on the left. I mean, we're going to see Yakov try and break through. This is a nice first fungal growth in the bio units. It's a really good line of tanks. These Vipers needed to show up. We needed these blinding clouds down to really protect this army. That's obviously not a planetary yet, so that's not going to help in the protection. The Banes chase through for Ghosts and SCVs alike. We're not going to lose the command center, so that might be able to just come straight back over. 13 SCVs, but Yakov gives up tons of stuff to do this. Now he's got money banked, where Bunny doesn't. But if Bunny can just land this base and mine a little bit more, I truly believe in Bunny's ability to rebuild. They're both really clashing horns here. 130 to 123 supplies, so the supplies low out. Again, an absolutely wild game, because I need to remind you all that this started out in a situation where we were kind of, you know, shouting about and screaming about the fact that, you know, Bunny was in a great start. He defended against that Ling Bane attack of Yakov, and it felt like he was going to have some opportunity to open this game up, and I actually think there's a lot of opportunities for Bunny in this game. Yakov now losing some drones himself. Both players are low economy. 51 drones to 33 SCVs in a game where there are 6 orbitals, though. It's definitely going to feel pretty okay for the Terran in that regard. Drones are going to mean a lot more than the SCV count right now. As this command's going to go down, these few Marauders trying to do what they can. It's going to be pulling away. Parasite bombs, obviously, good damage as well. Extra bio going to stem at this. We lose this base. The few Banes crash into it and finish it off, so that goes down. Okay, Bunny scanning, seeing what Yakov's retreating with. Yakov spent a lot of his money already, though, and is not ahead of supply on Bunny, so I'm a little bit worried that if Bunny realizes this, can maybe actually get forward and still take some better fights, perhaps. I wonder if that's still something of a possibility here, too. Finding out soon. Let's see, 11 Lurkers now morphing into place, so getting those up and running. And the Infestor on the way, too. A couple more Medivacs. Man, 140 supply each. One absolute banger of an opening game. I don't think this game had any right to be so good, because I really do think that there was actually a lot of losses in this game early on and a lot of opportunities for it to end. But alas, here we are. We're still going. And hence, yeah, here we are right now. We are committing to this. We are sending it. And for now, it's utter chaos. Couple of Vipers going to get through. They're going to launch themselves onto the hatchery for a few moments. The couple of Widowmines, Marauder, and the Sense Tower all coming up as well. To bring a lot of that into play. These Lurkers just going to unburrow, reburrow, trying to figure out what their plan is going to be. The few drones transferring across to the upper right side. A couple of these tanks are going to unsiege as well, just reposition. Was that Hydra blink? Hydras have a lunge ability now. It's not a blink. They kind of move a very short distance, but quickly. It's kind of a fun ability. It's not super game breaking, but it's kind of cool in a couple of its use cases. I got added a patch or two ago. It's like basically they teleport forward like, I want to say like it's a quarter of how far you blink, basically, so. I'm just going to be seeing Hydra Hop. Yeah, that's a good way to describe it. It's the Hydra Hop. They should have called it the Hydra Hop instead of the lunge. Well, we do see the few Lings coming about. A couple of Ghosts going to get involved there. The Vipers going through as well. Lings in plenty in the production tab. It's 128 for Bunny to 108 army supply of Yakov. But again, does Bunny find the opportunity and find the chance to actually step forward and make something happen with that supply? Because I think that's a pretty big and fair question at this stage. A couple of Vikings come flying through. Tank shots onto the Lings. The Vipers are going to come forward with some great landing clouds coming down immediately. And Banes are going to roll up. The tanks and the Bioforce will try and hold their own here. Army supply is still within 10 of each other. Still in the lead of Bunny, but arguably a better position for Yakov than it was before that fight. Now we're going to see the Ghost, though, getting after some of these Lurkers. You can actually get rid of the Lurkers, obviously. Bunny would love that, because especially I don't think we're going to have much of a chance to rebuild Lurkers in this game. Like, it does feel like we're at the scrapping end of this game, where whatever is lost now is going to be difficult to replace. Yakov has a bunch of gas, but I'm not sure he's ever going to have the free minerals to realistically kind of rebuild in that kind of a direction. So it's going to make it very tough for sure as we continue through. Just a drone here that will eventually get cleaned out. I think Bunny just has too much access to economy. Too many bases available on the map, too much space to work with is going to make this extremely difficult to close out, right? And this is difficult to close out. It's going to be, like I say, a tough one to wrap up on. So I don't really know what we can do at this stage to really help ourselves as Yakov. I mean, I guess you just hold on and try and trade best you can, but it's more easily said than done, plain and simple. It is way more easily said than done. A couple tank shots, Hydra's taking damage, a couple Lib Siege up over that far right side as well. Just going to bring those over. A couple of Hydras going through. The Vipers are firing some shots as well. More hits. Again, Bio Ghost still gathering there as we do see the SCV is going to get chased down for a couple of moments. The Libera is still active, and I mean, it's a lot of SCVs, but he's down to 20 workers only. That's great, but I mean, it's a step in the right direction. We still have to survive a little bit here as Yakov to survive the current army supply advantage that Bunny has. I do fear as well. Yakov's army is nowhere near what it once was. There's only 2 lurkers left. There's 1 Infestor, there's 2 Vipers. And while there's going to be some opportunity for some of the spellcasters to have big plays, like this Infestor could do a lot, it's basically going to come down to this. Like, it's this or nothing. As we're going to scan ahead as Bunny does not see the Infestor. The Ghost step forward. That does actually unsplit the army a bit, so I'm going to unsiege the tank. I mean, you got to go soon here as Yakov, I think. I just don't think, like, you just killed a bunch of SCVs, so maybe you feel like sitting and mining is fine and just building up, but your army is not good. Like, you're replenishing Lings and Hydras, you're replenishing super low tier units. I'm not sure that their quantity is going to make up for this. Here we go. No, what a horrible moment to lag. Oh my god. Well, that might be the worst time out of all time. Is the Infestor did die before the lag, so maybe it doesn't matter because the Infestor is just going to insta die anyway. I think the Infestor Fungal is going to be the only thing that maybe changed the story of this one. A couple of Liberator zones are going to get sieged up as well. It's going to bring those through. Going to see a couple snipes coming down. We have a couple of abducts coming in return. This Bio Army just going to spread, split, and probably push in to success in these next couple of moments. A couple more snipes coming down. Hydras and Lings coming in. This hatchery is going to fall. And we are going to be seeing this... this push in. I mean, hatchery just goes down. The snipes are coming through. A lot of these Hydras are going to fall. GG says Yakov, and that is unfortunately just going to be it for him after this game. I really felt like Bunny won this. Like, Bunny won this game a long time ago, but he definitely unwon this game a long time ago too. This was a very fun game, but definitely a game that had some very interesting outcomes considering where we were at certain points. Right, next matchup, guys. Let me just move some things around so you can read more easily. Let me click this. Mothership for Shameless versus Hero. Worth noting that was central as well, so that was the team's server advantage being used in map 1, so that is going to be a server disadvantage for Hero, for Shameless, going up against Hero now. So the Starling Balls will have server disadvantage and down a game as we get ready to resume straight through into this second game. All right, we get hosted up, guys. We get going straight away. Merhem, thank you so much for the 87-month resub on the tier 3. This sub-month number is starting to get scary. Well, we're very close to... I mean, you're a year and a bit out from 100, man. It's actually kind of wild. All right, our players will join our lobby. I think we've got everybody. If we are ready, we're going to send it, guys, because that's obviously first game going to put us behind schedule. So we're going to do what we can to try and get it back on schedule. Kosumigo, 110 stream watch streak. 110. Love me, WardiTV. Hell yeah. Love that as well. It's amazing to see the big resubs. Yo, Catless God, thank you for the 89-month resub. Also, appreciate you. I'm not sure why things aren't pinging or why the subs aren't dinging, to be honest. But, yeah, the subs are not dinging, are they? Let me, refresh. Maybe it'll start fixing. Not sure. Why people still allow the guys to watch the games when they lag? I mean... It sucks, but like, it's like out of their control that the servers have just gone to shit and that region is specifically affected. by the servers going to shit. Like, a lot, this is not these guys running out of, like having actual internet lag. It's their connection to the servers, which they can't really fix. It's just Blizzard having bad servers at this point in time. So it's like, do we punish them because Blizzard suck when they're providing commentary to, you know, a whole region of the world? I mean, that's the question, right? Like, I mean, yeah, maybe you do just say sorry and just you gotta kick them out. But personally, I don't love that. Yeah, personally, I don't love that. But at the same time, I get it. Like, it's obviously it's not ideal, it's not great, but yeah, I don't know. That's why though. I think is that it's just it sucks. And obviously, like, they lag out, and obviously when they lag out, it sucks, but, like, they lag out for, like, 5 seconds or 5 seconds, maybe twice in, like, a 6-hour broadcast, you know, so, yeah. Can they VPN things? I would imagine they've already tried. But I'm not an expert on it. I just know that it's the Blizzard servers. Like, we have the same thing sometimes. Like, some days we just lag. We just lag in a game because our connection career decides to suck for a game or two, you know? Yeah, it's yeah. There's not really a good answer. Alright, Nexus, Cybercore, and Gateway coming through. I'm just going to have ourselves set up for a little bit. And see where we're going to take things. Again, the Cybercore's the Nexus coming about for a couple moments. Get that on the way. Start this off. And yeah, probably coming up to the high ground to see a little bit of what's going on as well. So a bit of scouting coming through just to start us off. Probe sits around the back. Just going to be seeing the Cybercore Nexus coming through. A couple of Adepts coming over. And drop the Stargate into play as well. Yeah, we start to get some good ideas of where this just goes in total at the moment. As those Wolf Gates continue through. And, yeah, Nexus and company all coming through for the next couple of moments. Good stuff. Alright, Proby's gathering. We just have a moment. Obviously, took a couple of gateways here, and Hero gonna throw the expansion down with that where are my words going? God damn it. Try this again. Hero throws the expansion down while we see Shameless adding on an additional gate. That's gonna be his second gate, so not too crazy. Obviously, his expand already done, so Hero playing catch up on the expansion, and we'll see where this goes. Thunder in the Warp Gate coming about, Oracle in the Warp Gate coming through. As we see a couple of Depths coming over, a couple of Probes getting picked off right here, so that's actually going to be quite nice from Hero getting in and doing some damage early, so 4 or 5 workers going down pretty quickly right now. Some damage being done in those early stages. Just going to be seeing the Twilight Council going through as well. Get the Nexus, the Oracle, and the Warp Gate all still building. Twilight Council coming through. And getting underway. Stalkers in the center, just going to fight, and Oracle gets in for another probe. 7 workers is pretty rough for Shameless, and obviously what's really sad for him is that obviously he just expanded so early, so now that worker advantage he gets off expanding is just gone just like that, so that really does already just kind of dissipate here and kind of leaves you a little bit in the rough compared to where you might originally have wanted to be. His Oracle's now going to activate for a Stalker kill. So Hero just finding value off this Stargate. The double Oracle is putting work in. Crazy. Hallucination going to keep an eye on things. A couple Oracles move about. Just going to be seeing the Oracle's going to go back towards the other direction for a couple moments as well. Trying to see what else is going on. Oracle's going back and forth. Stalker's going to be there. Sentries are going to be there. I'm just going to be seeing the Oracle's going to try and swing back around towards the natural or main base, perhaps. Again, trying to see what else is happening. Lincoln plus 1 coming through. The Blink is producing as well. Just going to be seeing the Oracle's going to fire a few shots off. Again, just going to see the Hallucination still there. The Oracle's pulled back into the center of the map. Just you can see Hero just setting up to kind of get an aggressive gateway down. He's going into blink of his own. It will be behind his opponent's blink, and he will not have +1. I actually don't know if Hero attacking into this is going to look super great for him, especially if Seamus just sets up with kind of units and gates of his own. I don't think there's anything that's really kind of netting Hero enough of an advantage right now that he can kind of justify this attack into this position. So I actually think it's going to leave him in a pretty difficult place. A couple more Stalkers warping in. +1 in the blink continue to come through just for a couple moments. And again, a couple Stalkers in the blink coming about. The Oracle's going to be there, gathering as well. I'm just going to see one more Stalker warping in at the moment. So getting that Stalker through for now. I mean, Hero's going to send it no matter what. I mean, it's going to be a little bit of time before the attack upgrade comes up. Hallucination goes the wrong way to see this, and the Stalker's going to start seeing each other. Okay, so now we probably roughly know that it's happening. Let's see what we can do about it. Let's attack, the gateway coming by. Just bringing that straight in for now. Again, Hallucination flying up in the skies, the gate's coming up. Again, those couple Stalkers being added on as well. We just have Hero stepping forward. Has got about an 8 army supply lead here. Oh, he just blinked straight in. Nice blink back from Shameless. Actually saves one of his Stalkers. An entire volley of attack wasted there by Hero because of that blink. Going to come back down the bottom side. Right now, just trying to take advantage of the positioning. Stasis supports the Stalkers from the high ground. The Stasis Ward is neat, but I'm not sure if that's overall going to be good enough. But now it seems like Shameless will hold on to this. And that +1 is going to give him a lot of better trades over time. I mean, Hero still has a lot of Stalkers. He's obviously just going kind of full gung-ho power mode. Gonna send it again right here as you see him jumping through. One-shotting is the kind of the magic part of this, right? Being able to one-shot does a lot, but he's losing numbers, and Shameless is going to be able to force Hero back. He's actually going to blink after Hero. Probably time to turn around when you get over here and see the 4 Stalkers warping in, and now you've stepped a bit too far forward, so maybe Shameless getting a little bit too overeager with the chase down there. That part of this probably did need to chill out a little as the Stalkers continue to trade with one another right now. And they continue, just going to be seeing a couple of these Stalkers still going down. Just going to turn around again. A few more Stalkers taking some more damage. Nexus on the way. Gateway and the Stalker coming through also for the moment. More Stalkers going down. Just going to be seeing the Stalkers still fighting. The Zealot also going to trade with one another. Going to see a few probes pulling into this. The next couple of moments also here. Those Stalkers get forced back out once more. And again, this little bit of back and forth continuing through. A couple more Stalkers. Continue to try and come around. Trying to see what else is happening. Stalkers being chased. Shameless is going to push this back. Like I said, the +1 will help him. Hero warping in some Zealot. Now, Hero took a third behind this, so he does have additional economy to work with from here. If Shameless takes too long to kind of break through in this position, that could be potentially something we end up talking about. I love these Zealots. Just being able to tank a few shots is amazing. Hero's supply is down, though. Man, Shameless is so close to breaking through Hero just before the next warping comes in. Those warpings just keep saving Hero by a shred. Just the tiniest little bit of them being saved as he blinks in again. Looks to get aggressive. A couple Zealots need to be careful. The Zealots are cool if they get involved in the fight, but if they're caught just kind of retreating away, they're obviously pretty free pickings, right? So you got to be kind of careful across the board there. A couple of depths across the map from Shameless. Going to do some damage and going to keep Hero's economy a little bit more honest. Like I say, having that third base from Hero is a pretty big deal. And I do think long-term that's the sort of thing that could win this game in the grand scheme of things as well. A couple Stalkers still taking some shots. So the Stalker's going to fight for a little bit. Then we come back over. Yeah, it's going to see that pylon getting taken out. The Wolf Gate just going to be chilling here. So trying to get rid of the aggressive pylon. But does Shameless just need to go across the map and fight right now is going to be our question. My initial instinct is like, yeah, probably is what he needs to do, to be honest. So kind of expecting that to be the case. A couple of these Stalkers going to keep blinking by for a couple of moments. I think Shameless is right in having to go, because like I say, his opponent's on a third base. He does have the +1 advantage, but Hero's warping in 5 Stalkers at a time, and Shameless, I just don't see him getting enough units here to break through offensively, and that leaves Hero just up in workers after this whole scenario, and now he's picking off these Stalkers. Looks as though Hero is getting the job done. Take this to a 2-0 lead for Not CJ Entus, with the 2v2 coming up next, as Not CJ will look to extend on this advantage as best they can. Another Stalker getting warped in, units gathering into the center. Just going to see the gateway, more Stalkers warping through, cannons in the battery. coming up as well from Hero just to guarantee the defense, because if this defense gets guaranteed, we're going to end up in a very, very good position. Storks keep chasing through. And, yeah. As you can see in a couple of zelts, the Stork is still fighting. I mean, I just don't see Shameless breaking through this. Again, Hero has a lot of production. The static defense finishing should be the nail in the coffin, if it's not already nailed shut by the time it finishes. Or, I mean, it's already kind of, the lid is closed. It's just Shameless is still trying to break out the top of it again, but shouldn't be able to. Overall, the Stork is a Hero, a little bit beaten up. Something of a factor, but it's not like Shameless is running the healthiest Stalkers of all time either. There's the GG. Hero will take this to a 2-0 lead. And not CG Entis will be off to the races at the start of this series. Very exciting stuff. Going to be Fields of Death up next for the 2v2. So let's get this on the way. I'm even going to remember the correct mod today. How amazing am I? Yep, pretty amazing, I know. I know. Alright, so 2v2 action will begin next. I'll get this ready to begin. And kick this off. It's going to be Bunny Shin versus Nikorakt Yakov. So, TZ versus TZ, actually. Could be very cool. This map has played into a pretty macro-y kind of feel lately, so it's ready to go. Move the match history over. Bunny Shin, Nikorakt, and just waiting for Yakov. Who am I missing? Do I run? Yeah, I think we've just lost a caster because Shin was casting. Now he's playing. Cool. My players are ready. We can get resumed. We're going to have to run ads, guys. Like I say, we've got ads kind of poking through at us a little bit here and there today with just how things are going. So apologies on that. But we should be able to get this started off and ready to participate. So waiting for our teams to be ready. Obviously, we're a little bit behind schedule because of a long first game or so, plus the fact we had to regame from a lag from the player as well, so we will just try and keep moving through. Get ready to settle. Ready, ready, go, go. Perfect, I got ready from both sides. Let's send it. All right, 2v2 time, guys. 2v2 time. Let's get it rolling. Would you be careful if you type the thing about Starcraft II in the wrong Discord channel? It's all over Reddit now. No. Can't believe it. Not the Starcraft 3 thing I was typing about. I'm glad I leaked that rather than the other thing. Whew, that would have been actually disastrous. All right, let's jump into the bottom side of the map. It is going to be Nikorakt and Yakov playing the blue and purple. Terran and Zerg taking on Bunny and Ragnarok. That's funny. Why is his ID Ragnarok? Bunny and Shin, he used to go as Ragnarok. I wonder if this tab uses the BattleNet tag for the players or something. Huh. I don't know why it shows up as Ragnarok. That's so interesting. That doesn't happen on any of the other UIs. Interesting. All right. Well, Ragnarok, Shin is Ragnarok, and Ragnarok is hence Shin. So that's not too surprising. I'm just surprised to see it there written as it is. So breaking the man's identity down. Yeah. All right. Hatch is coming up. Rack's coming through. And get settled in for a couple of moments right now. So just gonna get that started off. Underway. Actually, a couple drones coming about. Extract the building through. So we're just going to build that barracks over. A little bit of a ping here and there. Catch gas and pool coming up. Getting that underway and settling into place. For the next few moments, again, so you see the racks and the gas coming online, the orbital and the Reaper coming over as well. No score right now? Ah, fine. Bunny and Shin are up 2-0 as Nazi Giantis have dominated those first couple of maps. They have dominated those first couple of maps. They've been looking good so far. So yeah, a bit of TV2. Big map potentially. The rest of this series will continue, just to let you guys know the schedule. Young Yakov versus Shin. So a little bit of ZVZ coming up after this. Then GG Machine versus Bunny. And then Shameless and GG Machine will be taking on Hero and Shin. So actually we get some Protoss Zerg versus Protoss Zerg 2v2 as well before this day is done. So, and then next series up, Onside versus Old War Machines. So that'll be something to talk about when we get a bit closer. The big match of the day later on, Villains versus Onside. So that's going to be featuring MaxPax versus Maru. That's going to be a big one. That's our last series of the day, so quite a way down the line from now, guys. I can say I'll talk more about that when we get a little bit closer. For the moment, Reaper will come through and put some damage out at Queen pops in. Just going to push that Reaper back the other way for a moment or so. Blink speed coming around, and just going to see the couple Marines going to get there to pick that Zergling off and chase it for the moment. This map's so dark it favors mines and nukes. I don't know if it favors nukes. That's a big red dot, but mines I could understand. This should be an easy run for Nico and Yakov, that 2v2 masters. Yeah, I actually do think the 2v2 element of this does make the series, or all the series, very interesting. It definitely adds a lot more upset potential in a best of 7, right? Because then you only need a couple of 1v1 best of 1s to kind of go the wrong way, and a 2v2 to go the right way. You know, things can get super interesting super quickly in this format. It's definitely been fun in that regard so far. I've been enjoying it. As you see, the Queens just helping play pick off on an Overlord and get that dead. And double factory already coming up from Nicorax. I've seen him build into the double factory early. Lair coming up from Yakov, and the Lair Bane Nest coming up on the side of Shin as well. It's going to be really hard not to call him Ragnarok, because A, Ragnarok is a name I understand as being correct, and B, it's on the screen. So, forgive me for every time I call him Ragnarok. Like I say, it's just what's on the screen right now. As you are going to see, the couple of Hellions will get through onto a Zergling, so just going to pick that off. A lot of setting up right now. This is a big map. It's kind of an interesting one. It's not easy to attack across in this map, so we do see a lot of games going a bit longer and kind of split maps, so... Alright, just going to settle for a couple moments here. Again, Banshee and the Marines coming around. Get this up and running. Is Ragnarok the same as Shin? Yeah, it's just Shin. It's just, it's using his old ID. I think it might be using, like, his BattleNet ID or something, but I'm very surprised everyone else's battle ID is accurate. So I don't actually know really what's going on. What is going on in the 2v2, though, is that we're going to see full mech play from Nicorak, Blue Flame and Magfield on the way, and that's going to be accompanied by a Spire. And then Shin is going to go for a Spire as well, and that's going to be accompanied by currently cloaked Banshees, more gases. I think Bunny is also going to play mech, so we're going to see mech, or Mech Muta versus Mech Muta for a little bit in this game, and that's kind of exciting, so I'm very intrigued. Yep, there's the extra factories from Bunny, so it's going to be Mech Muta versus Mech Muta. That is genuinely kind of cool. Alright, we set this up and get this on the way. It's going to be seeing that Overlord going down initially. Just going to see the Banshee here going to show up, and actually Nicorak going to start taking some damage. So a couple of SCVs begin to fall. Some damage being done. The Nicorak Yakov squad do have the server advantage for this map, by the way, guys. So just letting you know that as we lose the detection availability. That Banshee is like, I kind of want to run to the right, but can't do it until the scan disappears. Yeah, ping, but it's too late. That Banshee's gotten out of there for the moment. So pinging a little too late to get anything done about it. The Banshee makes its escape. We'll have a chance to come back again a bit further down the line. So we'll see that make a return, like I say, a bit further on in the day. As we'll make their move out onto the map. A couple tanks moving over, going to get set and ready as well. And supply-wise, Yakov is a bit more supply-heavy than Shin is. Bunny a bit more supply-heavy than Nicorak is. So a couple of differences there to take note of. See if that maybe pops up as an interesting kind of point at some point soon. And see the few meters are going to get involved. Hellions and the Cyclones will take a little bit of damage, nothing too major though. Just continuing by for the moment. The Hellions will clean up the hatchery. And obviously denying the gold, trying to deny some of that bigger kind of eco play that could come into play a bit further down the line. So shutting down some of that nice and early for the moment. Banshee lingering back around. You see those mutas coming back up. Again, the mutas on the way. Carapace upgrade for the sky units, the air units, the flappy units coming online from the side of Yakov. It's going to be an attack upgrade from Shin. So, going to see interesting. Because obviously, muta versus muta, the Carapace beats the attack because of the way the glaive bounce interacts with the upgrades. But in this case, obviously, going Carapace is nice in the muta versus muta aspect, but there's more than just muta versus muta here. There's also muta versus mech units to consider. And in that regard, the Carapace is going to not do as much, whereas the attack is going to do more. So Shin is basically setting up for a better kind of setup against the mech part of this army, but he's going to be worse in the versus muta part of this army, which I don't think I hate, because I think his teammates should be able to get some anti-air that really helps against those mutas, as Yakov and Nikorek sit outside the front here. Yakov currently has 13 more mutas than freaking Shin, which is kind of wild to have such a heavy mutalisk advantage. Nikorek and Bunny both very similar on supply as well, so yeah, Yakov and Nikorek definitely in a better position. I like that they're just kind of camping here, taking their time, not rushing into anything, just holding this position, and obviously they can expand behind this. Going to see the chance to kind of get through. I thought if they're going to commit to that, they might full send. I mean, there's mutas there as well. This map is so dark, I actually can't see what the hell's happening. This map plus creep spread, like, this is actually one of the rare times I actually can't make out easily what's going on in the game. We're going to see the mech army of Nikorek swung around to the right side, and honestly going to trade pretty well. Nita Ling just chasing this down. Will eventually trade nicely to kind of play cleanup. But then these mutas are going to be exposed, and that's where we see Yakov showing up and actually playing cleanup as well. So he's going to be able to basically bait the mutas out of position. Now that the mutas are gone from Shin, we're going to be able to fly in with the mutas of Yakov, and he can just dominate because there's not really any anti-air. And this is a disaster. We do see Bunny trying to make 3 Thoughts and a couple of Liberators. They're going to be nice, but they're going to be a little bit too late to really join into fun and action on this one. I think this is going to be a disaster at the end of it all, as it does feel like Yakov especially is just dominating this game. That muta cloud is massive. Like I say, there is a saving grace, and that saving grace will be the fact that we obviously have... Oh, we're very... Yeah, I mean, the saving grace is going to be TLDR, is that we're going to have the Bunny kind of mech units to kind of help, but we'll see if they're enough, honestly. I mean, right now, Bunny has got 1 Thor and a Cyclone, so I'm going to say it's probably not going to be enough. It's just the mutas able to fly overhead, clean up. There's the other Thors popping now, but they're just a little out of sync, and you can see the mutas are going to get it done. It is going to be just too many mutalists from Yakov, absolutely powering his way through all of this. What an absolute result from him. There's some crazy business, if I do say so myself. Mutas still just going wild. Obviously, you're going to pick off everything, but it's going to be the Starling Balls to take a Game 3 of this series, it would seem, and to take this to a 1-2 scoreline, not letting the CGNtis guys run away with it too heavily just yet. Those mutas still gather up. Just going to be seeing again the vehicle weapons and plating coming through. Muta's going to fly back over there and just hit this mineral line. GG says Bunny. I imagine Shin is going to be right there with him. And we are going to be tapping out to give the Starling Balls a map on the day. Alright guys, I'm just going to run ads because we had a couple of really long games so far, so I just want to make sure they don't kind of end up going in through the games or during the games, so just making sure we're catching up a little bit there. While we host into some ZVZ, it's going to be 10,000 feet for Yakov versus Shin. It's going to be on West, so Shin's going to have server advantage as well, as he will look to put his team onto match point potentially if he can win this game. See how that goes as we host up and get ready for some Zerg versus Zerg action coming up next on 10k feet. Alright, there's Shin. Just need Yakov and a couple more observers to join us here. We should be able to continue through. There we are. Just need our players to set their races, and we should be able to just begin. Yakov, Shin, 5 casters. If they're ready, we can send this, guys. We can send it. Oh, stretch it out. Stretch it out. So many ads, it's insane. Yep, well. I could offer you an alternative, which is we can watch the stream with no ads. It also comes with no Starcraft II. I know, now some people might think, wow, that means you just get Wardy talking. I promise you I'm a lot less interesting if all I do is talk and don't talk about Starcraft. So, yeah. Nico must have fed Yakov all the gas. Yeah, interesting, because obviously they can't trade until 5 minutes in game time or so. But that does mean that once the 5 minutes is up, they can still send all the gas, right? So it stops the feeding straight away in the game with the rules that we're playing, but not necessarily later on. So, yeah. All right, 10,000 feet coming through as we kick off into game number 4. Wow, now Ragnarok is shown as Ragnarok here as well. Did he change his in-game name? Maybe he's on a different account. I don't know. I'm perplexed. All right, Shin. And then getting ready to go into the ZVZ for game 4 of the series. Again, shout out to the players, being nice and quick and smooth to get between the games, which is important because, like I say, so to be fair, the schedule is built with kind of, being very, basically telling everyone to get here early, the schedule does. Because, there's no way we truly play a best of 7 in an hour and 15 consistently. But, yeah, so we'll be a bit off schedule, but it's understood that we will probably go off schedule sometimes. And the start of today is one of those days. As we get into map 4, Yakov with the chance to put his team tied up. And obviously Shin with the chance to put his team into a match point position. It is Bunny versus GG Machine after this before another 2v2, guys. So that's what is coming up and on the way. Hatching the gas, coming down. You're going to see that spawning pool and drop into play here for a couple of moments as well. So just going to get that going immediately for the moment. Alright, sorry guys, as we get back to it, just going to be seeing a couple queens, the lings coming through, and drone coming about. So we get settled here, so getting this underway and get this started. Try to see what's going to happen over these next couple of moments. This drone is just gathering together, and yeah, nothing really happening yet in the ZVZ, but obviously plenty of time for something to develop and happen early on. I wonder if Ragnarok changed his. I wonder if he changed his name back to Ragnarok to relive the CJ Entus days. Because he never played in CJ Entus as Shin, right? So maybe he changed it to. I mean, this is just a theory, but maybe he changed it to rep the CJ Entus days. This is not Rogue. No, it's not Rogue. I don't know why you think it would be Rogue, but it's not Rogue. I wonder if it's actually just like a throwback to the CJ days and he's just doing it for a little bit of fun in the team league. That'd be kind of cute. That'd be kind of fun. I'm down for it. Rogue is playing with the Ragnarok ID on ladder at the minute. Oh, really? That's weird, I guess. Ragnarok. Yakov was building a double Roadtron, by the way. I'm intrigued to see if that comes through to anything. This was a game where we set up with link speed from Shin, but no commitment to the link speed, really. A few lings on the map, but it's going to be about all we get from that for now. And does Yakov start like tunneling claws or something here, or is this just a complete mistake with the second Roadtron, or was it just designed to be in the wall? Where is the second Roadtron? Right in the back. Okay, interesting. So he starts road speed on the Roadtron in the back. So what you're basically showing to your opponent is you're not building roach speed. So this may look to Shin like Yakov is basically build a Roadtron for safety, but he's not upgrading it. And if you're not upgrading it, maybe you believe there's something else going on. Now we're building like 20 more Zerglings, 30 more Zerglings as Shin. Oh my goodness, but the roach is already out, so we're just going to send this. Obviously, Yakov can just build roaches. Let's see how well set up he'll be. The issue for Yakov is the commitment to the lair, +1, and roach speed. All of that kind of set up here as the Ling Roach comes over. Just going to be seeing the Queen getting jumped on for a couple of moments. Just going to be seeing the dive through. Shin is going to come across. A couple of those roaches going to try and fight back. As I do see the army chasing forward for a moment or so. Just going to see the Ling Roach continuing in. A couple of drones coming about. I'm just going to be seeing 4 workers, 5 workers already going down. 7, 8. It looks as though this is going to work for Shin. Looks as though that is going to be more than good enough on this one. As, yeah, the timing is good, and we will end up moving toward match point here in this best of 7, getting up to 3-1, because I think we find a way back into this as Yakov at this point. This does not exactly look promising at the very least to make any sort of a return in this situation. More roaches coming about. Get a little bit more done as the roaches continue through. Just going to see that roach going down. I mean, Shin's up 20 workers. He's up in army supplies. There's not really a way to try and fix this right now. As those roaches and the lings continue to come back across. Let's try and set back in for now. Get back going. See what else will happen. Roaches is going to keep on smashing into the other roaches, so we do take a chance to step through here. That's going to be GG's, and that is going to round us out, which we're kind of just expecting. Going to get that one wrapped up. GG's. Alright guys, give me 1 second while we host this next game. I'll host, and I'm just going to step away for 1 moment, guys. White Rabbit on Central, West Central, West Central. Alright, BRB, 1 moment. Alrighty, sorry guys, thank you. Internet issues. But not for me, just for Helen. The second the backup internet is off. So now she's getting connected to the backup, which is actually my backup. I guess the house internet is off. So, but the second, the business internet and the second business internet are on. So, just figuring that out. As if our players are ready, and kick off into this next one, guys. So, I get this going. I mean, he's called Shin in game. So I really don't know what's going on, man. I do think he's changed his ID to Ragnarok in the game. All right, let's. I'm gonna ask him when we get back to it. All right, White Rabbit. My players are ready. Some TVZ. Bunny could end this series right here for the CG Enters, guys. Obviously, we do play Game 6 2v2 anyway, guys. So just a reminder of that. But let's see if GG Machine can pack a bit of a punch and maybe cause a bit of an upset. Remember, GG Machine already has a win over Raynor in this season of the Team League, so ain't nothing to scoff at. Can he keep his team's hopes alive in this series? He's the Red Zerg in the top right side of the map. GG Machine. In the bottom left, our Blue Terran is Bunny. Where's the list of games? It's always linked in the pinned comment on YouTube, or you can just use bracket commands as per usual as well on YouTube now as well. They also work. WardiBot is set up to talk to YouTube as well nowadays. All it took was WardiBot dying. OG WardiBot died so that new WardiBot could live, basically. Alrighty, off and away we go. Let's get this one started, get this running, and look to see what'll happen. Hatching the drone coming up for a couple of moments here, get this underway. See what things we'll get to. Now, this couple of drones just gonna mine and get busy for the next couple of moments. Alright, so hatching the pool coming up. There's not a gas just yet from GG Machine, so that's a little bit noteworthy early on. Barracks just building on the other side here from Bunny, just getting that set up as well for now. Get that started. And just get some things underway. So, getting a couple things up and running here. And get things set. See how we go as the SCV moves out onto the map. Orbital and the Reaper continue to come by. Just bringing those up as well for the moment. And get everything, like I say, kind of nicely settled in for the moment. The SCV journeying off to the top side of the map. Another depot coming down, command center building. Again, the Orbital and the Reaper all coming through as well early on.
Game paused.
A little PP for lags, no worries. Get that sorted out hopefully nice and quickly. And get back on into this very, very soon. Hopefully not a major issue. Hopefully just a quick fix. Like I say, we can get back to this without problem. There's the hope. Give GG Machine a moment too. Here's playing central, so it's a little bit better. Might be trying a different connection or so. If he fully lags out, obviously we can just recover, but hopefully don't get to that point. Fingers crossed. Alright, maybe he's good. And give it a second. Try and figure this out, like I say, obviously. Try and make sure we're all set. And everyone is ready to go. Best they can be. Alright, just still waiting. I thought he might be back when he started typing the ones, but apparently not quite good just yet. And get this back on track ASAP, guys. Obviously, we've got plenty of games to get through today, 4 best of 7, so it's going to be a busy one. Thanks and Go-Go gets called. And Bunny goes Go-Go.
Game resumed.
We resume. Just like that, back on track. Alrighty, an SCV scout from Bunny to see what's up. A couple of drones looking to pull down toward the low ground to see a bit more of what's going on as well. As he gets settled into the early stages here. SCV going to patrol back and forth. And yeah, we have a little bit of scouting about to be done for the next few moments. couple Lings trying to get in after that Reaper. There's the Marine going after the Overlord for a couple of seconds as well. I'm just going to see the Marines actually going to get into some trouble here off the Lings. The Lings will try and grab the Marine. There's going to be the Reaper coming over. We'll be able to get the Lings in return, so grab those. A little bit of confusion early game. A little bit of a weird start, but nothing we can't handle. We're just going to be seeing the Reaper able to get that Zergling, take that out. Yeah, Link Speed and the drone still coming up. Just going to see the starport dropping down, the barracks moving over to the side. Again, the orbital, CC, and the starport all building into play at the moment. Getting this up and online and ready to party. Yeah, that Baynest coming through, hatchery and a couple drones coming by. The Link Speed, like I say, very much so on its way up as well at the moment. Bringing itself into position. And we'll see how GG Machine wants to take this. I mean, obviously early Baynest, so could potentially get aggressive. He's adding a couple more Overlords, get out of his supply blocks. We'll start to see a bit more of what he plans to do once that supply block ends. I mean, you typically just expect drones, but he's going to start making some Lings. Like I say, we'll see if he makes more Lings or if this is just like a bit of safety against the Hellions. Like I say, we'll see what the long-term plan is here very shortly. Potentially Hellions still coming up. That Baynest does morph. Queen coming over as well. And again, the Bench and the Hellions setting up, that Cloaking coming by. See the Hellions and the Reaper will move on to the map as well. It's just going to head their way up the left-hand side for the moment. Away we go. The Ling's going to end up coming back down the right as well, so also just going to move their way across for a little teeny bit. Yeah, the Hellions and the Reaper back up at the top. Gonna just zoom in, scoot through, trying to see what else is happening. The Queen going to get bopped backwards by a grenade. Now the Ling is looking to try and get a catch on this side of the map and the other side. So the counterattack gets into the main mineral line, so that's already going to be pretty offensive for Bunny to have to kind of deal with, right? Just has to kind of stop a second. These Hellions pulling back. Going to start losing SCV, so GG Machine Point working. He's actually building more Lings. Don't know how much I love that. These Hellions aren't dead. Building more Lings under the pretense that you're probably going to kill the Hellions, I think is quite the... it's quite a play, to be honest. I don't know if that's necessarily a smart choice. We still have 4 Hellions alive, so I don't know if I love this extra round of Lings, because if you don't make this extra round of Lings, you could have had 10 more drones. Then you're on an actual worker lead, and you have something to really show for this. Instead, like, now you're going to start taking a worker lead, but that little bit later. 3 SCVs pumping at a time already from Bunny. I think he has Banshees to potentially do some damage himself. Like I said, just don't see these Lings really doing much of anything to kind of continue through. He's going to run for the surrounds. He's going to send it. Hellions do pull back. A couple in the front get caught. A third one gets caught. To be fair, we actually have a pretty successful catch there, but well, we kill a few more SCVs. It's going to be a 10 worker lead. I guess I'll just double down on, like, I just don't think this was necessary. Like, I just think we're in the same position now than if we just didn't build the Lings. That said, we did get rid of the Hellions. So the Hellions do die, so now there's no map control available. Bunny starts up his engineering base, and obviously this game is in a bit of a state of disarray, so things are a little bit all over the shop. Be interesting to kind of figure this out over the next few moments and see exactly where we get to. So there's a couple Banshees going to reposition around, and they're going to get across the map to try and put some pressure on as they cloak up and make their way right up to the top right-hand side. So Banshees making their way off over there for the moment. And seeing where we can go. We get some hatchet damage done. Banshees get straight onto this. 4 barracks coming up from Bunny as he tries to re-establish control of this game and just get to kind of everything he's meant to be. So there's going to be 5 racks in total for Bunny. Very typical just kind of production kind of setup, right? 5 racks in the factory starport, 1 upgrades and so. But yeah, has obviously been thrown off a little bit. And GG Machine now taking about a 10-11 worker lead. So that worker lead definitely increasing a little bit right now. As Banshees move around, just going to get back through to the center of the map as well. And as that orbital continue to move through, just going to be seeing a couple Banshees going to step over for a couple seconds as well. For now, we continue to bring that about. You'll see those Banshees firing onto the hatchery, a bit more damage being done. And yeah, at the moment the Banshees going back over for a couple more seconds, trying to see what else is happening. He's trying to make a run forward. Just going to see that tank getting a few shots off. few hits here at the moment. Too crazy. Just going to see the Marines still gathering up. And yeah, the 1-1 upgrades and the combat shield continue to come by for a little bit longer. Again, 1-1 combat shields are coming up. That armory on the way in. Just going to see those few Banes are finishing morphing. A little scan coming about as well. Trying to keep track of where we sit at this point in time. So, getting this all set and ready. Again, a few Marines gather up. Those medevacs going to be there. The single Marine just going to fire onto a couple of Lings. The Overlord take a few shots as well. Nothing really super serious just yet as we continue through this. And you see the melee upgrades continue to come by. Again, those Marines and medevacs will just join together. And that Ling Bane continuing through for the moment. And Marines and medevacs join up. The Banshee's going to get in after the Queen for a second, so just going to get straight through for this. Queen will indeed go down. Again, the Lings and the Overlord still producing, and the Banshees continue to make their work through this as well, so continue to see some success right now as we just have the medevacs into the back of this base. This is where Bunny starts to deal some damage and put himself into a bit of a better position. Those Lings are going to come running straight over and try to wrap around onto the Marines. Just going to see the Spore getting burrowed. Going to get after the medevacs as well. Adrenal Glands plus 2 Carapace coming up. And the Vipers and the Ultra coming by as well. Still got those extra drones building. And the Banshees are going to make their way around that right side again. Still trying to see what else is going on for these next few moments. Swarcrawler going to shoot. A couple of Banshees taking a few shots of damage. And yeah, those Banshees going to just run back over for a couple seconds here. So again, moving back through just for a little bit. Get that back in position. See where we can go. The Lingbane and Fasta all joining together for the moment. Vipers will do their consuming as well. Just going to bring those up, get them full of energy. The Ultras are on the way out. So GG Machine, kind of like where he's at, right? I mean, the upgrades are looking good. The army's looking pretty decent. We've got Ultras and Festus and everything coming by right now. So a lot of that just looks very solid across the board as the Bio and the Widow Mines join up on that right side. Just going to see a little bit of that Lingbane still trying to get set up and through. Just going to take a couple of shots at this, and we are going to see a Fungal landing on a few of those Marines. Widow Mine goes off to hit a few Lings in return. Lingbane still running over. The Medevac's just boosting out of there and escaping for, like I say, the next few moments of this to make their getaway. So we get out for now. And again, Ultras, Lings, and the rest continue to come through for the moment. Well, Lings is going to get here. We just get ourselves a grab. This Lingbane army, a couple of Vipers will look to get going one more time. So we make a push down the bottom. The Lings get over here. Widow Mine just going to go off. Hits a great group of Zerglings. That's pretty incredible. On the far left side, it is going to be a shove through. The Lings are going to get there. The tank goes down. The Ultra are going to go slicing. It's a massive run by, and the GG Machine is going to, I mean, I say run by, I mean, just jump on the base. It's not really even much of a run by, no. It is actually a straight up attack. And it continues through. That Blending Cloud is actually very effective, letting this Ultra survive a long time. I think Bunny is in some very genuine trouble right now, and GG Machine might be off to another massive win for himself in this team league. Looking absolutely huge right there. Those Ultras still slicing and dicing. The Marines are getting jumped on. Just going to see the Ultra still putting in the work. The Lings are running through. GG Machine has enough, and he's going to give his team a chance to force an ace match via the 2v2. If GG Machine's squad, the Starling Balls, can take the 2v2, then there is potentially going to be an ace match. And it's Hero and Shin taking on GG Machine and Shameless. So we'll get into that in a second here on Rust Bucket for a game number 6 that will actually be very, very important here. Incredible. All right. What happened to the Shin and Young Yakov match? Shin won. Shin won. It's on stream 5 minutes ago. Center or West, so that's going to be a West 2v2. How very exciting. How very exciting. Ah, odd. Yep. Still falling victim to my own mod rules. Alright, try the correct mod. That actually hooks this lobby up properly. So it's going to be GG Machine and Shameless to try and force the ace match here. Just ask them to switch their colors around a little bit, get that underway. Let's get everyone else into this lobby. And it's going to be, like I say, Shin and Hero to try and team up and win this series for not CJ Entus, instead of them having to play the ace match here, guys. So, game 6 coming through in a sec. Get this on the way. Pretty obvious Wardy doesn't play Zerg, is it? Great. It's pretty obvious that I don't give a crap about what you say either. Love it. Now, the worst part of this is that I'm actually incorrect, because clearly I do, otherwise I wouldn't have said it. That also exemplifies just how wrong you may be, because you're also clueless. 1v1 me. I will play Zerg. I will absolutely screw you up. Bring it. I probably won't, but I'll give it a good go. I'm in feisty mood. I'm ready. I'm not having team league issues, so I'm ready to fight chat again, you know? That's the state of things here. Hey, what's up, Zodiac UHD? Thank you so much for the 4-month resub on the Prime. Hey, Woody, thanks for all the SD content. Have a nice day. Thank you so much for the resub, mate. Thank you for priming us up. Appreciate you. All right, cool. We will just get this on the way. If our teams are ready. Let's get this ready to roll. Ready, go, ready, go. We're good. All right, GG Machine and Shameless. Protoss Zerg versus the Protoss Zerg of Shin and Hero. Getting going. Let's get this set, guys. Let's get this one ready to rumble to kick this off. All right, Rust Bucket for the map. It's kind of an aggressive map too, because the two players spawn kind of separate main bases. So right from the very start of the game, we're going to have our eyes open to see if maybe that comes into play at all, because it definitely could. So I think that's already going to be kind of an exciting or intriguing starting point as we load in to the top left-hand corner of the map. As we have the team who are looking to potentially tie this up and force an ace match here. It is going to be Shameless and GG Machine. They take on Shin, or Ragnarok, and Hero in the bottom right side. Get this 2v2 ready to go. Alrighty, so getting this up, getting this rolling, getting this started. So you kick off into action. Open a pylon coming through, Overlord's coming up. Get this ready to roll in the next couple of moments. And yeah, just gonna see our next chrono boost in about. The gateway's coming up from both players. Like I say, seeing an expansion would be kind of the real tell. We do see the, again, opposite races again, different bases. So GG Machine will take the in base, whereas Shin will have to expand outwards. We'll do that just to start us off here for a couple moments. As the probe pulls back over as well to see what else is going on. So yeah, gateway from both players. And not much happening in the very first few moments of this, so we'll just take a little bit of time to set this up and to get this going. How much do you think these guys practice 2v2? Quite a lot nowadays. Yeah, the U-Thermal 2v2 is one of the biggest tournaments in Starcraft II, so yeah. Hey, maybe practice, I don't know, but these guys have played more 2v2 in the past 4 months than they've probably played in the entirety of their Starcraft careers, I would guess. So 2v2 is actually at a pretty high level right now. It's pretty wild. It is pretty wild. Only took us till 2025 and 2026 for 2v2 to be like a real deal serious thing. So, yeah. Yeah, like I said, I don't know how much they practice, but there's got to be... I mean, people have been getting better because of all the tournaments. And so you would imagine they practice a little bit outside of just the tournaments, right? So, like I said, I don't know how much they practice per se, but there's definitely a bigger understanding and stuff for TVT than there ever has been before. The TVT finally says the golden era. And, yeah, Hero just cyber blocking the expansion of Shameless as Hero took the in-base already on his side of the map. So Shameless is not able to expand. He's going to go Twilight Council already, so just going to get straight toward a Blink. As Shin pinging one of the low ground bases. And a little bit of back and forth pinging at the moment. GG Machine and Shameless, like I said, we'll just have to work through that cyber core. We're going to delay this expand for a long time, so you essentially have Shameless on one base. Now the Bane Nest comes up from GG Machine. I'm not sure if that's aggressive, or if that's just like, well, we're playing against the Zerg as well, so Banelands are just always going to be useful. Shameless throws down the Dark Shrine, okay. So he's going to try and get some damage done early there, so that's going to be a factor, I'd imagine. As we get going, Hatch, Link Speed, the drones coming through. You remember a few US tournament Augies trying to push trying to push 2v2 at the Star Wall, just did not stick. Yeah. 2v2 was just so, I mean, 1v1, when 1v1 has so much to be figured out, 2v2 is just not going to be, 2v2 is just too chaotic at first, right? It's not entertaining, like there's just too many ways the game can just be unfun. So yeah, I just try to shorten organizers to Augies instead of just Orgs, as it was already written and already shortened. This is a fun one. Yo, what's up, Lancashire Lancer Shingles? Thank you so much for the 100 bits. Did you see the feelings are going to come running around for a couple of moments? They're going to go and just open up some of the map, take down some of the rocks, and like I said, just create a little bit of space on this map for the moment and work from there. 2v2 maps in the past were a lot worse. I just think everything about 2v2 in the past was a lot worse, right? It probably just needed a lot of kind of love and care to actually make it a bit more watchable and fun. So, and that's a bit more kind of where we're at now with like the mod to kind of stop feeding and stuff like that. I think is, you know, genuinely pushed this format into something that can be a lot more watchable. You know, it's just something that sits a lot better with the viewers, you know. So the 1v1 maps, yeah, no, that's also true, to be fair. But they got fixed kind of a lot faster than the 2v2. But like I say, I think a lot of it just comes down to like when the game is new as well, right? Like there's still so much to be figured in 1v1. 2v2 is just so difficult to get people interested in. Because the majority of people also play 1v1, so they want to watch 1v1 as well, right? And the majority of people playing are going to invest time into getting better at 1v1 and not 2v2. Nowadays, 2v2 is like a nice welcome little break for the guys. And they get to play some stuff and actually spend some time figuring out as well. Things running back, Stalkers moving through, a couple more Stalkers settling down for a couple of moments. I'm just going to be having the Robo Facility, the cannon, and a couple of gates continue to come about as well for the moment. Stalkers moving around. A couple of DTs are going to move around that bottom side as well. So they're just going to sit down there for a couple of moments. That in position. That roach speed about to be done. Hydrogen coming up. Drones in the Overlord's building. Just going to throw a Nexus down. And the Stalker's going to step over as well. Ling, Muta, Spines, melee upgrade. All of that coming through. Sentry and the +1 attack upgrade coming up at the moment as well. So continue to bring that into place. Supply-wise, things are pretty even, actually. Across the board, everyone's very even. So we kind of like where one team is at more than the other. Obviously, GG Machine has Mutas coming out. Shin is playing Roaches. It's a lot of Stalks from Hero. It's a lot of Stalks from Shameless. So it's really kind of Roach versus Muta in terms of differences at the moment. So it's maybe the most intriguing part of this right now. Stalkers and the Lings coming down. The Stalker Roach is just going to be there. Just going to see Guardian Shield going to pop up. So we're actually going to take a fight here. It's interesting. The Mutas are going to fly in on the right side at the same time. So they're going to start dealing some damage. One of the teams just pinged it already. DT walks in with those Mutas. Shameless and GG Machine have a lot of supply right now. Hero's supply especially is not hanging on. I mean, I imagine he's going to start losing a lot of workers here as well, as you see those meters going to get turned away. Can we defend these Stalkers firstly? Going to be the first question. Like I say, hero supply definitely down a bit. Going to try and chase these Stalkers down a little as well. He does have a +1 upgrade that is not there for the opponent, so he's a little bit better set for the later game, which is obviously good to see. That kind of keeps things a little bit intriguing. Definitely keeps things a little bit more kind of up in the air as well, as we do see the Roaches and the Hydras gathering back through. Just for a couple seconds, trying to see what else is going on. A couple of Infestors coming by, Muscle Augments, +2 missile upgrade. Again, all these bits and bobs kind of making their way over for the moment as the Stalkers will gather as well. Just going to see once again, just a dive in. Hero's going to get jumped on very quickly. Shin on his way over to start helping now, but like I say, taking a moment or two before we actually start getting across there. It's going to be seeing a little bit more of a pushback, and for now, Hero and Shin will hang on in there. And the mutas have not really kind of blasted through. I mean, their numbers are still rising, so we're going to have more of them kind of available shortly. But we've not really seen too much from them overall just yet, so kind of interesting to keep on keeping an eye at that aspect of this. Roach Hydra Infestor gathers up, the Stalkers all joining together. It's going to see the +2 attack upgrade the gateway and the Stalkers building as well. Stalkers get after a couple of the Zerglings for a couple of kills also. And these Stalkers will just go blinking about, trying to see where else they can get to for these next few moments still. Mutas are back down the right side. I mean, hatchery that can be easily cancelled. Obviously, the map control generated by these mutas is pretty powerful. As Hero is now, by the way, +2 attack, so his Stalkers are significantly better. So the supply is not going to tell the full story anymore. And yes, Shameless is working on upgrades himself, charge and +1 both in production for him. But the +2 is going to, be substantial for a pretty hefty foreseeable future. Moments like this, though, I do like the mutas. The mutas are just so annoying. Like, they're always going to provide harassment. They're always going to provide some value. Get rid of the Spore here and taking a while to get some anti-air in place. Oh, the Fungal lands, though. Uh-oh, we can refungal as well. And that is going to keep a lot of the mutas in place for a while. A bunch of them go down. That's what's scary with those spellcasters available. Hero and Shin are going to have a much easier time kind of pushing this back and getting this kind of army backed off. And now starting to push. The problem is that the fighting army of Shameless and GG Machine just is not that good because it's very much focused on mutas and less upgraded Stalkers. So this actually has a lot of potential just pushing across the map. Right now, what do we do? Do we just go for, like, do we just have to try and fight into this? Do we have actually Infestor energy left still? We do, so we can fungal some of the Banes. Don't waste the fungals on the Stalkers, I think, is important. There are Lings and Banes which are going to be massive if you can fungal them. Right now, Shameless is just kind of fighting this on his own. GG Machine is hanging back and not getting involved. He's waiting for the moment. Here we go. Going to drop some fungals now. Would have much rather they went on the Banelings. We kind of blink back into the Banes. Vipers, Parasitic Bomb the Mutalisks. God, that is a horrible fight for Shin and Hero. That's pretty much as bad as it could have been, actually. They chased Shameless all the way into that corner. Didn't manage to kind of pick off his army. And they lost a lot in the process. Now kind of retreating away, having to just run out of here. Not really having a way to do much else about this. And being chased down, that might have just been the fight that just went wrong. Like I say, in the end, Shin just kind of threw the fungals wherever. They were not that great. Felt like they just weren't ready for GG Machine to actually collapse in on that. And it does look as though GG Machine and Shameless are gonna be able to force an ace match, which is pretty wild. Pretty wild indeed. I mean, are we there yet? Not quite, but we're very close. We're back into just Ling Muta production from GG Machine. Is that going to be enough to kind of swing things? Sheamus is about to catch up on upgrades as well, so he's going to be way better off in terms of the Stalkers. So that part is going to be way better as these Stalkers keep on fighting and trading, continue to do well. Amina's just pulling back for another moment or two. And reset once again. Hatchery goes down. GG Machine, especially, his supply just booming now. Of course, he's arguably playing some of the cheaper units, but he's also building mutas, which are not cheap. They're about to have Hive as well. As Hero and Shin do not die, but they're not exactly poised for brilliance at this point in time. Roach Hydra just going to step over again. That Seismic Spines, the Infestor and the Lurk are coming up as well. You see the Overlord overhead there just going to go down. The Stalkers and the Zeld still stepping through. Some Lings are going to run in. The Queen is going to go down. The Spinecrawler in some trouble. You're going to see the Roach getting caught. The Spinecrawler is still going to drop. I mean, GG Machine just running around the mineral lines is amazing. And then Shameless just kind of poking the front stack defense, trying to help Hero to survive. And he might live through the Stalkers. And GG Machine and Shameless go at the same time in the same place. I actually think they just break through straight up. Shin is trying to build up a bit more Roach Hydra, some solidity on the ground, but is it going to be enough? He's got some Lurkers as well, which maybe a couple of these lurkers can genuinely make something of a difference. That was just such a... I can't get over how good the fight was in the top left. It was absolutely what it needed to be to keep this game going, basically. And not just going, but like it was so good, like it basically won them the game. Now, supplies, Hero and Shameless going to even out. You could argue still, you know, Shin's supply is not bad considering he's playing against mutas, but he is building roaches too, but it's a bit more Hydra heavy now. Obviously, because Shameless and GG Machine are on offense, they are kind of picking and choosing where these fights are happening, so they're kind of dictating where a lot of these engagements are taking place, and they're kind of getting damage done before Hero and Shin are able to come and move over and respond. Shin with a couple of roaches burrowing about to try and deal some damage as well. GG Machine just making ultras, so turning that supply advantage into an army that is much more substantial than the army he's been working with before this point is going to be a pretty serious advantage as well. Alright, +3 attack upgrades coming up from the Protoss players, but like I say, these ultras are going to be an issue. Hero knows it's coming. He's already building Immortals. Temple Archives coming up. Lurkers can do okay against ultras in the right positions, but Shin and Hero have to play such a defensive setup right now to kind of free themselves from this situation. It's going to be tough. The Stalker's trying to fight the other Stalkers for a couple of moments, trying to trade out. We do start to blink down that ramp a little bit. Again, the Stalker's going to trade just momentarily. You're going to see the Lings latching onto this hatchery for a few moments as well, so some damage to be done there for a moment or two. Just continue through this at the moment then as Lings gather about. A couple Lings jumping onto the Queen as well. Just going to be some of these Stalkers trying to step over. Zealots and the Immortal gathering up. A Lurker going to be there. Try and hold this off. I mean, I like that Shin is finding some damage across the map. Right, fungal growth from those mutas. Right, if we can get rid of the mutas still, that's one way to kind of dissuade a lot of this supply from being effective in the game. I'm going to fight. The Ling Ultra swinging around from that top side. A few Banes mixed in there as well. These Overseers stepping through. The Stalker's going to step forward. It's going to see the Ling Ultra Force going to step into this as well. A couple of Lurkers still morphing in the background here. In we go. The commitment sends it. You're going to see these Stalkers going to trade out. A couple more Zealots getting warped in. These Ultras are going to die. Attacking into the front kind of lines here. Ultras kind of do Ultra things, which is not look super impressive. Coming out of it, though, it's still 150 and 150 supply versus 120 and 95. So there's about 300 to about 210 supply overall. This Protoss army at the end looks great, but can we attack into the Lurkers that are in the background here? I don't think so. I think this is a donation of units right now. I mean, GG Machine is running through. He's going to maybe kill the Lurker Den, kill a couple more bits of supply. GG Machine making another round of Ultras. I mean, I guess a lot of that supply is in production, and maybe there's still a way. I mean, there's just so many bases on the map, though, from GG Machine and Shameless, right? So that even if they have to rebuild, they're building, or they're making so much economy at the same time, it just probably isn't mattering. And Starling Balls really feel like they're on the verge of forcing the ace match here in this series. Which is incredible for them. Second ace match against another top team. Can they win in an ace, though? That might be their weakness. They're really excelling in the 2v2 aspect of this, but if Hero comes out as an ace, who comes out to take out Hero, you know? Is kind of the question that we have. These Lurkers are setting up. They're going to come moving forward. So we are going to be seeing an attempt to jump on this Protoss army, and to be fair, Shameless has kind of been forced away for the moment. Need a bit more coordination. GG Machine is going to counterattack, but that does leave his teammate kind of abandoned over in that bottom left corner. This counterattack obviously looks to have a lot of potential. I mean, it's Ling Ultra running into your base, right? It's going to do well. We're going to see Immortal over here getting grabbed as well. The Lurker's going to burrow up. Like I say, we're going to do well on this kind of trade out, but I just don't see us clearing out the GG Machine army. Shameless will run across the map to base trade a little bit too. That's probably just the best way to kind of do this, because you're essentially going to drag units back over here. We're going to be able to send these Ultras in to probably just fight this, I think. I don't know if the Ultras run in one at a time. The Ultras are kind of derping on a lot of the structures. Shin is dead. Every single one of his structures is about to die, apart from maybe like a production structure or two, but he's going to have no hatcheries and no lava. And I can't imagine Hero's going to be long for this world either. We are going to go to an ace game between the Stanley Balls and... yeah, Stanley Balls and not CJ Enters. GG says Shin, GG says Hero. Tap out of here. Ace match territory. It is going to be central as well, so the Stanley Balls will have server preference on the ace, which will take place on Old Republic. Very exciting. All right. Wait for the guys to send me their aces, guys. We'll run some ads while we wait for this to get figured out. And now we're definitely behind schedule, but such is the way of the world. We'll obviously continue through very nicely. And we get ready to go. All right, we will kick this off in a second. Obviously, just need the teams to decide their aces. They obviously will get a moment or two to pick that, because that's not always an obvious choice. So we'll be linked down for anyone that wants to join us already. Yeah, this is a full career versus full EU team, so set up there for that for a moment or two. All right, like I said, we're just waiting for the ace players to be sent to me, and once we have them, we will get this started off, guys. But obviously, we will just have a moment or two longer for them to get picked. I wonder if you send Nicorakt as a... if you expect hero, do you send Nicorakt as the Protoss sniper with all of his kind of fun, aggressive builds? I kind of like that. Got one of the aces picked. Just waiting for the other to come through. And get ready to start. You subs and like, have fun, Mr. Streamer. Thank you, goodbye. Thank you so much, mate. Appreciate it. Thank you. Alright, so yeah, just waiting for the Stanley Balls to decide. So they could send anyone but Yakov, because Yakov played 2 1v1s already. So Yakov can't ace, but everyone else can. So it could be Shameless for potential PvP against Hero. I mean, we're presuming Hero. Hero's my presumption ahead of time, so not revealing anything here, just working on my previous presumption. So if you presume it's Hero, you can send Shameless for PvP. You can send Nicorakt as a TVP sniper. Or you could send GG Machine, who's just been kind of cool and good lately. I don't know how his ZVP looks. I think... Yeah, I'm not sure which of those I prefer overall. Oh, you got players needing a moment here, guys, so... Alright, so they're just trying to figure out an internet thing. So they basically have a player picked if his internet can work, but they're just trying to figure out his internet first. So we'll just wait on that for a moment or two. We'll give them a second and we'll get this sorted. Cool, cool, cool. So yeah, I do have both ace players sent. They're just, like I say, confirming the internet works for one of the guys, and if it does work, we're good. Like I say, we're just trying to confirm that. Play without internet? That'd be great, wouldn't it? Just LAN. We just like, all right, guys, we're gonna take a 7-hour break. Everyone's just gonna fly to the next location for the next game, and we'll record it, and then I'll send it back. Maybe we need 10 hours because I'll need to send it back here to upload to then play to you guys with the internet. It's a tough one. It's a tough one. It's a tough one. Have to catch you off guard in a tit-for-tat game they'll lose. Yeah, that's kind of why I like... I mean, that's why I kind of like Shameless or Nicorrect, right? If it is hero. Which, again, I think you've got to work with the assumption of. I kind of like that as a plan because... Because in a PvP, hero is very dangerous, but I still think PvP can head that direction anyway. And Nicorrect has had success greatly in TvP and even took map off here in the WardiTV Winter Championship playoffs, so I don't hate that choice either. I think either side is a good choice. And I think you just have to presume it's hero. If they send out Shin, yeah. If they send out Shin, then you just have to cut your losses and say, well, we didn't expect that, I think. So... we will see. We will see. Yeah, there's no LAN on SC2. You have to play via internet. There's no LAN at all. I can't remember why it's built that way. I just know that it's built that way. Buy the DVD. That'd be something, wouldn't it? Back then to avoid game piracy? It's one of those things where they should just add it at this point. Like if they ever get dev team on Starcraft II again, just add LAN because why not? I mean, just add a lot of things, I suppose. Alright guys, like I said, just waiting for them to see if the internet's good or not for their player that they want to use, and if it's not good, they'll use someone else's, what I understand of this. Guys, give us a moment. I think on the verge of figuring this out. Hope everyone's doing well. If you're enjoying the stream, obviously do not forget to like, subscribe, and of course follow if you're on Twitch. Appreciate you guys supporting, and liking, subscribing is a nice free way to do it, following as well. And of course, if you are really enjoying, you can check out the Patreon page, patreon.com/WardiTV. 100% of all pledges there go directly into WardiTV tournament prize money. Also, this tournament is sponsored by Crate Entertainment. Appreciate them. They have fully sponsored this team league, so that's the entire reason this is happening. If you want to find out more about them, I'm going to type the !crate for you guys in the chat so you can have a read. Shout out to Crate Entertainment, because like I say, without them, this season would not exist. And I'd probably have a little bit better brain power remaining in me, but yeah. Alright guys, a few more moments. We're going to give them a couple more minutes and then we're going to ask for a final decision whether it's working or not. We got to get this moving at some point. So just another moment or two and then we'll definitely ask for where we're at. Sanity's overrated. Okay. So unfortunately the internet is not working for the guy they wanted to use for their ace. So the plan was from Starling Balls, they wanted to send out Nicorakt. Unfortunately Nicorakt can't get his internet to work well enough. So as such, they are not going to send Nicorakt out, they're going to choose Shameless. So they kind of went for what I thought was the better choice, but it's just not going to work out. So, yeah, let's get this ready to go. So Hero versus Shameless coming up, a PvP to round out this series. If our players are ready, we are good to go. Alrighty, GLHF says Hero, and waiting for Shameless to give us the go-ahead as well. So yeah, the plan was to use Nicorakt. His internet wasn't good. And hence it will be Shameless instead. Ready and GLHF called from one side. A minute please from the other. And then we'll get into this, guys. We are going to be behind schedule by a good chunk now. Now we're really behind schedule. Nice. Alright, alright. Alright, alright. Thank you. Alright, guys. So, like I say, we are in the lobby. We're just waiting for our players to confirm they're good to go. Waiting on one of them to ready yourself here. We can get this underway. Slight delay, but such is the way of things. Like I said, I do not mind giving people a few minutes to, you know, double check, you know, if the internet's working on one of their guys and stuff. Like, I'd rather they try and play what they want to play or who they want to play and take 5 minutes than anything else. So, yeah. So we're gonna kick off and get into this ace match PvP, guys. Let's get this started and ready to rumble. Go in game so I can have a quick bite of my lunch before we start the game off. As we are tied up 3-3 in this best of 7. Ace match time. Shameless. With the red Protoss representing the Stanley Balls in the bottom left. And in the upper right, the blue Protoss is Hero. Alright, so it's a PvP to round us out. Like I say, they wanted to send out Nicorakt. His internet did not behave well enough for them to send Nicorakt out, unfortunately. So they will go for the next best thing. Like I said, I think Shameless is a fine choice. I think Hero is favored in the PvP here. But it's hard to not like Shameless as a choice, because I still think in PvP you have more chance of the game being a bit chaotic enough that you can still steal the win here, right? So I'm completely on board with the overall process that Starting Balls went through, I think. Getting a gas coming up to start us off. Indy will surely observe for us in a moment. I'm believing hard in the Indy cam right now. Fine, I'll go on someone else's cam until Indy's ready to start his cast of this ace game. Couple gates coming up. Simulator on the way through, Cybercore starting from both. So we will mirror each other at the very start of this PvP as the main takeaway for now. That second gate coming online, that cybercore coming through. Probe just stepping over. And we get in position for a few moments. Sentry Adept on the way versus Double Stalker. So Sentry from Hero, going to be meaning that's where his cast goes to. Definitely a bit more attention on the idea of a... yeah, definitely a bit more attention on the idea of maybe an expansion of that Sentry than teching up at all initially. Sentries as well. So expansion comes down. What does Shameless want to do? No probe on the map, no pile on the map. Nothing just yet, just more stalkers though, so he's going to have a lot of kind of fighting, kind of powerful units initially. It's going to be the starting point of this. Couple stalkers shooting and pushing the hallucination away for a little bit as well. Let's see the Nexus coming down eventually. It's going to be Robo a piece as well, so just Hero gets off with a much faster expansion to start this off. So you're going to be a much faster expand from Hero initially. Hallucination just trying to obviously pick up info. Yeah, kind of intriguing that obviously Hero will have a lot of hallucinations. Chambers is on 2 sentries now, so he'll have hallucinations of his own. In theory, Hero will have more sentry energy to work with in the future as well though, so maybe that comes into play in one of these fights in the future. Definitely something we want to try and keep an eye out for is that Robo facility. We'll begin the Corona boost just for a moment, and an observer out and making some progress. Yeah, we'll just keep scouting with the hallucinations then. See what we can get to with all of that. While Stalking the Sentry stepping through, chase a couple things down as well. And again, the Immortal and the +1 coming as we speak, so just a lot of establishment right now. And yeah, the Twilight Council is building as well. They've really kind of copied each other, just Heroes doing everything with the slightly faster Nexus, like... That's a nice catch, actually, Prism. Oh, high ground vision is beautiful. It's very well done. You should be able to get some high ground yourself soon, right? To deal with that. Hallucinate or something. That's the recall. Very nicely done by Hero. Great save from what was about to be a dead Prism. He's actually able to maintain that and keep it alive. So, yeah, great save in a bad situation from Hero. Well handled. Playing up that one. Things just flying over the Stalkers and get a few more shots off again. Hallucinations are kind of just seeing everything though, so not too big of an issue just yet as we continue by. Probes going down as Hero's actually going to be able to strike in, so if your Depths get some damage done, it's really serious. Chandler's in general has just been kind of trailing behind in this game, and damage like that just kind of adds to the issues that Base is behind as well. Hero just naturally has been just ahead from the start. His build has just been smoother, it's been better against what his opponent's doing. He played the greedier build against someone who's just playing very normal and standard and not aggressive at all, so he's just gotten away with the bits of greed that have been incorporated into this game. Believe it or not, greed is good when you do not get punished. Well, we settle onto the 3 bases each for now. Waiting for any sign that that might change. Shim's gonna go glaives, so you maybe make something of a timing out of this, maybe with the glaives. And push up and kind of punish the first few zealot weapons of the hero. I like it. I think we gotta do something as Shameless, and I think glaives is a good enough mix-up to maybe, like I say, make this, at the very least, a little bit interesting. +2 attack coming around. Continue to get this going for a few more moments. You can see that charge coming up, but we're gonna have the glaives ready to go, so it does feel like it's gonna be attack time right now from Shameless. Upgrades are gonna be the same in terms of the +2. Yeah, so upgrades will be the same. Everything else of this, I'm just trying to... Yeah. Really just a question of how well these adepts can do. We're actually going to warp in more stalkers right now from Shameless though, so definitely feels like he's committing to this. We're going to start attacking in from the sides. Good force field's coming down. Good force field's actually able to net an immortal kill initially from Shameless's point of view, so that's going to be a big dub to start things off. Prism off to the left just gets killed as well. A little interesting. And right now Shameless is going to sit here looking good in terms of supply. His 4th base will get cancelled or killed. Or ignored, as we're actually going to see the Stalkers blinking for one more. It's a good move from Hero to help unsettle things here. Now the Prism's in trouble, but we don't target the Prism. I'm not sure what Hero is looking at there. Maybe up top to cast the force fields down, but the Prism survived, and then we did not put it in safe enough a position. If it went up and left for another 2 seconds, I think it would have been fine here. Shameless is doing fine, apart from the fact that DTs are showing up, and the DTs are going to add a lot of damage into this as well. Not going to make things a whole lot more complicated at the end game of that one. Oof. Alright, coming out of that, and we settle back down. That's going to be seeing the Observer. Moving over. Keeping an eye on things. Where are we at? I mean, Hero, I think, is in a lead, to say the least. Immortal and a few probes still coming through. The DT going to sneak right around the back at the moment. It's going to have the Observer still overhead there. The DT going to slice down through a pylon initially, so we'll begin to put some work in on that. As the DT will continue to some damage done. Gonna recall away. Robo Bay building on the side of Shameless. So he gets the Robo Bay coming through. Hero stabilizing. Definitely starting to take a supply lead as well. Man, if Shameless didn't lose the Prism, and I really feel like that Prism could have just... It was already fortunate to have stayed alive, but if he just flew it up and left a little bit, then I don't think the Stalkers can hit it, because I don't think the high ground vision is there for him to kill it. Like, if Hero is like here and here, I don't think he reaches the Prism here, but the Prism warped in like here, which is, like I say, kind of unfortunate given the way it turns out. A little sad. Robo Bay, Robo Facility still coming through. Next is the armor upgrade coming about as well. And again, there's the Prism and the +3 attack upgrade to kind of move things over, so you keep things ticking along. Zealots and the Sentries and Company coming about as well. Just gonna see, I check on where the base is at. Hero continue to maneuver around for a little bit at the moment. The Adepts are going to step over as well. Prism loads up again, +3 attack finishing from Hero in the next couple of moments here. Got that ready to go. Stalkers and a couple of Disruptors still coming about. You can see those units still gathering. Gonna get a little bit more done over to the sides, and this army of heroes coming. I mean, he's got the supply lead, so I do not disagree with the chance for him to maybe get aggressive and to maybe get something done in this. See how this goes. Stalkers setting up, moving across right now. The Zealots and the DTs join together. Big group units getting set to go, and +3 attack gonna finish. The extra few units warping in still. There's kind of a lot of that set up here. We're gonna commit. Disruptor gonna make it very difficult to commit though, and Hero is still trying to fight this, trying to get the Zealots involved. Another Disruptor shot. There's 3 Disruptors in total, so I believe we've got one more available, and it's gonna buy a little bit more time. Nice connection. I think there was some DTs that went down. This Hero still tries to fight down on this bottom 4th base. A bunch of base from Hero behind this. It's very important, I think, that Shameless holds this base, because I think if he loses it, it's very tough for him to kind of stay alive in the game afterwards. Nice blink back against the Disruptors here. Hero is going to kill the base, but he drops a lot of supply, and he can be chased as well. Like, getting away from this is not easy because of all the Stalkers. I think Shameless needs to identify that that is a thing, because if he does, I actually think here Shameless could go across the map and see some serious success. Good micro to get out of trouble here so far from Hero. Like, he's keeping a lot more units alive than I thought he would at first. Eventually, it does kind of come back to bite him eventually. Like, it's always going to be difficult to kind of do this forever, but I kind of kept it going, like I say, longer than I expected it to go. So, something to note for a few moments there as we see the Adept Disruptor Stalker Force coming back around and ready to relocate for a moment or two. Stalker's coming about, just going to get in after the Adept there. A few shots coming through. Armor upgrade coming in as well. Let's see, the Stalker's going to be there to get the Nexus, and we are going to be seeing the other Stalkers and the Adepts and the Immortal coming over. I mean, cancel on the Nexus again. Hero's getting away with the dangerous part of this game, right? Like, there is absolutely a world here where he should have been... Yeah, there's absolutely a world where he should have just been dead in the water on this, but if Shameless just kind of pushed across the map and chased that more aggressively, I actually think he could have chased it more aggressively and done very well, but it doesn't quite happen in the end. +3 in the orbs coming through for a moment or so. Again, obviously the cannons continue to come through for a little bit, so we just continue coming around with that. And a couple cannons coming about, we get that on the way. The Stalker's just going to move around. You can see Hero supply definitely booming at the moment. Man, going to be heartbreaking for... Going to be kind of heartbreaking for Stanley Balls. 2 ace matches against 2 very good teams. But not being able to get there on either of them is very, very unfortunate. Doesn't the Archon step through? Just going to see the Stalker's going to sit here. Just going to see that Nexus coming about. Battery gets picked off, so what, we're base trading? This is the Prism. Don't know if I hate the base trade. Building 2 Dark Shrines, by the way, which is slightly comical, I guess. Just going to blink through, going to get after a bunch of the attempts to warp in over here. Shameless is pulling back home. I think he recognized he probably wasn't going to win the base trade, so he just tries to play from there already, but... I mean, I guess the DTs are scary, but now the Disruptors are kind of scary, but the DTs got rid of a couple already. Hero's up over, almost 100 supply. I'm looking to close this game out. GG, well played. Hero takes it for not CJ Entus. Alright guys, I need a coin flip, and I'm going to get this next series on the way ASAP and get this going. Alrighty, let me just flip this coin. Heads, so left start, so we're going to start central on Winter Madness. Perfect. Cool. Cool. Let's get that ready to go, guys. I'm just going to be a one moment. I'll come back with you guys in a sec. I'll be right back. Second series of the day will start up. Alright, welcome back. As you can hear, countdown is on. And as we get into this one, get ready to go, go, go. For this next game, I'll take you in game as soon as we finish loading, guys. Okay. Let's do this. In the bottom right side, Zaun will represent onside in the opening game of the second series today. Gonna be a big day apparently at this rate, as in the top left. Our red Protoss player is going to be Art. Hey Wardy, how do you feel about the WTL format for Team Leagues? When you say WTL, do you mean World Team League? Because WTL is also a WardiTV team, so I don't know which one we're actually, like, no joke, I actually don't know what we're talking about. Alright, so, we'll get set up for a moment or two. What do we think if you're talking about World Team League format, I think it's okay. I like WTL playoff format, I think, more than the actual WTL format. I just think 3 best of 2s is very, It's good in its own way. I just prefer straight up like 6 maps per league. I like the variety of matchups. Like, for example, in this, it's less likely you get, like... But I guess the issue with WTL is that it's a bit more random as well in terms of what the initial matches are, because you're not even seeing the maps before they pick. Yeah, I mean, I think it's fine. I don't think it's bad. I just... I kind of like the idea of more maps being different games. Because, like, in WTL, if you just get, like, a very bad matchup, that's 0-2. Whereas there's less chance you get 2 very bad matchups if you kind of do it like what we're doing, for example, or kind of generic pro league. Yeah, I think a bad matchup is just so much more dominant in a best of 2 situation than obviously in the best of 1. So, but yeah, I mean, I think there's just there's a lot of ifs and buts and maybe this or maybe that kind of scenarios that kind of play out there. So. Next is Wolfgate coming up initially. Probably coming down, Adept on the move. A couple of sentries coming up, so into some PvP here. Oh, took down Showtime the other day when Old War Machines took on the Musketeers. And didn't end up mattering for the rest of the series, but the kind of thing that maybe suggests there's some hope that Art is going to be the underdog here. Potentially, potentially it could be maybe an upset to start the day off. Would be a cool way to start things as we get this up and running. Well, Hallucination is going to take a couple of nibbles, so a bit of damage coming out there. And the Sentry and the Warp Gates and so coming about as well, so you get a lot of that online right now. Just got this set up, get this underway. Again, those Twilight Councils coming through, the Nexus coming online from both players, the Probes building, the Warp Gate building. And you got this set up for now. Hallucination going to fly through into the main, try to see a little bit of what else is going on. Just going to drop the shade down, just going to be moving over. Again, those couple of Warp Gates are going to finish, the Stalkers, the Probes, and the Blink all continuing to come online just for a couple moments here. And we get a little bit of a scout to see what else is happening. Sentries and the Stalkers just joining through then, so we take a second, figure out what we want to do next in these upcoming moments. There's the Blink and the Gateway coming about. We're just going to be seeing the Robo Facility and a couple of Probes and so coming online as well, so a lot of that continues through right now. Just bring a lot of that into place, see where we can take things. Hallucination down the right side as well at the moment. A nice little peaceful PvP, no? Third base is coming online. A lot of these other bits and bobs just coming through. So far, so good. Just going to get that blink coming up as well. You see the hallucination still moving about. Again, the assimilator's coming into place. Pylon's coming down. A few stalks and sentries going to get underneath that hallucination to play cleanup there as well. It's just going to shut that down alongside everything else taking place right now. So far, so good. Well, forge the gate. The Nexus continue to come through there. The Stalker on the way about as well. We get a lot more of this on the way for the moment. Again, those gates continue to come about. Trying to see where we get to. Moving over for a little bit. Going to be seeing the probies and the gateway and so continue to come online as well. That Nexus still producing through. Stalk and the sentries coming about. The Stalk's coming over. Just going to be seeing the charge and the +1 coming by. They're going to start a fight here. I'm just going to take a few shots. Attack on in. On the aggression. There's a bit of an army supply lead to fight with. Does not have +1 on the way. Does not have charge on the way. Love the force fields right now. Kind of keeping your opponent back. I'm going to say, let's not waste time. Let's keep hitting this Nexus. Now we're going to see the Guardian Shield popping. That's a big deal. We drop force fields again, though. Does that just waste the Guardian Shield? Maybe. Batteries coming online. Oh, we blink over. Sentry sneak through the bottom side of the force fields, and now Zaun jumps onto this army. Is that okay? Reinforcements just got here from Odd. I don't know if that was okay for Zaun. That might be actually a bit too much of a commitment through. Odd spreading. Supplies are evening out, so maybe this was just fine from Zaun. As he picks his fight carefully and definitely makes the most of it when the opportunity comes. And for now, at least seems as though this one will get to the point of being shut down. So that is going to be the attack from Odd stopped. And now he's behind on the +1 on the charge. He's got the Forge, he's got the Twilight, obviously, and he'll get charge started, but he is behind on the timing of those upgrades, and that is kind of the important aspect from this point on. For now, that timing is behind. That's going to give more timing windows to Zaun in this game, and that's, like I say, definitely going to be kind of ticking along here and ticking down as we figure this out. And Stalkers keep on fighting. A few more Stalkers taking some damage. Gonna finish the Nexus is kind of a big deal, right? So actually killing the third is something. Okay, Odd with a few more warpins here, kind of kept the pressure up enough, and killing the Nexus, like I say, is a pretty big factor. Because now you're not minding off that third as Zaun. At this point, I imagine Odd actually wants to go and step back a little bit. Yeah, I imagine you want to step back a little bit here as Odd. Because Zaun will take a little bit of a while to recover from the Nexus, and in that time, you're going to be mining more than him. Stalkers, the Immortal, and the Sentry gather through. Couple more shots still firing up. I'm just going to be seeing the Stalkers going for now. Just going to see a couple hits coming by. The Immortal's going to be there as well. Going to get the Pylon picking away for the moment. Just going to be having... And Stalkers are I like what he's doing, man. Good mobility on the map, good movement. Trying to get a lot done, obviously. Up against those Immortals are scary, but if he can move well, there's a lot of potential that this keeps going kind of in his favor. This is what I love about Team League. Seeing players like Art or like Mini Zerg in the last series as well. Like seeing a lot of these guys come up and get a chance against some of the better players and actually getting to see them in our tournament here. It's really so cool. I mean, even if Art doesn't win this game, you're seeing the potential that Art has. You're getting really kind of such a cool in-depth look at some of the up-and-comers that are still out there in the SC2 scene. And obviously these guys play a lot of other tournaments and smaller events that take place and so on as well, but it's not always easy to track those or to know what's going on with them and stuff as well, right? So, very cool. Alright, well, Stalker's going to blink down a couple of probes. Immediately in some trouble. Stalker's going to take a turn to try and fight back a little bit as well, so we'll try and step over there for a moment. We are just going to try and commit through. It's a lot of probes going down from Odd on the other side of the map, but he might just have enough to win this fight, at least. Immortal behind the force field's actually kind of doing a lot of damage. The Zealots are great, and the Zealots are going to be maybe one of the main things to carry through in the end. The Sim City obviously kind of hurts you here as Odd attacking in. Sound supply is dropping. Obviously, if you win this fight, you're going to kill a bunch of probes. That will undo a lot of the worker losses you've just had on the other side. Your Prism's still here, so you can warp in a little bit. Need some Zealots to tank the opposing Zealots. That's the most important thing at the moment, I feel like. A couple more units just going to keep on squeezing through there for a second, and Zod have enough. 36 to 17 army supply, so about double army supply. He's down an attack upgrade for a few more moments. A +2 will eventually come in. He's going to morph Archons onto an aggressive position. I like that against the Zealot Warpins, obviously. Those batteries, not going to have a ton of energy, but they may regen a little bit of it. More Zealot showing up from Art on the other side. Can he actually break through here? These Archons joining the fray is obviously massive. Being able to splash through those opposing Zealots is just so huge. So much value to be found in that scenario. You see the unit's just going to continue to fight. A couple of these Stalkers in the back getting caught. The Prism shows back up. The Archons with short arms cannot actually reach across and hit those two Stalkers that are just about getting away. One Stalker blinks in after. Now a few more Zealots, and I think we're going to do enough in the end here as Art. They got a little messy, but I do think he's got enough to secure this victory. As now the Zealots are working through. GG is called, and the old War Machines will strike first against Onside, forcing the ace match here. As Zan will drop the PvP to Art. And like I say, that's what's so cool about the Team League in a best of one setting. A lot of the time, almost anything can happen, right? So, yeah, that's kind of a little bit of what you get to see on that one. Very cool. All right, guys, let's go game 2. Going to keep these games moving pretty quickly because, like I say, we had obviously some long games in the first match today. So we're going to keep things moving quickly. It's going to be Mothership for the next map. So they just had Central. This is just Central anyway. This is actually not a server preference. So Mothership coming through for map 2. Christiana versus Inexorable. Now, I was thinking about server preference, but there is no server preference here. It's just there is just a server to be said. So Central for this one as well. But then it will be West, I believe, for Christiana Ryung versus Art Mini Zerg. Although maybe that should be Central, actually. Central, then West. Central, then West. Probably makes sense. Alright. Alright. And everybody in here is going to be Christiana and Inexorable. Just missing Christiana. There it is. Man of the moment. Need him to play this game. Believe it or not. Coolio. Alright, Christiana's here. If everyone's ready, we can kick off into this and get into this TVP. So Inexorable, team captain of the Old War Machines, will come out and play against Christiana here, who obviously has been kind of part of that on-site team for a while, just never joined the Vitality section of it when Vitality picked up the team as a sponsor previously. So, but think on there. Alrighty, we're counting down. It's Mothership, guys. Let's send it into game number 1 of this TVP. Oh, well, the only game of this TVP, but game number 2 of this overall series, I should say. Obviously, Old War Machines get the first map win. If Inexorable upsets Christiana here, that'd be kind of wild. Inexorable played a cool game against Hurmarine the other day. TVT, that was actually pretty neat. Let's see what happens, as we have got in the bottom side his team up 1 and looking to extend on that. Inexorable will be our yellow Terran. And in the top left, our red Protoss is going to be Christiana. Game number 2, BO7, right here, right now, for the Old War Machines trying to take a 2-0 lead. Again, we're going to see 2 Old War Machine matches back-to-back here today. We've seen them playing against the Villains of SC2 after this, and then Villains of SC2 play against Onside for our final match of today as well. Getting the assimilator coming through, racks and the gas coming about. Just going to see the SCV in production. There's a couple of gases still continuing to play at the moment. Let's have ourselves a few moments of getting everything settled in this game too. Maybe hang around a couple moments. Let's get moving. Let's see a little bit of what's going on somewhere, shall we? As we move around a little bit, and we do have ourselves the probe just nibbling at the building barracks over on the other side of the map, so a little bit of an exciting starting point there. Cybercore and Nexus both building through, Reaper and the Orbital coming up, and online. Let's see if you can get another nibble at the probe for a moment. So yeah, so in the probe, I'm going to go back and forth for a little bit, and we'll continue through with that at the moment here, so again, get that underway just for now. Just able to clean up for just a couple of seconds. We are going to be seeing the factory coming through, reactor still building, Nexus probe and the warp gate continue to come into play. And again, the depth coming about for a couple of moments. So depth currently boosting along, warp gate coming up, factory and the reactor continue to produce by just for a couple seconds here, and that Reaper will continue all the way to the top right side of the map. Just see what's up. Now we need to find that there's nothing up in that base, because that's not where Christiana spawned. He spawned to the upper left of Mothership, so well, in fact, head over there instead, and just fix that up for a couple of moments. Alright, so Reaper just coming back over. Just going to be seeing the attempt to maybe get in and get some information here in the next few moments. We'll obviously keep our eyes on this and see what happens as we get this all started out. Ready to resume. Stalker going to poke at the Reaper for just a moment or so as well. Get some damage done. And in we go. Stalker warp gate coming about. A couple of probes in the battery coming online as well. Going to see the Adept in the SCV for a couple moments. Marines are going to try and fire back as well. Try and get a little more out of this. Two Marines, medevac building, again Command Center and the Tech Lab coming online, SCV producing. Blink will start on the side of Christiana, a couple extra gateways coming about, more probes in production. Just gonna run a rack over that bottom side and relocate that a little bit as well for the next few moments too. Let's continue to get the rest of this all underway. A couple Stalkers going to shoot the Reaper back the other direction. Chasing that out of here for now. Stalker get the Reaper. Christiana taking the third base. Christiana has been such a solid player lately. I actually really enjoy. I feel like Christiana has moments of just okay. He's been such a solid player, but I still feel like he has these moments of looking really good. Only then to then sometimes still have the moments where it just all falls apart for him, you know, sometimes. So I find that very interesting too. As you see, the Widowmine goes for a couple of workers there, nothing too crazy. Medevac will continue to boost across, trying to get away through that top side. And there's the Blink building in, the Nexus and the probe. Siege Tank and Marines just currently from Inexorable, who has got 3 racks setting up. Going to get his first upgrade started shortly as well. It doesn't seem like he's going to do too much here on the initial setup. Probably is going to wait for Stim. Then he decides he doesn't want one Stim. He's going to go to the Starport in the Tech Lab. And what we build a Raven. Yeah, a little bit of uncertainty about what we want to get done, because now he's supply block now. Okay, it's going to be a Banshee. So a little bit of indecision. So he's going to decide to go Marine Tank Banshee. That's kind of a big aggressive pushing force, right? Like this is the sort of army that wants to get across the map, do damage, and just look to keep doing damage. So expecting that's going to be kind of the idea in these next few moments. And again, the medevac on the top side trying to come about a little bit as well. Charge, Observer, the few probes coming through. Just going to see those Stalkers heading down to the bottom. Going to get after a couple of these Marines. A couple of Marines going down already. Siege Tank and fire. Stalkers will be taking a few more shots. So a few more hits coming through. Again, Banshee the tank, the Marine still building. Take a couple more hits right there, and we are going to step forward for the moment. Just going to see the Banshee just going to get caught immediately. That's not ideal. Cristiano making an easy pick off of that, and now we'll start to chip his way through those Marines and potentially the tanks too if he gets through enough stuff here. And obviously you can continue to try and get your way through that position, so aiming for a little bit of that. As you have the Immortal and the Charge going to continue in production as well right now. Let's bring those through. Get that up and running. Now we're going to swap the barracks to the tech labs, and I guess we start Simming Combat Shield behind this. We have got 3rd CC starting to build in location, so we're going to try and just hold that in position at the moment. Dogs get the medevac. That's not great. Losing a second Banshee is obviously really not ideal. Just going to see the Stalker stepping away. A couple of tanks still setting up. One stim, continue to come through. And Stalker's going to get after a few more SCVs. So we do find just a little bit more damage once again here. A few more shots coming about just initially. Yeah, Marine's going to be fighting to try and fend this off as well. The Stalkers do have to run, but 8 SCVs going down. Cristiano continuing to extend on the damage being dealt right now. So let's get there. SCV goes down. It's going to be 9 SCVs killed in this game at the moment. So that is more or less just where we sit right now. Trying to figure out what might just be the next course of action over the course of this. Not sure what that looks like just yet. I mean, I guess the next is going to try and get those upgrades finished and maybe tries to make a push across. Try and get something done there. I'm just not immediately convinced that's going to be super incredible. A lot of question marks in terms of possibilities right now, to be honest. It's kind of an interesting state of things. Bio just going to come about. We are going to be seeing a couple of units taking some shots. Bio going to try and turn around, jump onto some of the Zealots and some of the Stalkers. Cristiano maybe getting a little bit ahead of himself, attacking in. Not really everything joined together. Was losing out on a good chunk of things there initially, so yeah, not ideal. Not ideal at all, but seeing how we continue through this still. The SCVs are pulling. So Inexorable is going to try and chase this army down. I'm not sure if I'm necessarily overly convinced by that either, to be honest. So he's going to try and send this. Let's see if it works. Colossus is going to micro as well. It's going to charge through. Bio Army is going to get struck down. GG well played. It's Inexorable. Cristiano will take game number 2 for onside. And we get tied up just like that in this best of 7. So onside, bring it back as Cristiano gets it done on Mothership. And we'll set up for... I actually don't think we have the 2v2 yet, guys. Yeah, we're going to skip through the 2v2 and go for... Yeah, we're going to go Ryung versus Art. So Central... West Central... We'll go Ryung versus Art because the 2v2 can't play for another 10 minutes or so. We're waiting for a player to come home from school. Central, West, Central. So we'll go Art versus Ryung, which is the next matchup in the lineup. So Ryung versus Art coming up. And that is why, guys. Just one of the players is not available for another 10-15 minutes or so. So that's one good thing about the delay of today is that it's actually not going to change things up too much in terms of the schedule. So, yeah, actually fixes our schedule a little bit more than breaking it, which is nice. Oh! Ready to go, GLHF, man. No chill at all from these guys. They are just ready to play. I guess that's good. Let's click, start. Double check my friends list. Looks good. Let's start and get into this. See if Ryung or Art will give their team an advantage before some of the 2v2 action will begin. Art's been a superstar for his team thus far. Let's see if we can get it done against Ryung. 10,000 feet coming up. Getting up and ready to play. Alright, 10k feet coming around, and Let me just take a moment. Just on the loading screen. And there they are. Are they? Are we there? Maybe, possibly, slowly. At some point soon, please. We're almost there, guys. We're like 3/4. We've just gotten stuck. We've just gotten a little bit stuck. Oof. There we go. Alright, let's blast this away. On the top left-hand side is going to be our blue Protoss player Art, taking on Onside Gaming's Ryung in the bottom right. Is this just Art lagging? Because he was the player having an issue loading into the game as well. Yeah, that's not exactly a great sign. It's not exactly a great sign, to say the least.
Game paused.
Alright, Art going to pause, give it a moment. I don't know if he lagged at the very start of the game, and maybe, I think he's only just being able to start his worker as well, so we'll try to get this sorted out, guys. Give it a moment. Get back on track. Yeah, we'll just give it a moment and hopefully get this resolved. Is Art equals Art? Yeah, this is Russian Art, so this is the Art that usually plays with all capitals, but he has the lowercase r on the NA server, just to confuse us with Polish Art, who always has the lowercase r in the name. So, yeah, not exactly ideal, but yeah, this is Russian Art. Like I say, here's the non-capital R on the NA server. Yeah, definitely seems to be some lag, to be honest. So we'll give it a moment or two. Right, let me just wait for Art, guys. Like I said, just gotta wait for the lag to dissipate a little bit. We can get back into it. Again, appreciate your patience. Thank you for bearing with us. We'll hopefully be just back on track ASAP. Can't really say much else until we actually are able to get back on track. Yep, we can rate. Alright, try and get this hosted again, guys. It was 10,000 feet, right? Give Art a moment to go for the reset or so, as needed. Internet's really hating us today, huh? All the internets are trying to fight us. So I was going to try and fix his internet up. We'll hopefully get back on track after that, guys, and we can go. Thank you for bearing with us here. So far, so good, kind of. You're only asking for a minute, that's all good as well. I mean, I think Art's going to be more than just a minute anyway, so no worries, Ryung. You take your time. More time for the TVT. We don't really need to kill time. We have plenty of time. Like, mini Zerg will be here while this series is still playing, so not really much of an issue there. He should be here. I mean, he should be here after this game, and then we can just go straight into that section and then go from there. So yeah. Yeah. So we'll give Art a couple minutes to relog and get back on track, hopefully. with less ping. So he just played a game on NA like, you know, 15 minutes ago, so he was fine before. So it's not like it can't work, just it's not currently working is the situation. Typically. Alrighty, take a moment or so, like I say, I'll get this on track and ready to resume. Boom, 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 boom. Alright. How's everyone doing today? Hope everyone's still having a good time, enjoying some games, enjoying some fun and action. It's been a blast so far. Just a little slow, if anything. You can't connect to EU right now? Yeah, apparently EU's been having some trouble, but that doesn't really affect us for the first couple of matches today at least, so yay. It probably affects us in the next series, however. But yeah, apparently Europe's been a bit buggy for multiple people today. Art is back online at least right now. But we'll see if he's ready to join the lobby or not in a moment or two, I guess. So, a couple of moments still, guys. Still figuring this out. Still trying to get this sorted. Hopefully ready soon, because I don't have a lot of downtime conversation for you guys today. I've just been... I'm just ready to cast. I am just ready to cast. Boom, boom, pow, pow, cast, cast. That's my mindset right now. Do, 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 do. Still no response from Art or an update or anything. Otherwise, I would give you guys the info. But right now, I'm just waiting. So hopefully, like I say, not too long. Hopefully, we can get back on track soon. But yeah, as of right now, we are all just playing the same waiting game, guys. So apologies. And fingers crossed we get back to it shortly. He's just logged out again, so might be a moment or two. Maybe gets back online. Maybe it works. Fingers crossed. We kind of need Art's in the 2v2 as well, so... yeah, we kind of do need Art, because Art's in 2 of the games that's still to be played in this. So we could maybe do... If we need to, we could maybe do Maru Bonan. And then there's the Maruzan Bonan Inexorable match as well. So there's maybe that possibility in case it doesn't get resolved. We'll give him another minute or so, though. I'd like to give him a chance, and I kind of like just... We're all in the lobby, we're expecting us to play. I like to try and stick to the order as best we can. Like I said, we're missing 2 games, and we do need at least one of these to be played to get a result as well, so... Yeah. Have I thought about adding a 3v3 as part of the Team League match? No, because I think 3v3 is awful. I think the more players you add to the game, the worse it gets. I think 2v2's been kind of fun and different and interesting enough lately. 3v3 just becomes a lot more of a mess, basically, so... Every time I cast, whenever we do Team Liquid Map Contest, team tournaments, every time, the 2v2 is pretty fun and interesting. 3v3 is like, and by the time we get to 4v4, I'm just out the window. I don't even really think about what I'm saying. It's just a mess. There's too much to keep track of realistically in those kind of bigger matches. Like, there's just too much to keep on top of to kind of make for a good viewing experience, you know? It's just pure chaos. There's no way to really like see the synergy between the teams either and stuff, so yeah. It's a thing. It's the thing. Hey, play FFA, last man standing team gets the point. That'd be cool. But then you're basically just making a 4v4 still. Like, it's still a 4v4. Because you've got 4 players on each team. So unless he puts in the 8, you take 8 teams from the league and you just put them all into free-for-all. I don't know what that really achieves, though. I don't know what that really achieves. You can't combine armies? Yeah, but that's very hard to say. Can we play Maru first? Yeah. All right, let's go into Maru vs. Bonan, which is going to be on White Rabbit. So central, west, So let's go White Rabbit and just get another game playing, guys. Get this ready to start up. Because yeah, Art is having to take some time to try and fix his things up, so we may as well play this next game along instead, and gives us a chance to continue through. If the players are ready, let's go into Maru vs. Bonan. Like I say, we can maybe go and get back to the Art games after this, hopefully. We'll give him a little bit of time. Not sure how long this is going to give us, but we can try and see. Maru is ready, we can kick this off. It's 1-1 right now. Ready, go goes Maru. Let's get this into play. Let's get this started. Away we go. Alright guys, like I say, thank you for some patience. Some issues we just run into there. But we move along with it. Let's get into White Rabbit and see what will take place for another game. Like I say, we're just kind of going deeper and deeper into it. I thought that might just be a few minutes. He's taking longer. Give him some time to try and get that fixed up. Like I say, we need Art for the rest of these games. So we just go into this one now, and let's see what Bonan and Maru do. This is obviously kind of an interesting one. Bonan's a known cannon rusher. Will he cannon rush? And if so, can it work against Maru? And here's the orange Protoss bottom left. Maru in the top right needs no introduction, but of course representing onside. As we get into what will now be the third map of this series. I guess we could maybe do the 2v2 after this as well, potentially. If Art is still not fixed up, we could maybe go to the Maru Zone 2v2 potentially as well. Either way, I like this because it keeps us moving along, and like I say, we're already a little bit behind schedule, so kind of getting back on track a little bit is not a bad thing. Today is not just had some long games, it's also just had tech issues from a few different people, so alright, we get into this, and it is going to be a forge, it is going to be a cannon rush, and Bonan's going to start throwing a pylon down, and Maru will look for a response here as that pylon comes into place. Going to pull a few more SCVs. He's got a little bit of attention, obviously, toward the probe as well, so kind of keeping on to that for a couple of moments. There is going to be a second pylon, but we lose the probe. Now, there is a probe low ground as well. That probe will throw down a cannon and a pylon there, so high ground vision available, but the wall off is made. You do not have a probe in the main anymore. And this probe down on this low ground has a lot of work to do to kind of break through. That cannon has to kind of come across and basically kill off the depot here to gain access back in the main, so you can continue to cannon rush toward the mineral line. And throw a gateway down as well as the next part of this. There's going to be one pylon getting picked up. Just going to be seeing the couple nibbles on the rocks going down as well. Marine just going to get back onto the pylon. Cannon still shooting away at the depot. And like I say, get rid of the depot, open up this space, but then, yeah, that's going to be the annoying part as well. The SCV is able to repair, so we're not even going to be able to break through too quickly either just yet. Not exactly ideal, to say the least, right now for Bonan, as, like I say, I think losing the probe in the main is pretty disastrous. We're about to lose high ground vision from the pylon. Now, we do still get high ground vision from the probe sat on the ramp, but of course the probe has to expose itself to do that. As the Marines can maybe try and threaten that probe. No, I'm just going to commit to it. Probe goes down. Now the cannons can't shoot up until like a Zealot or so builds. The Marines will get some free damage output in this period because we can obviously hit the cannon and there's no high ground vision. Yes, the Zealot will provide high ground vision, but that's going to be a little bit down the line still here, essentially. So, working on that for the moment. A couple of Marines will finish off the first cannon before the Zealot is out, so that's already some of your damage output just gone. I wonder if we could hit the pylon from that right side. You can see the Marines trying to get onto the Zealot, but you know, the cannon able to shoot back at least. SCVs will pull forward. Are those SCVs in reach of the cannon? I'm not sure. If they were, that'd be awesome. Yeah, like I said, these Marines should be able to hit that pylon, which I think is a pretty big deal. Well, maybe it's not a really big deal. I guess it doesn't really depower anything, but it's just one more thing you've already cleaned up while you set up to deal with everything else. Tank is on the way from Maru as he sets up to deal with this. The cannon continues to put some work in. The depot is still being repaired. We're just going to be having ourselves another battery and another cannon coming into play right now. Bringing that up and getting that on the line. The Stargate and the Stalker still producing through. A couple of batteries and the cannons all coming up. And again, that depot still taking some more damage. A couple of these SCVs will take some shots as well. And we're just going to see the tank will siege. Cannons firing up. Stalker going to get blasted for a couple of moments. This cannon's still getting to work here. Just for a moment or two. So a bit more damage being dealt. Work being done. But, I mean, realistically, this tank is going to slowly break out of this position. And, I mean, adding the batteries is just going to delay the cannon dying. Like, the tank is going to still freely kind of move through this cannon shields and the shield battery energy. And then the medevac here can micro as well. No high ground vision unless you put the Stalker in danger. And the cannons now depowered from the batteries, so there's no healing on the shields. There's a Void Ray coming, but we've already got a Cyclone and honestly a chunk of Marines as well, so I'm not sure this is really going to do enough. As the Marines get to the low ground, this pylon will go down. Bonan is going to say GG. He's not going to even give it a go with the Void Ray. Maru will take it to a 2-1 lead for onside, as that one goes quite speedily in the end. So let's try and get back to 10,000 feet with Ryung and Art, as Art is apparently back and feeling better. So yeah, let's go back there and resume. Cool, cool, cool. All right, so yeah, we'll try and get back onto kind of the original schedule of this. Let's see where we're at. Now Art just disappeared. They just disappearing for a second, then returning? Question mark. Like I said, just disappeared offline for a second, so hopefully we get this sorted. If not, we can do the other TV2, I guess, but not really ideal. A little all over the place. Art is coming, we are told. Lovely. Lovely. Alright. Get ready to kick this off. Did Maru win? Yes, he did. Yes, he did. 2-1 lead for onside. Cool. We will get through this stream, guys. we will get through these games. We are having all the tech issues today. Ay, ay, ay. Long games, tech issues. If it wasn't the player scheduling that was causing issues, obviously it was going to be the servers. Who would have guessed? It makes so much sense. All right, let's try this Ryung versus Art matchup again, guys, as a 2-1 lead right now for onside. Let's get this going. Let's see what exactly happens. All right, go, go, cold. We're on the way, counting down and ready to play. $10,000 feet coming up. On the loading screen. Drum roll, please. Oh my god, we loaded normally. We might be good to resume. As we do have, in the bottom right, the blue Protoss repping the old war machines. It is going to be Art to try and bring us back to a tied-up series, potentially. We'll see if you can get it done against Ryung, the Red Terran, in the top left corner of the map. It'll be a fun one to see as we work through this and get this underway. Are these replays alive? This is live. Hence why we are spending literal eternities waiting for players to be ready and internet issues to be resolved and everything else. Believe it or not, replays don't have all these tech issues. When there's a tech issue in the replay, you see it for like half a second. It's like the game, there's a bunch of text suddenly shows up on the screen. Everyone's like, lag, blah, 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 blah. And we don't have to sit through any of it. So, you know, pretty good rule of thumb. If there's if there's tech issue, it probably means we're live. Or if it's tech issues, if we're talking about player lag and stuff, then we are absolutely live. Pretty much is a good rule of thumb as we get into game 4 for Art to try and, like I say, level things out here. Ryung to try and deal with him. Off and away we go. Rax and the SCV coming through, getting the probe coming up for a couple of moments as well. Let's just get that started here. Get this underway. Probe coming around, SCV going to come down to the low ground, try and chase that probe for a couple of moments, trying to put a bit of damage in for the moment here. SCV pulling back across for a couple of seconds, and yeah, Orbital and the Marine continue to come by. You can see the probe going to nibble at the SCV as well. Pull back over the side, Marine coming back over. Yeah, CC building, Cybercore and the Nexus both coming through. We get a lot of that on the way for the moment. And it's going to be a concussive shell and Marauder opening here from Ryung, so looking to put a bit of pressure on the map here kind of early, it would seem. Next coming about, just going to see the concussive shells on the way through. Just going to see the barracks coming around as well. Just seeing the hallucination still heading to the upper left-hand side of the map, so on a little bit of a journey. Hallucination overhead. Again, the Twilight Council and the Gateway coming about. Probes and the Warp Gate continuing through also. So we'll just take a couple moments in all of this. Set up for a second here. And just have ourselves the Stimpack coming by. The Barracks and the Reactor coming up as well. A few little bits and pieces coming into play at the moment as the Marauders will approach the front. There's going to be a battery. So we can hit the Stalker, but I just don't think we do much with the battery being here. Battery is pretty much just the defense that you need to ensure that a couple of Marauders early in the game are not going to make you too miserable. So, yeah, we'll deal with that pretty nicely so far. So far, so good. Hallucination still continues through. I'm just going to be seeing the blink coming about. Setting that up for a moment or so. The Warp Gate coming online, that blink continue to come over. Couple of extra gates coming about as well. Still got the stim pack and the +1 upgrade. Continue to produce. The Marines will continue to build in. And CVs are coming over as well. Factory continues to build from Ryung as well right now. So again, we get that up and running just for a moment. Yeah, we're obviously Gateway of the Nexus. All of that coming online for a couple moments here right now. Bringing that through for the moment. The Marine's still coming about. Just going to see the couple Stalkers coming over as well. Still looking pretty reasonable. As a little lag spike, hopefully. Not Art's internet dropping off of him again would be less than ideal. Did I split Platinum Heroes and Old War Machines specifically to avoid Art versus Art? No. It was just the way that the teams were already set to join certain groups based on the qualifier and how they finished in the qualifier, so yeah.
Game paused.
Art gonna pause as internet decides to act up again. Not ideal. Not ideal. Give him a second. What we could do is we could start the other 2v2, and if it's still not better at that point, maybe we could just... If it's still not better at that point, maybe we just move into the next matchup so we can just start. Problem is, Art is in the next series as well, so it doesn't really solve anything. Yeah, internet's not behaving today at all, unfortunately. Not ideal. Alright, looks like it's a quicker fix this time around.
Game resumed.
I'm gonna get back to it. And hopefully stay away from any more tech issues, please. Guys, I just want to cast the rest of the game. I just want to get through the games, man. Like, I'm not asking for much. We have a day with like no scheduling issues. Can we not just make our own scheduling issues by the stream taking 7 hours, please? Possibly. I'd really appreciate it. Ay. No, it's still lagging for him, isn't it? Yeah, I mean... It's bad, to say the least. Yep. Man's just straight DCing. Sad. I agree, Ryung. It is sad. Let's see if it gets better. We'll give him one more try and fix it, and if not, we'll look at moving on and maybe just skipping Art's games for now and just trying to get everything else played so we can just try and get back on to a reasonable schedule for the day. Replace that noob with another player. Just trying to think how I want to approach that one. You know what? I'll be the bigger person. I'll just ban you for being an idiot rather than anything else.
Resumed.
I'll not even lay into your stupidity. I'll just time you out. Seems very fair if you ask me. We got ourselves a hallucination moving through for a second here. As we take a second to set up combat shield, Marines, and a medevac on the way. Marines actually get rid of a hallucination there too, so just going to grab that nice and quickly. Spire army collecting together. Charge, and Zal continuing by the extra gates in the forge coming up as well. Let's just see our Stalkers backing up and pulling away. So Combat Shield, Medevac, the Marauder still continuing through. Just going to be seeing this continue to come about. A lot of games have DQ rules if someone simply isn't able to get their internet working. Yeah, I mean, the issue is that a lot of the time this is not necessarily someone's internet, but their connection to the Blizzard servers. Because Blizzard servers are just not great in Starcraft II anymore. They randomly break for certain connections and routes all the time. So it feels very unfair to DQ someone because the servers are just particularly sucky for them today. So yeah, like if it comes, like ideally we just find ways to work around it instead of just going for the, going for a DQ, because DQing doesn't benefit us. We just see less games, And I appreciate right now we're just kind of getting, stomped on in terms of what's happening because we're just having lag kind of, ruin everything. But like, it's better to try and get the games played than to just DQ someone, right? So we're going to be lenient. We're going to try and get it fixed. We're going to give people a chance to fix things because we'd rather see the gameplay. As the Zealot Stalker gathers together, just going to see the Bio going to hold out here and push this group of units back down the ramp. And the Zealot Stalker going to gather together then just for a couple of moments here. Just going to see the Marine Marauder coming through with the mines in production. Just going to see a couple of these Stalkers blinking up. The Zealot's going to try and get in the front as well. I mean, this army of Ryong is able to hold its own, which is one of the main things to kind of talk about in this case. Hold your own, stay defensive. Nice little hold for a couple of moments here. And on we resume as the Medevacs will take a second to heal up a chunk of that Bio. And we try and get this all back on track. Well, not able to push Ryong back for a couple of moments. Again, the extra units continue to come through. A couple of mines, a couple of Medevac, a couple of Marines. All of that still building into place at the moment here. A couple more mines coming down this left side. Everything else gathering together. Just one moment or two. Stalker's going to get in after the Widow mine, so we clean that out straight away. Let's see where everything else takes us over the course of this, as the Bio will take a stim down through the center of the map. Ghost Academy building. Going to get an observer there, which is neat. There's a prism to the left side as well that Art will try and use to get into the main base in the next few moments. It's just going to try and take that across into the main. I feel like I'm not... Okay. Very rare Indie isn't noticing something exciting happening, but Prism in the main will get a few SCVs, and at the same time, Art is going to push out the front, by the way, so actually going to come in over here as well, so this army is going to push forward. But Widowmine's going to do a good job initially. Those Zealots kind of leak forward, I think. Ryong takes a lot of damage, but he actually cleans up a lot of units. I don't think this was so bad for Ryong. I think this is very manageable and playable still. I actually think a little sad from Art there, letting some of those Zealots leak forward and maybe not fully sending it up that ramp if he could have done. I think there was maybe a little bit more to play for in that position than what kind of came to be in the end. So, a little unfortunate there. Otherwise, Marine is on the move, stimming about, trying to see what else is going on. For a couple more moments right now. And so we've seen the Temple Archives, the Robo still coming through. The couple of gateways are very much so still on their way as well. So, again, a lot of those bits and pieces still being added into place. And we continue on through here for a couple more seconds. Just going to be having an Nexus coming about, trying to get that fourth base online. So Art trying to get that fourth base established for the moment, get that on the way, and see where things go. This is not Polish Art, guys. This is Russian Art as well. Again, it's on the NA server. Russian Art has the lowercase r, which is usually how you differentiate them, but this is the Russian Art today. Like I say, he just has the lowercase r on the NA server, just to make things as complicated as possible. So you're not wrong with your general rule of thumb, but this is the exception, fortunately. Just going to see the Sense Tower from afar. Going to take some nibbles. Colossus is going to get onto that pretty quickly. It's going to take that down. Obviously gives you a bit more maneuverability as Art without Ryong seeing kind of every step of your move, or every step that you take. It's a pretty big factor. Widowmine goes off to hit the Prism a little bit as well. Continue back over. Depot going to take some more damage. Stalker's going to jam to the command center here, trying to deny the potential fourth base of Ryong as Art sits right outside of this base. Can he actually push through? I mean, honestly, with 3 Colossus and not a lot of Vikings, there's a few Vikings. It's not like there's no Vikings, but I actually think these Colossus have a good chance to get something done. We do have Ghosts available. That's a blink forward, which I'm not sure I'm loving. Well, let's see. The Vikings will busy themselves onto the Colossus. The Stalker's just not going after the Vikings at all, which can only really feel is a bit of a mistake. If we have reinforcements here, we need this round of Zealot to maybe step in. Like I say, I really feel like these Stalkers could have maybe not blinked onto the SCVs and instead maybe worked their way onto the Vikings. Because if the Vikings go down a bit quicker and the Colossus survive through this fight, then this probably is a win situation. Now, 28 SCVs going down is pretty serious from Ryung's point of view. We'll see if he can recover from that, because that is obviously going to put him in a very dangerous position for the moment. Definitely not ideal at this current point in time. So that guy's got to tab out to snooze ads. It's been a miserable day for ads. All this downtime completely throws the ad timing off, so apologies. But we've been able to keep them out of the games for now, at least, as we'll see an observer there. It's going to get shot down. Scan will be used to ensure that we get it and clean that out for the moment. Factory coming about, +3 attack, +1 armor. The disruptors continue to build into play as well. Got a Nexus coming along for good measure. We're just going to see that Bio Viking Medevac force still gelling up. Ryung takes his 4th base to the left-hand side. Starting to replenish SCVs. Art's supply is very good, but he's obviously moved into this kind of Zealot Stalker Disruptor army, which I do think overall is less effective as an army composition. But it can rebuild quickly, and it can trade out, and it can be very scrappy, and I imagine that's exactly how Art will try and approach this from this point on as we get through these next few moments of this game. It's going to see that factory relocating across for a little bit, a couple disruptors, and the shield upgrade coming through as well. This army gets right to the top right-hand side. Not moving around with this already. Cruising through and looking for the chance to step toward this middle base. Stalker's going to shoot the Ghost. It is going to take some damage, and EMP comes down already as well. Another Disruptor shot, just going to land for a Widowmine as well. One more Disruptor shot. Not quite able to land just yet. Our Stalker's going to hit this factory. Another Disruptor shot going to hit a couple more Marines. Now he's Stalker blink into kill a Liberator. I like that because it frees up the space for these Disruptors to kind of fire from a bit further forward. I like the bravery of that blink. I think you benefit from it almost straight away. The Vikings, a little bit of dead weight. I mean, having them alive stops you going back to Colossus. I'm not sure Art's really thinking of going back to Colossus at all anyway, though, is try and dance. That's the issue. I mean, what I would love to see right now would actually be a few units to the left-hand side. That 4th base being hit right now, while you have to pay so much attention over here, would be massive. Gonna have to land the Vikings just to help, because this actually became a pretty nasty fight, especially with that Disruptor shot. Ard gonna fire another Disruptor shot through, bang onto the Ghost. Doesn't kill them, but it gets them lower on HP, and definitely potentially opens the door to more happening here. We get chased back for a little bit. Disruptor gonna chase through, hits another couple group of units. Another Disruptor shot flies a little bit short of the mark, but we're going to still fight back onto this. Disruptor gets a Marauder. Art still maintains the supply lead. Another 15 SCVs went down. Once again, Ryung's economy is going to be having issues as Art continues to push up. Another Disruptor shot landing right onto the bio here. These Liberators are going to be an issue, but if we can just shoot them down, because we have control with the Stalkers right now, feels like Ryung is not quite microing back as well as he was before. Extra Zealots swapping in. Do we have enough here as Art to keep it going? Mules dropping in. SCVs are going to pull off that base and maybe relocate over here instead. Could be kind of an approach we take right now. Just going to see these few units going to keep fighting the Zealots in front of Big. I don't know if I would have minded if he just kind of kept going for that. There's a lot of money in the bank from Art. Needs to spend it. He's been having an okay-ish push in, but I feel like just not quite enough to kind of get the game closed out. Rebuilding Disruptors now. Resetting this army in this game and trying to get back on track in these next few moments. Again, 3-3 still coming through. The Caduceus Reactor coming in. Libs, Marines, and Marauders continue to produce as well. Just going to see that factory still flying around overhead. Bio, I'm just going to step through a couple Disruptors. Going to go in. Marauder and a Ghost taking some damage as well. Say Disruptors are pretty big here. I like this angle of attack because you can still attack the 3rd, but you can also split some units off toward the 4th base. And I think that's just going to be a major benefit if you can actually manage to kind of do that, because that just gives you an open kind of area to attack into. Get rid of that sensor tower, get rid of the vision from Ryung. And like I said, I kind of like that idea of where we're at before. Maybe this a little bit less. I mean, this is a planetary, so you don't want to just throw everything into it really, but let's see. We might actually get rid of the planetary here. It's just going to go down. So the 4th base killed. Now Art may not even need to commit through anymore. He might just be able to back away from this. The scary thing that can happen here is that Art ends up in a position where he's got to try and fight the army, and fighting the army is not exactly set up well for him, because if the army is able to kind of jump onto him, the Disruptors can't keep the bio army back, then you take a bad fight here as the Protoss player. So you need to be very careful with how this engagement is setting up and what is maybe about to happen, basically, because we're very close to that becoming potentially a bit of a disaster. A couple of disruptors, more stalkers on the way. The shield upgrade still coming through as well for just a little while right now, so that continues into place. Another Liberator will be sieging up already. Liberator's getting set. Bio coming through. Hit a pylon. I mean, the Liberator, this is exactly what I mean. This position now is starting to look a little scary, right? When this is in the front lines. And you don't have the maneuverability to kind of move yourself. Main base orbital relocated to the 4th, by the way, for Ryung, so he will be back on that base, but only because he's going to be putting an orbital there from his main, which is obviously not the ideal way to play defense, but it is kind of the way he has to play defense right now. A couple of disruptor shots to say bang bang, but not really bye-bye to much. Good splitting, and this is just where, yeah, the army of the Terran looks a little bit too good. Ryung is going to get it done on this attack, it would seem. Hard controlled so much of this game, but he wasn't able to find the army to fight with at the end. I think he was actually very close to making this work, but not quite good enough. Ryung is going to make this 3-1 for onside and match point for them, with a chance to close it via 2v2. And I think God had a couple of fights he could have probably taken differently. He probably would if he got the chance again. But for now, that's going to wrap that up. All right, let's move to the 2v2 then. Let's get Art and Mini Zerg playing against Christiana and Ryung. So that was central. This should be west. Cool. All right, so let's get this started. Fields of Death. Resource mod. Alright, we're way past the time I was told we needed to be at for Mini Zerg, so I'm gonna presume he's here. Yep. Alright, a couple moments, guys. Another set to go. Just waiting for Mini Zerg to hop online. Get this underway. Cool, 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 boom, boom, boom. Boom, ba, da, boom. That's Mini Zerg, perfect. Get him in here, and we should be good to go, guys. Let's get the colors set, and we can go. Players are ready. We can get into Christiana and Ryung against Art and Mini Zerg. Art and Mini Zerg have been very aggressive when they've played. Ready, go. It looks as though we're good. Thank you, TKL, for the raid. Appreciate you casting, mate. Have a good one. Catch you later. Let's kick this off. Let's count this down. Let's get into this next game, guys. Alrighty, more Starcraft here from the WardiTV Team League today. Still in Series 2 out of 4. Yeah, it's been a slow start of the day. Hopefully we get things sped up a little bit after... well, just from here on out, I mean, a big part of the issue has just been we've had some tech issues from the players. So hopefully we're just going to get things kind of continue to move on more smoothly from here. Let's get into this. Obviously, this is a match point situation. Onside with a map win here. Do close this out and take the win. Whereas Old War Machines must win this and the other 2v2. Let's see what happens. So a couple 2v2s, and then we're going to head into Old War Machines against Villains of SC2, which will be more games from Art as well. Art against Percival, I believe, is the opening map of that one, so it's also quite a fun series. So get set and rolling. Some pings to start us off as the players communicate and pick bases and clarify what the opening game plan is going to be. Again, Art and Mini Zerg were very aggressive in their 2v2s thus far in the event. They've been pretty kind of like all in early. We'll see if they try and bring that kind of vibe here onto Fields of Death, or whether they have a bit of a different plan perhaps. we work our way through this game 5. Like I say, trying to keep that match alive into another 2v2, which would be, I believe it's inexorable Bonan against Maru and Zaun. Will be an interesting one as well. Reset up here. Again, you're just going to see the Nexus and so coming through. Okay, it's coming about. Similar's coming online. Indy AFK. Oh, Indy not AFK. He moved. I saw him move. There we go. Indy gonna give it some beautiful observing.
Game paused.
Christiana gonna pause for a second. Ah! Oh, breathe. It's okay. We'll get through this, guys. It's gonna be alright. Alright, we'll take a moment. Hopefully get this sorted out. Please, can we just get this sorted out? I just want to cast the games, man. We've literally spent like 45 minutes or something in downtime today because of lag. Alright, Christiana says ready. And we can get this resumed, hopefully.
Game resumed.
Back at it, and hopefully with less pausing. We just want to go. I just want to get to the end of this series, guys. We can get ourselves into the next one. Ay. Crazy business. Alright, little ping coming around. Just going to be seeing some pings will continue. Get ourselves a pylon set up over here as well. And get up and running for a moment or two. A couple lings and queens we'll build by for a little bit. Again, a couple of stalkers coming about. Just going to see that probe going to get chased. And we'll continue to take that one across. Probe going to go down initially. Here's going to fight. Pylon will take some damage. Just going to be seeing that taking a bit of damage already. Again, just going to see that Reaper. Going to hit Pylon, going to take some damage. So that forward gateway obviously being known about. Around Christiana can start to try and respond to this. And the Stalk's coming about, the Wolf Gate coming through. It's going to have the Lings and the Ling Speed coming about as well, so continue to put that into play. The couple of Stalkers will hit the Reaper in return for a moment or so as well. And yes, each tank and the Marines continue to build. Well, the Marines is going to fight. Stalkers will take some damage. It's going to be seeing the SCVs are going to pull across and jump onto the depot to do a little bit of repairing as well. Obviously, that's going to be very committed here. This is a defense on the high ground for now, though, and we are committing to more Lings. There's a Nexus behind this from Art now, but I mean, if you don't do anything here, this is not exactly ideal. We'll see Ryong repositioning the tank to play a bit of defense. Depot will still take some shots. Ling's going to run up. Bunker going to be holding. Just going to call down the supply depot. We're going to potentially, lose the wall on the right side, but that gets saved by the movement of by the force field of the sentries. So both players kind of doing their part to keep this wall up, alive, and healthy. Great job there, and looking pretty reasonable as the extra gates morph into play. Twilight Council coming through next, and so coming up as we speak. Just got those Lings and the drone on the way through as well. The extra Stalkers building. I'm going to get a lot of this ready right now as the siege tank's going to fire at the stalkers for a few moments as well. A bit more damage being done here already. Right now, continue to get this on the go for the moment. So it's going to sit underneath that Overlord, cruising across for a couple of moments as well. Moving by for now. I'm just going to see a Chrono Boost on that Nexus again to see what else is going on right here. Fortune Twilight Council will continue to build. Just going to see the Ling's going to chase down a Reaper. We are droning as mini Zerg, so it looks as though they're kind of backing out of this aggression, but like I say, to me, that gives Christiana and Ryung a great setup because they've just been defending and successfully defending at that. They've not committed to something which has not come to fruition, basically, so kind of leaves you in a very solid spot. I'm just going to see those Stalkers coming back over for a couple of moments, moving by. Hallucination still flying overhead. Sentry's going to nibble at it for a couple of moments as well. Banishing the Cloaking all coming up. The Lings are still going to gather. I'm just going to see that Hallucination getting in after the Overload for a few moments also. Let's just find a little bit more opportunity still. There's going to be a Dark Shrine coming up on the other side of the map, so get that straight into position also here. Get that going. And that's going to be not a bad choice from Art. Like I say, you probably need to do something to pull yourself back in a game that's not gone the way you wanted it to go up until this point. So that's the kind of thing that pushes you back into the right sort of direction. You can see the Banshee going to go in after a couple of drones, so a bit of damage being done onto those drones initially, some damage being dealt. You can see the Stalkers getting back down to the bottom. Yeah, it's going to be seeing the Banshee firing, so able to get in after a couple of these drones. I mean, no detection is obviously disastrous. This is very good for Ryung and Christiana so far. The Banshees continue to put some work in, some damage being dealt. See the Queens continue to go and getting a little bit more done already. And she's still getting a little bit more done as well for now. Just going to see the Stalkers and the Sentry still gather up. Just going to be seeing the melee upgrades coming about. Stalker's going to jump through Temple Archives, taking some damage as well. The Stalker Center on the bottom side just looking to push this back. I mean, supplies are just really becoming one-sided already. Christiana is up 30 supply over Art. Ryung is equal supply to Mini Zerg, but you consider a TVZ, that's not exactly ideal. And I like Ryung's army a lot more playing mech against what's basically masses of Lings right now, so there's definitely a tech difference in this game. As that Banshee gets another kill. Massive map fields of death, so maybe there is some time for this game to develop through and to see a little bit of something happening over time, potentially. Stalkers actually going to take a blink towards another few Stalkers over there. See the gateway just going to come through. The Banshee going to be there. We're going to see the charge and the +2 attack continue to come about just for the moment. That's a lot of Lings going to go back over to that right side for a little bit. Again, Mindfield Accelerator, Infernal Pre-Igniter, Siege Tank Hellion production. Continuing through the double armory on the way up as well. Those Sense Towers still building. Just for now, melee upgrades coming up as well from Mini Zerg, but again, it really does feel like it's going to be a gargantuan effort to turn this game around at any point soon, because it is not looking pretty. I'm very intrigued to see what we can do to maybe switch things up and, like I say, turn it around a little bit, because right now it's not been a great situation. It's not been ideal, to say the least. Let's see the Lings clearing up some rocks over on that right-hand side, just picking up over there. +2 carapace, +1 melee. +1 melee finishing, +2 carapace starting already. Mini Zerg looking to keep the upgrades moving. Protoss units there can't even get forwards. There's already, what, 4 bases each from Christiana and Ryung? So they're just expanding en masse. Now, we're getting to that kind of base count on the other side as well, but with a little bit less beef attached to it, and would not be surprised if Ryung and Christiana made a bit of a push fairly soon. Hellions and the Cyclones coming back around. Seeing the again Archon, a couple of Mortals coming through, +2 attack upgrade building, Mindfield Accelerator coming over. step over there. A couple of Archons to hit a few of those Lings. So a few Lings taking some damage. The units pull back over that left side. Take a couple of moments and we'll see. Ryung thinking about maybe pushing up a little bit. We actually got a blinking call for Banshee. But it feels like it can't possibly be long until Ryung can kind of really start shoving with that kind of mech army. They're actually going to go around the right side. So Cristiano leading the charge. Ryung will move over to kind of support him here. So on side looking to make a move up the right and obviously win this game, win this series is what's on the line right now with this push as we get into position right off the bat. Try and move this over straight away. Couple of Archons caught, and the anti-armor missile is going to be a little bit painful as well, so that part's going to be a little sucky as we do just see the rest of the Zeld Archon force coming back over, and again, +1 vehicle weapons and plating coming through. The Cyclones are producing, being added on. 2 models, 2 High Templars still building at the Zealots as well. As Ryung and Cristiano just shoving through. I mean, I like the idea of a counterattack. I don't think Cristiano's army is going to be stopped. I honestly think Ryung's army will deal well enough with the counterattack as well, so this seems kind of fine. The Archon's already being caught, they're going down. The tanks are going to show up. They weren't even needed before this point, so it kind of tells you just how strong a situation it had been from the Cristiano and Ryung combo. GG's onside will confirm the series in their favor. He will still play the other 2v2 because it is still all 6 maps played. Despite the fact that it's been a rough day in terms of scheduling, we still stick to that. It wouldn't make sense just to get rid of it now. So it is going to be Rust Bucket to round out the series. And then we get into the villains of Starcraft II, and against all the war machines, and then into versus on the side later on as well. Get this straight into play. We'll go, go, go. I've got so many people in my whispers. Let's clean this up a little bit. Cool. Alright, missing down. And we can go more or less straight into this 2v2, guys. And like I say, try and get into the next series nice and quickly, as well as the plan of action. Alright, let's try and get the colors set up. Double check the players are ready, and we can kick this off into 2v2. Go, go, cold. Let's send it straight in and get the second series wrapped up, and let's get our third and fourth series underway after, with hopefully 100% less latency issues. Oh, 4 hours in. We're not even halfway through until this game is done. Ay, ay, ay. Alright. This wasn't even a long series, apart from the fact that it just took forever because of the lag stuff. So if the lag stuff is just going to be done for the day, that would really help. In the bottom right-hand side, it is going to be the onside guys. Again, they are already guaranteed to win this series, but we play 6 games no matter what, because the games are set. We play them no matter what for a couple of different reasons. It is going to be Maru down in the bottom right, GLHF getting called. There's Inexorable and Bonan set up in the top left side. Okay, says Down. I think that was maybe not meant to be in all chat, maybe meant to be in some team chat perhaps. I guess we'll not know, but yeah, okay, says Down. He claims it's alright, guys, it's okay. Fear not, as Down has stated, we're in an okay place. That's a forge, so they're going to start from the counter reset. Inexorable and Bonan do this every time, some kind of like cheesy little kind of build, which is so uncommon in the 2v2 to be like this level of cheesy. Usually 2v2 is like timing and all-in focused. This is the map to do it on though. Split main bases, you can try and bully one of the players. My question is, what is Inexorable going to do? Well, he's multi-barracks proxying, so Maru immediately going double racks himself is absolutely the right idea, because that's going to give him some good production that will help him pretty heavily over the course of this, you would imagine. So that part is a big step in the right direction already. See that pylon coming through, and those couple of probes moving about, SCVs moving over. cannon in the gateway coming about as we speak. So again, we get a lot of these bits and pieces on the way through for the moment. Bringing this up and getting this underway. And the little cancellation there as we move across. Again, Reaper, a couple barracks building right now. The cannons in the gateway coming online. But can this do enough? Now, obviously, like I say, it's kind of awkward because Maru kind of has to defend himself, while Zaun, if he comes to help his teammate out, has to come down the ramp and expose himself. And that's something that can obviously become, you know, pretty nasty pretty quickly as well. So that's something else that we're likely looking at here as a possibility of what potentially happens over the course of this. Bunker just going to be there. I mean, Bunker full is actually starting to just kill the cannons, so that's not exactly ideal. Reaper hops in. So we got to take a couple units over to deal with the Reaper at least, so that is a starting point there. So we can sort of get some damage done, I guess. And just sort of ping our way through this. Just going to see the... Again, a couple of Reapers hanging on the low ground. The Bunker full. Like I say, Zaun, if he comes down this ramp, is going to be pretty exposed, so I'm not sure what his game plan is when he steps down here. I guess two Stalkers can kind of kite for a while, so I guess he's coming down with bulky enough units that he's going to be just okay for the moment. And again, a couple of Stalkers just going to chase the Reapers out. The Gateway still taking some damage. The Pylon's still taking some damage as well. It's going to be having the Pylon getting killed as the few Reapers will try and come back over this direction. The Gateway going to take some damage too. A couple of Stalkers going to fight back. Reapers are going to chase in. The Stalkers will be getting hunted. I'm just going to be seeing the Stalkers low, but kind of holding their own. Zaun getting even quite feisty, still fighting with the Stalkers that are low already. One Zerg going to start slicing through a couple of those SCVs, already finding a good little bit of damage here and there. So a few shots coming out. The Zerg's still surrounded. Marines getting down this low ground. Cannon going to get surrounded again, and it is beginning to be chipped through. So we eat through that for a couple of moments here. These Marines getting split and forced to bounce about from the grenades, but man, we actually killed some of these Reapers. This is going to be more than enough. Inexorable and Bonan will say GG, and Onside will finish this series 5-1. All right, so it's a 5-1 victory for Onside, and they will take that dub and move on through. Another coin flip. As we get this set up, so it's going to be White Rabbit. Perfect. Coin flip goes that way. Let me move into this next one here right away, guys. Thank you for bearing with me. So let's keep this moving nice and quick, because we got 2 matches to get through. It's already late in Korea. Very aware of that. Maybe even thinking that for the last series we play a couple of games in sync with each other to maybe let us kind of be done a little bit sooner. Is maybe my plan. Might be a good way to speed things a little bit as well. Alright, I'll be right back, guys. 1 second. I'll see you guys in just a moment. Players are ready. Let's jump into Art Percival for Old War Machines versus Villains of SC2, guys. So from one best of 7 to the next, everyone's ready to play, obviously, because we're zooming along. So zooming through, keeping it going. Ready to rumble. Alrighty. Are we good? Are we okay? I think so. I think we're set. Let's go in game. Alright, guys. Whew, what's going on today? I just want to take a moment at the start of this one because I've just been too busy to really do some of the sellout stuff that I need to do. But TLDR, first of all, we are currently sponsored by Call of Dragons. So if you guys want to help us out on the stream, you can download Call of Dragons. That alone gets us money, basically. So !COD in the Twitch chat. If you download the game, we get paid. And if you get to level 5, we get paid as well. If you enjoy it and keep playing, a few more level kind of what am I saying, like levels get us money as well. So TLDR, if you enjoy the Starcraft II and want to support for free, download Call of Dragons, play it a little bit. And like I say, that helps us out absolutely massively. So you can check that out. Appreciate it if you do. Like I say, it always goes a long way to helping us do more Starcraft II. The sponsors really are a big part of the reason why we can afford to run these tournaments. Not this one, though, because this one is run by Create Entertainment, or sponsored by Create Entertainment. They are the entire reason this event is happening. They sponsored the entire prize pool. You can !CREATE in the chat if you would like to go and check out Create Entertainment and give them some love in their game, some love for their support of the WardiTV Team League. If you're enjoying the format and enjoying watching me descend into madness to matchup after matchup as everything goes wrong, basically. So, yeah. It's going to see the Reaper in the orbital coming through a couple of moments to get this on the way. We've seen the probe and a nibble. A couple of SCVs will take some shots. See the probe going back the other direction for a moment or two. So far, so good. Side of court. It's going to be finishing in a second or two then, and we get that Nexus producing by as well. Again, so far so good in terms of what we're setting up for a moment or two, and we just have that probe coming down. So Art has been great so far today. I actually thought he could have had that game off of Ryung. See how well Percival handles his style as we get into this game 1. Big matchup, and like I say, Villains definitely the favorites. That Villains versus Onside match is obviously looking to be a banger a little further down the line as well. So, yeah, excited for that when we get there in a little bit, as the Stalker can help to turn that Reaper away. Is just going to push that out for the moment. Again, so far so good. And seeing where we can take this for the next couple seconds. As that CC comes online, factory coming through, reactor building, pilot counts, the probes and the warp gate all coming through as well. Again, a lot of that getting online nice and easily for now. So Reaper just gets down to that bottom right corner, just going to move across for a couple of moments, see what else is going on. Again, hallucination flying up to the top side as well. Just going to see again what else is happening here for a little bit. Yeah, hallucination chilling out overhead. A couple of SCVs and the mules are going to stay busy for a few moments. Just going to get the Marines after the hallucination, and again, Robo Facility and a couple more gates from Art to power up as that blink upgrade comes through. So setting up with that right now. Again, Raven building, the Marines coming online. Just going to see a couple of SCVs and the barracks coming up as well. So a lot of that coming through for the moment. We've seen the Reaper and the Hellion again. Chase back the other way, so again, push back out of there for a second or so. And then chase away is decent. A few Marines get in and they pick off the hallucination there. So what's up, Teak Spose? Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Appreciate it. Thank you very, very much indeed. Thank you for supporting and priming us up today. Well, I'm just going to see the production from Percival continuing. Stim's on the way from him. He's got a tank up already, and a few Marines will continue to produce on by as we get settled into the early stages here still. And see exactly what takes place. The Reaper and the Hellion poking forward and pull back for a moment or two as well. Just a bit of back and forth, a little bit of seeing what's going on for the next couple of seconds. Observer going to be there too, trying to see what else is happening, taking place. Again, the Robo Bay and the Gateway continue to produce for the moment. Nothing too crazy. Stalker's going to get the Reaper. The Sentry going to be there to stand strong as well for now. The Marines going to try and get the Observer. Going to get the Observer. Observer goes down. Going to be a good catch. Good cleanup. Good little bit of a shutdown for the moment as we just see the Marines and the Marauders still stepping through. The Raven just going to be there. The Observer still coming across as well for now. And just going to be seen again. Combat, Stimpack. All the upgrades for the Terran Army to get better. And Art yet to really find much in this game. Reaper and Hellion killed. I mean, it's not like Percival's found much either, but as he gets towards Stim and Combat Shield, we'll see how well he does. I mean, we're going to see Art poking forward now with the Stalkers. I guess that's why I'm thinking, I'm saying Art not really do much yet, because oftentimes you see the Stalkers poking or something going on from the Protoss side to try and just kind of get into the game a little bit at first. So the fact we've not really been seeing that is, like I say, maybe a little bit interesting. Yes, CVs come by. Stimpack is momentarily about to finish. We've got Colossus halfway done. I like it, using line of sight blockers. Any advantage we can get to try and chip away at this Terran army a little bit. This push is definitely scary. We'll see where Percival ends up sieging. See what position he wants to work with. He's had good vision with the Raven as well, so he's seen a bit of what's going on. He could Matrix the Colossus, by the way, if he feels like the... Okay, I don't love these auto turrets. They're just so far away from doing anything, no? Colossus is going to pop out in a second. There it is. And that's now just going to be one of those moments where it's like, wow, I wish I had some Raven energy. Imagine all the things we could do with some Raven energy up in here. So, yeah, Percival's going to kind of start losing this army. Now, he does kill the Colossus. Okay. Killing the Colossus is huge, but there's not a lot of bio left because we took a bunch of damage already. I cannot really believe he threw those auto turrets down where he did. Like, those auto turrets make a lot of sense if you're about to kite backwards into those auto turrets and kind of play a bit of defense there. Clearly, that was not what happened. Like I say, that Raven energy just could have been used so much better. And if you Matrix that Colossus when it first pops, maybe you can just stim into the natural and see success. Because those Zealots weren't exactly doing a lot of work themselves. It was really reliant on the Colossus popping and dealing damage. The turrets killed the Phalange Sentry. But do you think the Phalange Sentry isn't going to die if we just go forward? Do you think the turrets make the difference of that Sentry dying? Like, maybe it casts spells. But if you cast spells and your opponent just retreat and you just retreat into the natural, then you just go hit the third base on the right side instead, no? I feel like there's just options there for Percival that didn't really rely on the triple auto turret coming down. Maybe even just one auto turret would have been fine initially, but... yeah, maybe. Now I'm going to doubt myself. But I kind of stand by what I say. I can kind of... Maybe the Sentry makes a difference. Maybe it's worth it for the Sentry. Yeah. I just feel like there's other ways to play it. Also, obviously easier to say from our point of view. So, that is a factor as well. Well, Art's going to come out ahead on supply right now as we do see him going double forge, so looking to start getting some upgrades up. Percival taking a moment on 3 bases to get Ghosts and Vikings. They're going to have really good tech on the field from the Terran here shortly. Wouldn't mind connects, this little bit of bio, gets a pylon kill and then just runs away. So Percival going to back away from this just for the moment. Stepping back. Again, bio medevac coming back through. And just going to be seeing the medevacs Vikings gathering as well. So we regather things here. Again, upgrades all coming about. Robo Facility and the Nexus coming online as we speak. So lots of these little bits and pieces just coming online already. And yeah, those Vikings gathering up. The Observer going to sit there. Medevac's going to be there to settle as well for a moment or so. Right, I like what Percival's doing army composition-wise. Will he move out again, or is he just going to sit there and let Art kind of attack into him and kind of tank that damage, absorb that damage, be the defensive player which Terrans so often love to be in this matchup as of late? A couple of laser beams will come down to set us off in that as well, so we see a little bit of that coming through too. Laser beams now hitting the rocks, opening up that space. As we all can see, the Vikings going to get a few free shots off on the Colossus there, just out of position. Oh no! Actually is a bit of a disaster. Colossus getting absolutely shot down so far. Not ideal in the slightest, obviously. That's not what you want to be seeing. But we're going to get after the pylon. A couple of Zealots on the counterattack. Art will find some damage. Percival obviously still going to be hungry to try and fight, I would imagine, after the start that he just had. He's probably going to look at this and say, I feel like I can still take trades. I still feel like I can do things right now. Vikings get one more Colossus. There's another Colossus going down. This bio is currently going to have the issue of just the Zealots are actually quite tanky at the moment and in pretty good numbers. Obviously, the Vikings are supply, which have been used well, but now do not really add much to this situation either. So, awkward moment where you kind of sit there and those Vikings are less effective than you might think they should be. And Zealot Stalker Disruptor all gathering over. Disruptor firing. Just going to see Marauder Medevac still building. The armor upgrade coming online. Again, the armory about to finish up. The CC is still building through. Medevac's on the way. Yes, Bio Army recollects back over around the top side of the moment. Top side of the map for the moment. Zealot Stalker Disruptor gathering in the middle of the map here. Figuring out what we want to do. Zealot Stalker to the left. It's not a great fight for Art just because of the fact he's kind of a bit further back on his tech units, right? Disruptors are not quite there, so it's going to be interesting because now Percival trying to engage from the right side. Disruptors at the left side going to hit a couple of Vikings. We do get in the sky to avoid some of those shots at least. So some of this gets negated right away, but only some of it. That army's still coming across. Just going to be seen to try and attempt to chase up here. I mean, the Liberators are going to make this very powerful as well. Bio coming over, 2-2 upgrades coming about, Prism speed is on the way, and again that Dark Shrine about to finish. Bio will continue to hit those rocks, continue to open that set of, that little bit of space. Another scan up to the top side. A CC going to drop down in the next few moments as well. And that's Zealot Stalker Disruptor force, looking to maybe take a chance to run into this. Disruptors. Just going to get a Sense Tower initially, going to stem forward. Did we target fire the correct Disruptor there? We do not! Disruptor lands dead center on the Bio and Ghosts. Fortunately, the Ghosts were healthy, so they get splashed but not killed. A bit of a misplay there from Percival, misjudging the Disruptor target. As he's trying to get this CC into position, the rocks are not down. We're going to see the Stalkers getting some damage onto it. It's going to start burning. Will not die. Oh, we miss the Disruptors there. Those Disruptors could have been absolutely massive. Now going to get one off onto a Marine. That'll be about it for the moment, though. Still got the 3-3 upgrades coming through. Shadow Stride coming in. And get Disruptor and the Prism continue to come up as well. Liberators are sieging. The Disruptors firing. Marauders going to get in for a couple more shots. Another Disruptor shot or two coming about. The Bio unit's taking a few more shots. The Ghosts as well. Another Disruptor taking hits. Stalkers will blink in. Oh, it's a full medevac that just loaded up. We're going to lose a couple of medevacs there. I love what Art is doing on these trades. Man, his PvT has been awesome the last couple of days. I mean, just in general, I think Art's been awesome these last couple of days. He's been really fun to watch. And he's been delivering some awesome results. So it's been banging to see him play. As these Stalkers are going to come across and now going to go after a bunch more of these units. Another Disruptor will force a lift. The Liberators do get sieged, and that does solidify this position a bunch. I like that Shadow Stride just finished, though, because that's going to give you options to harass with Dark Templar, and that opens a whole new avenue of attack here for Art. And that's something else that now Percival needs to try and deal with over the course of this game, which I get the feeling he's not going to love. And those DTs are just going to head straight into this natural, and they can take their picks. I mean, Engineering Bay would be a good target, slow down the upgrades. Obviously, Missile Turret would be the best initial target. Or blink up into the main base, run out of that scan. Yeah, just sitting there. I mean, even if nothing else, it's just a distraction, right? As SCVs begin to go down. We're actually going to jump on the planter. He can't move through here defensively because of the Disruptors zoning the gap. I think Percival is running out of steam completely in this game, guys. I feel like Art is going to get the old War Machines a map. What an MVP he's been for this team, by the way. Art is absolutely lifting this team through a lot of very, very difficult matchups and giving them hope and giving them chance. And he may not be winning all the time, but man, he's absolutely standing up to players which I thought were not going to be real options for kind of Art to take down. I mean, when you replace a new CC over here, I'm just not sure that's going to change the course of this for Percival. The Liberators will set up. Art will try and find a new avenue of attack instead. A couple of Liberators just going to continue to settle down there. And you are going to see the Stalkers just going to go for a couple of them. Disruptors a little bit haphazardly thrown. We are focusing on DTs once again on the other side. Uh-oh, they're a little bit caught EMP'd, so that's going to be an expensive loss for Art if he loses them. He will lose them eventually. He's diving on the left side as well, by the way, so he's going to make a play onto the libs. There's not enough on the ground to stop this, so we're actually just going to push through. This base is not yet a planetary, so it's not even protected just yet. Oh dear, oh dear. Another Disruptor shot landing for Marauder. SCV's going down. Stalker's coming through. A couple of medevac's getting grabbed. Just going to be seeing the rest of this coming through and wrapping that up. GG's. Art going to take that first game. So Art opening up strong for the old War Machines. All right, let's get this ready to roll into game 2, guys. Just throw some ads on. Let's see if we can get to Europe. For MaxPax versus Bonan, let's find out. Alright guys, just hop over. We did get to Europe, so that works. Cool. The map is Tourmaline. All right. Let's kick this off. And let's get this hosting done. 1 second, guys. Alright, MaxPax is here. Forecasters, what we had before as well. We're good, ready. MaxPax Bonan. Game number 2 of this series coming up as Old War Machines get a first one ready to go. Alright, let's do this. Let's jump up and get ready to rumble. In the top right side. Oh. Oh, I think this is a genuine race pick from MaxPax. He is gonna go Terran. I thought I was questioning it, but he's built an SCV, he's ready to go, and we are off into PvT. I wonder if MaxPax feels like there's less ways to lose the... Yeah. I feel like there's maybe less ways to lose the cannon rush in PvT than PvP. Alright, MaxPax gonna play some Terran here as his team is down a game and he looks to tie it up. Forge coming in, and his probe coming across, going to get up this high ground. MaxPax double gas. I mean, I think he knows exactly what is coming, so I can only presume that he knows exactly what he wants to do against this, playing the Terran side of things. And it's just going to be seeing the couple pylons coming in. We're going to patrol on the left side, and then patrol on the right side, so we're basically going to stop the blockages coming down. So we can build cannons, but you're not going to be able to wall the cannons off. Second probe not allowed in because the wall off is completed. Now we're going to pull an SCV onto this probe as well. Yeah, where do you actually try? Oh, is this just going to get shut down? Gateway cannon? That's not good enough. We can kill the cannon because you can't wall it in. The whole point, the whole strength of the cannon rush is walling it in. So MaxPax is going to make sure that that does not happen. The cannon goes down. That's a kill, not even a cancel. I think this might be disaster territory, honestly. Right away here, this might just be not quite how you wanted things to go as Bonan, as you know, I think this game is already kind of going in the bin a little bit. Orbital Marine coming through, gates coming about. So we're going to build 2 gateways, one on each side of the main base, because why not? Yeah. Hard to really get behind it as a concept, isn't it? Like, I mean, now there's a Marine out. We're going to start a bunker towards this right side gate. There is a Zealot Chrono boosting into the main base, so Bonan is going to get this somewhat online and operational, so I will be a believer for a few moments more, at least, for now. I'm going to lose the pile on the right side. There's just one pylon. The Zealot is out and going to start swiping. The Marines pull back. With SCVs and the Marines, it's going to be very difficult to kill anything, though. Zealot goes down. We're just going to, mass build Zealots, but with the bunker up in the main, I just don't think there's ever going to be enough to really do this. Sadly, I'd love this to still be kind of something we can chat about and talk upset about, but I just don't think we're really in that kind of territory any longer. Cancellation, a few Marines coming back through for the Zealot. Marines going to hit the pylon. We'll just continue by and just going to be seeing the... yeah, at this point we just... we do have a cannon on the low ground, by the way, that sets up as well, so... yeah. If your Marine's going to keep fighting, the Zealot will be going down. Bonan's going to say GG, and MaxPax Terrans against the cannon rush to be able to hold for a 1-1 scoreline here between the villains of SE2 and the old war machines. So we get to 1-1. And we are tied up, moving into some 2v2 now on the NA server. So it's going to be solo coming up for 2v2 with MaxPax against Art and Mini Zerg. So let's get that ready to go. This is not replay, guys. Sorry, I didn't read the YouTube chat for a second, but it's not replay. This is all live. All live today. All right, let's hop on to NA. NA match is going to be new, better chaos. Oh, we haven't seen this map yet, I don't think, in the tournament. Alrighty, just gonna flip that over, guys, and get this ready to go. We should just be able to go straight into this. Man, the ad's so messed up today, though. Invite everyone through, and like I say, hopefully get this started in a moment or so. Perfect. Alright. Trying to keep things moving nicely, guys. Like I say, trying to keep games going as best we can. We're getting there, slowly but surely. This series has been pretty quick so far, which is kind of nice to get us a bit more back on schedule. Progress being made. Alright. I think we can do this, guys. I think we can go. As soon as Art and Mini Zerg are here. I'm going to run the ads because we're missing 2 players still. Should help us to get back on track on terms of the ads, because not only did we start the day with loads of long games, but then we've had so much downtime that's really thrown the ad timing kind of off completely, so... yeah. Alright, just waiting for the guys to un-AFK. Art and Mini Zerg, and then we are going to have those two playing each other. Then we have Solo versus Inexorable, MaxPax versus Art, which will be back on Europe, and then MaxPax Percival versus Bonan Inexorable as well. Got some potentially very cheesy games still to come, actually. Hey, what's up, Sir Wriggleston? Thank you so much for the 47-month resub, mate. Appreciate you. One more to the 4 years. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Cool. The on-site guys are practicing 2v2, I think. I'm seeing them going in and out of games together. I think they're practicing some 2v2. Alright. Just waiting for Art and Mini Zerg to join the lobby, guys, which are good to go. Crazy stuff. If you're enjoying the stream, obviously consider supporting. My brain is not there for selling out during these Team League streams at all. It's definitely a process with everything that goes on. But if you do enjoy, do consider supporting, consider subbing and stuff. Helps us out a bunch. We appreciate it if you do. And all the usual stuff. Just, yeah, we appreciate you guys and we want to keep on running StarCraft. So you help us make that happen by supporting, obviously. So yeah, support if you can. Thumbs up, smiley faces. We've got one player here just waiting for Art to join us and we should be good to go. Again, apologies for a little delay, guys. Just waiting for one player to un-AFK and we are going to be Gucci. All right. Boom, boom, boom. What do you love? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Alright, guys. Alright, there's a here. Go, 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 go. Let's do this. Alright, kicking off, guys. Let's kick this into play and get ready to rumble. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for the patience. Let's jump into this 2v2. After this, we got Solar versus Inexorable. Then we've got MaxPax versus Art. Then we've got another 2v2. 1-1 right now in the matchup as Percival loses to Art. And yeah, Art definitely continuing to make quite a splash in this tournament, guys. I'm genuinely very impressed by his results again and again. Just even if he's not winning the games, it feels like he's quite competitive in the games he's playing. He really seems to be showing some results in this event. It's been really fun to see, so that part's been awesome. We do have in the bottom right, MaxPax and Solar. MaxPax back to playing Protoss now as he takes on Mini Zerg and Art in the top left-hand side. They have continually, again, just been aggressive in these 2v2s. So kind of wondering if that's going to be the vibe here once again, or if there's going to maybe be another approach as we get this set to rumble. So, Probe and Pylon coming through, Overlord's coming up, and get settled in for a few moments. Get this ready to roll. Again, Gateway and the Probe coming through, drone on the way, and some pings coming down for the early stages. Yo, Loco with the raid. What's up, Loco? You're a bit early, mate. The 200 mil sailing party is actually in 2.5 more hours, so Yeah, yeah, you're a little bit early for the RuneScape content, but you guess you guys can watch some SC2 first. Team League poggers. Is it actually? Yeah. I'm 400k away, man. Ooh. Crazy. Yo, Mickey Varix, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Man, Locos raids are the sickest because they always come with Mickey Varix and the 1,000 bits. it's like a real Loco donation. So sick. So sick. All right, Hatchpool coming through. You'll join. Okay, there's not actually a party. I'm just gonna stream it at the end of the Starcraft. there's not actually a party though. Yeah, I'm not that advanced. I don't have that many friends to invite. Yeah. Appreciate the dedication though. Good to know I'd have one participant. So the probe coming around. Just gonna see the couple queens and lings coming through. You got the overlord coming around. How's that probie? Moves, and we have ourselves the 1-1 tied up in this best of 7 between Old War Machines and the villains of SC2. All right, Nexus and the Stargate building up right here, so we get that moving out. Just going to be seeing that link speed coming through, the Stargate coming online. Yep, a couple lings and the Zealot just going to go in after the probe for a couple moments, so it's going to take a chance to chase that probie down, hunt it away down through the center of the map. And I'm just going to shade, going to go in after the couple of Zerglings, so just going to chase that down for a little bit. And we do have ourselves the... I'm just going to grab another Zergling there, so another little grab. Bane's coming up, a few lings and the ling speed coming in as well. So continue to get that going just for the moment. That one ling trying to nibble at the Stargate. That is proxied from art, so trying to get a little feisty, but not as feisty as they've been in previous matches. Like, they've been very aggressive in a lot of their 2v2. This one is a little bit more chilled out in comparison, as the Oracle heads toward that main base and is going to look for a chance to get in to deal some damage on this other side. It's going to be seen the Queen is going to be there. The Oracle gets turned away already. Feeling still chasing onto the Adepts. They're going to shade back a little further once more. Just going to be seeing those couple lings still trying to get after that pile on Hallucination. Sorry. Real Phoenix is going to actually chase down the Oracle and force the recall. So the Phoenix there. And MaxPax probably going to go for more Phoenix. It's interesting because we've actually seen Phoenix in PvZ or PZ Protoss Zerg kind of 2v2s have been less of a popular choice. So there's a little bit of an interesting kind of fad there, where it's just been, like I say, not as popular of a thing to do. In Protoss Zerg, we've seen a lot of Blink Stalkers and Ling Bane, kind of what mini Zerg and Ard are doing, although I do feel like they're being quite aggressive about it. Although Evo Chamber going to finish, might be a while until an upgrade's done, so I guess we'll see how aggressive they get in the grand scheme of things. And 2 Phoenix will finish off the Overlord. Just going to pick that off, clean that out. Just going to be seeing them continue to chase that down for a couple more moments. So away we go. For a little further now. Just going to be seeing the Phoenix still going for the Ovi and trying to get a little more done. Just going to finish that off. Stork going to fight. We're going to see the Ling Bane getting active. A couple of Banes going to continue to move through. Just going to see the Queen actually getting fully surrounded here. Now extra Bane showing up as well. I like this a lot, man. The Phoenix are taking out the Stalker defense. And then the Banes are just obviously going to threaten the Ling Bane part of this. And so Solar and MaxPax attacking through themselves. Seeing some success, lifting up a couple of units with the Phoenix once again. We do see Stalkers still playing cleanup. Bane's trying to get into the main mineral line. And as we do see the free Lings actually jumping on top of Stalkers too. Until they have Blink, the Stalkers get very stuck in those scenarios. And because there's no Oracle out, we don't really have a defense from those Lings either. Mini Zerg will clean up the Adepts in the main base at least. Well, cleans up one, the other one shades away. Solar's still kind of beating out the Lings of his opponents. As Lings come from the high ground, maybe Solar does have to turn this away. Supplies are actually very even. So I'm not sure if Solar and MaxPax can keep this going. MaxPax is already built into charge for another Forge, Temple Archives, and Gates and a third Nexus, whereas Solar just going to keep on building Lings at the moment here. Ling Bane just coming through from Minizerg, but Minizerg is on his way to a melee upgrade now. Loses the hatchery, so that's going to remove some of your economy and production in the game. So that's quite unfortunate, but otherwise... I mean, like I said, the melee upgrade is nice. MaxPax obviously is way ahead in terms of teching than Art is, though. So I do think we're going to have a much better Protoss army from MaxPax than we are from Art. And these Phoenix are still bullying. So they get some energy back, they come back through, going to lift up some of these Stalkers. I'd love to see you finish the one that was already warping in, because now you actually have to use a second lift on it, which is just a bit of a shame. Just kind of unnecessary. But the Phoenix continue through. It's going to be an Overlord that gets grabbed as well. Another Overlord getting shot at. Continue to work our way through this for the moment. Phoenix going to get in the main bay. Is going to go after an Overlord or two there. And he gets some drones. Easy pickings right now, quite frankly. These are the sort of things you can absolutely latch onto and bully for a little while in these games as the Ling Bane. Going to be seeing Solar having to turn his Banes away. Stalker's blinked into the Banes, though. Oh, it was okay in the end. Actually an allowable move, apparently, because of the fact that... actually an allowable move. that's funny, but yeah, it's actually allowable because of the fact that the other Ling Bane would have been able to push it back as necessary, so... You can see a lot of other Lings gathering back around, so we just set up with that and figure out, again, a bit of what maybe comes next. You can see a couple Banes getting lifted again, those Lings gathering up, those Zealots are going to join in together. Just going to see the rest of these Lings still coming through, so again, we settle down for a moment or so. Just going to be seeing the Ling Bane going to start fighting, the few Stalkers stepping back. You can see Mini Zerg and Art. Now you can see Mini Zerg supply is a little bit worse for wear. MaxPax's supply definitely starting to boom. Just needs to protect himself from the Banelings. With the Banelings gone, these Zealots are going to start dominating. There are a few Banelings morphing in. Can we target those down? They're going to explode in the middle of everything. Kaboom! I don't even really know what it all landed on. Solar supply kind of disappeared. Odd supply, the Stalkers obviously are pretty chunky. They're going to blink forward though and threaten against this. Solar and Mini Zerg still very similar supply. MaxPax just about leading on supply, but not for long. Those Stalkers are playing cleanup, and these Lings still trying to wrap around these Stalkers. They just blink forward, so the Stalkers endanger themselves a little bit. I thought it was Zealots there too. Maybe the Zealots turn, but it's tough for the Zealots to turn with Banelings still around. Mini Zerg and Arc continue to shove on forward. We see the Stalkers getting in. Another Archon picked off. A couple of force fields coming down to deal with this as well. The Stalkers still staying underneath for a few more moments. Continue to try and deal with this right now. We're just going to be seeing the Phoenix getting chased away. A couple more Lings getting picked off. A couple of Zealots will get rid of a Queen over here as well. So we're going to pick that Queen off as well. Get rid of that right now. Clean this up. The Stalker's going to continue underneath. A couple of Overlords are going to get grabbed. Just going to clean this up for the moment as the Stalkers continue through. A few more Lings going down. The Phoenix are going to be there. The Banes are going to waddle up. Get rid of some of these probes. We blink on top of the Immortal. MaxPax's supplies going the wrong way. Mini Zerg and Art looking to put the old War Machines on the front foot against the villains of ST2. #1 seed in this group are going to be down 1 and 2 after 3 maps, which is pretty bonkers, and I am here for it. Loving it. All right, a few more Lings coming up. The drones there as well, but MaxPax's supply is gone. These Stalkers have been good. Solo was not able to control the Ling Bane well enough to outdo Mini Zerg's melee upgrade advantage. Obviously, MaxPax and Solo got kind of aggressive initially, and maybe without doing as much as they needed to there, already kind of landed themselves into a little bit of trouble. Stalkers get in, that Overlord will go down. I mean, we are Solo 40 supply, MaxPax 60. It is Art who is on the commanding supply lead across the board right now, who is looking to try and play some finishing touches to this. The Ling's still running through, looking to see what else is going on. And Stalker's going to run back up into this main base. There's a DT. Do we have detection? Not right now. Not right now. Across the map we do, though, and we do have Overseers morphing in, so it'll only be a matter of time until detection is here. Solar and MaxPax on a combined 50 supply or so. And that ain't pretty. I mean, to be fair, Art and Mini Zerg have been playing a very scrappy game as well. GG gets called, and that's going to do it. Art and Mini Zerg take the old War Machines to a 2-1 lead in this series. Going to Mothership for Solar versus Inexorable up next. Let's see if that is going to keep us in a bit of a crazy place or not, and keep this series going in all sorts of weird and wild ways. Alright, we host up into Mothership. Get Solar in here, and we are good to go. We will be good to go. Alright, double check my friends list. I think we are good here. Perfect, let's do this. Let's send that. We're good there. Alright, good luck. Counting down. Cool EO. Alrighty, guys. Into Inexorable versus Solar, map 4 of this BO7. MaxPax versus Art, and then MaxPax Percival versus Bonan. Inexorable after this as well. Still to come. A lot of that continuing through for now. Get this underway. Let's send it, guys. Let's go into this next game. In the top left-hand side, it is going to be with the lead at the moment, Inexorable and the Old War Machines. Up 2-1 in this best of 7, looking to extend that lead. Obviously, Inexorable will be quite the underdog against Solar here. We'll see if Solar gets the job done to tie us up. I'll have MaxPax after this as well, so I mean, that's the problem. The villains have such a good set of players still to use, and obviously they can very quickly move up to 3-2, but then they'd still have to win a 2v2 to actually close this series out, right, without going to an ace match. So kind of looking at that and keeping that in mind a little bit as well as we get this underway. Rax gas coming through, hatch coming up. I'm just going to be seeing where this one moves to. MaxPax versus Maru when? That's in the last series of the day. So after this best of 7, it's like map 2 of the next best of 7. Barracks building, SCV building out, hatch gas, and very soon maybe a pool to be coming through. Getting set up right now. This up and operational. So Overlord will be the one to correctly identify where things are at. Finding an inexorable on the top left of the side of the map. Eventually, that will be after the bottom. Overlord has already figured out that it itself went the wrong way. And those T-Reapers coming through. SCV coming around. Couple queens, lings, building. When are the Spirit games going to play? Probably on Friday. On Friday we have less matches, so I can actually put the Spirit games at the end. That's the plan, because Thursday is also quite busy, if I'm not mistaken. So I think I told Crank Friday, because Crank wants to cast them, the onside versus onside ones, so probably on Friday, if I'm remembering correctly. So yeah, and I hope I remember correctly, because I literally had this conversation earlier today, so... They are coming. They've been played. All the games are played. I just, like I say, obviously we're busy. The schedule is full. So just doing our best to try and get you guys those games when I have a chance to actually cast. As the Reaper's going to ping out that hatchery, so a bit of damage to be done there. Start us up, and I'm going to chase through. Queen in a little bit of trouble. Next trouble. Actually getting this queen pretty low. A couple of lings trying to step forward as well. Ling speed coming about. A couple of barracks building online. The reactor and the command center is still coming through as well, as you see the engineering bay dropping into the back of the main base. Yeah, Link Speed and the Queen building through. Lings and the drones all coming up. Bringing the rest of this online. The +1 attack upgrade producing. The Reapers are going to set up. Trying to get in toward those Queens once again. A couple of Lings going to be there. Marines and the attack upgrade continue coming through as the engineering bay putting some work in as we speak and get that on the go right now. Just going to see those queens going to drop a couple of transfusions on each other, so a little bit of healing being done between the queenies. And the +1 and the stim coming through, the additional marines and an orbital command coming about as well. A lot of that's still coming into place at the moment. Well, Solar getting through that early stage was a little bit scary. Took a bit of damage and... honestly, maybe a bit more than I thought he was going to end up taking, but I mean, he still only lost 1 link. It just felt like he was going to lose a queen, which obviously would not have been ideal. So, hurrah to the fact that he did not. And on we go, I suppose, as we just see those lings backing it up. Bane Nest on the way. The couple queens still building through. We've got the attack and the stim pack coming by. The marines will produce also right now, so bringing those up, getting that online, seeing where things continue here. Next couple of moments. So yeah, the marines, the stim, and the combat shield. The +1 all coming through. Bane Nest, the drones, the queens, and the overlords keep on producing as we get set in at the front. That one's circling. And it got nibbled at. The Ling taking some damage, taking some shots. Just going to pull away for a moment or so. Again, the lair building, the Baneling Nest on the way through. Lings, drones, and the queen continue to produce that single Zergling. Heading to the left-hand side. A couple of Reapers are going to be there to push the lane back the other direction. Handling this pretty decently for the moment. There's the SCV pull, so you see an extra ball going to get real aggressive. I mean, the Banelings, I want to say, just shut this down. I don't think there's much chance with Banelings being out and available here. This feels like, hey, if you catch him being greedy, maybe if even if he goes roaches and he doesn't have enough roaches just yet, like, brilliant. Banes just feel like such a good counter to this, because obviously you just smash through the SCVs. That part is really no problem at all. Once the SCVs are gone, you're still going to threaten the Marines, and inexorable. His supply, unfortunately, as you can see, is going the complete wrong direction, guys. GG, Solar is going to take a 2-2 scoreline here and tie this up for the villains of SC2, as we will be looking at 10,000 feet back over on the European server in just a second. So, we go back to Europe. It's going to be MaxPax versus Art, so we get straight on over there for some more games. Well, at least one Europe for this one. Hopefully no ping issues, as it's 2-2. Very exciting. Oh, connecting to Blizzard services. Is it not going to let me join Europe now? When it let me join 5 minutes ago? It's a classic. Oh, it's done the thing where I connected, but it's still giving me the error message. I love it when it does that. It's my favorite. It does this on Korea every single time. And then it's not going to let me log in from the launcher, so it's going to make me go to NA to do the same hop to then bug out. Oh, I love that for us. Come on, Blizzard services, you can do it. We literally were on Europe 5 minutes ago. There we go. All right, 10,000 feet. Alrighty. Get Art in here. Wait for MaxPax to hop on over. Might be a moment if everyone's taking a moment to deal with the connection. Need Indy as well. And we can go. There's Indy. So then we're just missing MaxPax, who's actually already online, just not in the chat channel. No, I just kicked Indy from the game. Bruh. Never lucky. The unfortunate timing of the clicks. Came in this time, and then we just missed MaxPax, who is joining the lobby. I'm gonna be ready to go into this PvP, guys. Perfect. Nice, smooth sailing. That's what we like to see. From one game to the next, just like that. Alrighty, just waiting for MaxPax to join us here. Ready, GLHF. Art is go, GLHF. And we are good to go, GLHF. Alright, Art and MaxPax ready to begin and to kick off into 10,000 feet PvP. Can Art show up once again and put his team on his back when they need him to give them the chance to be ahead going into a 2v2? Then they would be guaranteed at least an ace. I don't love their chances in ace, honestly, against Solar, most likely. I don't love that, but then better than kind of risking being down and out in a 2v2, right? So, let's see what we do. And obviously the chance to win in a 2v2 is absolutely there as well, so very exciting as we kick off and get into Game 5 of this series. Alright, so Proby over here, we'll Proby over there. Too much crazy business going on just yet. 2-2 MaxPax, so good at PvP. Can Art find a way to penetrate through MaxPax's defenses and to maybe break through and surprise us all. Subcore's coming up. Those gates coming through. We'll get settled in for a couple seconds here. See where things are going to go to. Probe going to nibble at the other probe for a second, so a little bit of movement on this. Take a moment. Ready to see where we go. Let's have ourselves, the probe's coming about, the Cybercore coming over. Stalk will build. It's going to be seeing the warp gate coming about as well. And just see the probe going to nibble at the other probe as well. So just trying to see what else is good in this base. Nothing just yet. If Ark can survive the early game, you believe? I honestly, I kind of believe, like, it's PvP. MaxPax is not as undefeatable in PvP as he once was, and, like, Odd's genuinely being good in this tournament. Like, he took a map of Showtime. I can absolutely... Took a map of Showtime, he's still good against a lot of other good players. Like, I absolutely could believe. But there's an opportunity here for Odd to take MaxPax down. Like, is it the likeliest result? No. But that's the beauty of these best of ones, right? Is that, you know, we're playing best of one, like, anything can really happen in best of one, you know? Like, there's no rules in best of one. You know, well, there is rules in best of one, and there's still favorites in best of one, but it really can happen. Like, at this level, players can steal those wins and get those dubs and change the course of Team League history. MaxPax expanding, so Stargate expand, feeling comfortable. And expand from Odd as well, which... Am I surprised about? Yeah, kind of. Like, the man is just playing against MaxPax and saying, let's play the game that everybody knows you freaking love, which is expansion versus expansion. Of course MaxPax loves it. If he didn't, he wouldn't do it so freaking often, right? So, it's kind of a crazy beginning already, as the Stalker will chase the Adept down for a moment or two. Not just pushing on the map. It's going to be MaxPax that's actually got presence on the map here, though. Adept shading forward and looking to put some pressure down for a few moments here. Next is about to finish up. Just going to see the few probes coming over. And yeah, Oracle coming by. Probes in the Twilight Council all building into place just for the moment. Oracle will activate. A couple probes already going down there. The Stalkers are going to team up and the Oracle will get shoved away. Twilight Council and the two probes continued by the gateway. Leads into place as well. Just going to see the hallucination going to ping at the Oracle. And yeah, the Adept is going to step over, trying to get into that main base. Oracle going to take a few more shots, ping back the other direction. Wallfield's come down. The Adept chased out of there once again. A couple Stalkers are going to go recalling. Stalkers will just push. The Oracle chased out once again. Still got the gate, still got the blink, all coming by. Just for now. Stalker Center just gathers together, so no issues on that just yet as we continue through. Nexus and the gate coming about, the pylons in production. And Dep just going to send itself out and trying to see what else is going on. Odd has got a little bit of a tiny supply lead. He's obviously got a definite blink in timing advantage as the Oracle comes in. 4 probes go down. He step out. MaxPax just trying to leverage a little bit of an advantage here. He's going to have a third base a little bit ahead of time here as well. MaxPax is going to be halfway done. Well, Odd is not. Charge building through. Nexus on the way. Gate in the Forge building. Sentries and the Stalker's going to get there. The Oracle taking some more damage. Just about chased out of there for the moment. The Oracle gets pushed back. I see that Revelation going to go down too, so it's going to see that cleaned up already. Temple Archive, sorry, Nexus and the charge coming up. I was going to say Temple Archives might be on the way some point soon because we're getting to the stage where Temple Archives and Archons will be very good against those Zealots. started to come out, so that's probably the next kind of real big techie thing that we see coming out here. But we're probably still about a minute away from realistically seeing it, because you don't have to build a Temple Archive super early, because obviously once it's up, you just warp in all the Archons you want all at once anyway. So you don't need to be like super ahead of time in terms of getting it done. There's Hallucination just going to ping the Oracle there. The Stalkers and the Sentries gather up. Stasis Ward off to the right side. And a few more Stalkers gathering together along with it. As you take a few moments, Stalkers step up. The Sentry very nearly going down. The Sentry taking some shots. There we go. Sentry does end up dying. Oh, nice catch is going to be seeing those Stalkers get caught. MaxPax going to take the opportunity of the Stasis Ward to capitalize. Just coming straight into this position, and in we go. I mean, this is brutal, right? Those Stalkers just in stasis, and Archers has to say GG. Someone said in the YouTube chat, right? You can't make a mistake against MaxPax, and that's it. You step in that stasis with a few too many units, bang, it's over already. It is as simple as that. You just don't make that mistake against MaxPax. You don't get away with it if you do make that mistake. You just do not get away with it at all. All right, back to NA, as MaxPax will take the villains up to a 3-2 lead, guys, going up against the boys for one final map in this series, perhaps, or maybe one of two, because obviously if the Old War Machines win, they will be able to force an ace match here. So let's see what happens as we get hosted onto Undercurrent. Actually, I like this map. I think it's been one of my favorite 2v2s that we've seen so far. Alrighty, guys, get this set, get this ready to roll. And like I say, ready to start this off in just a moment. And everyone invited in. As well joins us here, MaxPax joins us as well, put them together. Switch colors already, and we'll be ahead of schedule. And even I kind of love it. Like, even the matches where you've got, like, the big favorite team against one of the teams that came in from the qualifier, we still have this contest, right? Like, you know, it's 3-2 right now. We're a 2v2 away from a freaking ace match against two teams who were up here versus down here in terms of when this league started out in terms of seeding. So, yeah. Very exciting. Let's invite Bonan in, and we'll see if Bonan and Inexorable are going to be super aggressive once again. They've loved cannon rushing in the 2v2 as well, so kind of curious if that's still kind of the game plan as we invite them in and we get ready to rumble in a couple moments. Guys, you're watching the WardiTV Team League. If you're enjoying the show, consider supporting patreon.com/WardiTV. 100% of anything on Patreon goes directly into WardiTV tournament prize pools. You can help tournaments like this, as well as the other events that we run happen. So check that out. Patreon.com/WardiTV. Major way to support, and obviously, like I say, it allows us to do so much more Starcraft into the future as well. Players are readying. Ready. I think we are indeed good. Let's go into what could be the final game of this series. And again, after this, we've got the freaking villains versus Onside. It's a little bit late at night for the Koreans, but we're just going to have to deal with it. Unfortunately, that's the way it's gone today. It's been a longer day. Sometimes that happens. Part of being a competitor, you've got to chew through those difficult those difficult timings, you know? Because you got to get on through the other side. Alright, I'll shut up. Let's actually just get into this as we count down into a game number 6. With the lead in the bottom left and looking to close this series out, it is the villains of SE2, Percival and MaxPax. In the top right, Inexorable and Bonan representing the Old War Machines. Beyond Undercurrent. Yeah, I kind of like this map. I think some of my issues with some of the other 2v2 maps we've been seeing is they're quite big. Like the Fields of Death map is huge and stuff, and Gem Garden is massive. I actually think Gem Garden makes Fields of Death look kind of small, honestly, but yeah, some of the maps are just freaking enormous. I don't know how much I love that, honestly. It's not terrible, it's just, I don't like the games which naturally feel forced to go long because it's almost impossible to attack just because of the size of the map. I've always felt this way in 1v1 as well. Like, I love long games, but I don't like games that are artificially long because of the fact that the map design makes it difficult for the game not to be long, if that makes sense, right? I think the best games in StarCraft II are the ones that go along because they're scrappy and they're back and forth and there's lots happening, not because neither player feels like they can attack. So we're going to see Inexorable is going to proxy a command center and a bunch of SCVs, I presume to pretend that he's proxying if the opposing team scouts, and to force an overreaction. And Bonan is obviously not actually cannon rushing, so I presume everything about this is fake. But you're going to scout here, you're going to see a complete lack of probes. And it's actually a command center first. Yeah, you see that instant pings? Oh my god. The instant pings are like, oh look, they're all inning, there's no way they're not. And it's actually a command center first into an expand from Bonan. He scouts the expand of Bonan though, that's actually really important. So you actually know that the Protoss is expanding. In which case, yeah, it doesn't really make sense what the Terran is doing per se, but then you're a little bit less on edge because obviously you look at this and you say, well, you know, if you're expanding, why would your teammate be like 3 racks all in us or something, you know? So that probe getting that scout into the back base is a pretty big deal. As, yeah, I mean, like I say, the idea from an Inexorable I think is kind of cool. I just don't know how well it goes with the fact that the Nexus of Bonan got scouted in the end anyway. I do like that they're playing a bit of a different style though. They've been cannon rush, proxy raxing pretty much every 2v2 this combo have played. So I think them kind of taking a different approach, because I don't think they've done very well with that overall. So I think them taking a different approach is decent. Now, remember, to do all of this, Inexorable had to sacrifice a bunch of economy early because he had to pull a bunch of SCVs off the mineral line that have just not been doing anything. So remember that, as we set up through this game, that Inexorable's economy is definitely a step away from what it typically would be. Today the schedule was fine. Well, today the schedule was fine, but we had loads of internet issues from the players, so... But yeah, actually today a couple of players couldn't play till a certain time, and all of those issues were resolved because the first series was super long, and then everyone had internet issues, so... yeah. It was an improvement in some regards, at least. Yeah, no fault of the players today, at least, so that's the good news as we continue to settle on down in this one at the moment. So we get this all set up. Just going to be seeing the Stalker, the SCV chasing around for a little bit. It's going to be seeing a little bit of action coming through for a few moments right now. So we get some extra bits and pieces coming about here, and we just try and figure out what our plan may be. Well, Deb's getting after those Marines. The Marines actually taking some damage as we just get over here and deny this base. I mean, that in general is going to be pretty miserable as a starting point, I think it's fair to say. It's obviously really not how you want things to go initially, so really not an ideal start. As the Reaper gets back in, SCV is going to take some more damage, so a few more shots still going down. This Reaper will continue to kite backwards for a little bit, so just kiting away, staying out of trouble, finally going down. We do have the Twilight Counts and the gates all building up as well, so bringing those through. Triple factory from Inexorable, who's just trying to recover at this point, but him and Bonan are, supply-wise, not exactly looking healthy. And as the Marines of Percival get through for a sentry in the front. I mean, Inexorable's supply is just terrible. Obviously, the CC having to float all the way back home. This is just not going to go the way they wanted to. Fun idea. The problem is like, what did they gain by making MaxPax and Percival play slightly safe for a few moments? Probably just not enough for how much it cost you to do it, right? Percival and MaxPax win it out for the villains of SC2. They will get the W, and they will take the 4-2 victory, setting us up for the final match of the day, which is going to be the villains versus onside. I will flip the coin to determine server preference. It's heads, so it goes to Percival first against Christiana for West. So let's get Taito Citadel hosted on West, and we have one more best of 7 coming your way, my friends. Alright, fresh best of 7 coming through. Percival versus Christiana. MaxPax versus Maru. MaxPax and Sola versus Ryong and Zaun. MaxPax versus Ryong. Sola versus Zaun. And then Percival and MaxPax versus Maru and Zaun. Very exciting. Alright, guys, big matchup. 2 of the top seeds in this group. How about a battle? Seed 1 versus Seed 2 in the WardiTV Team League Group B. Gonna be a big one as we get ready to go. Just Christiana to join us here, and we should be able to go and get ready to rumble. Oh, exciting! Hello guys, again, how's everyone doing? MaxPax Percival Soul is an insane team, and they are totally the villains of SC2. Yes, they are. I love it. It's a name that really fits them, actually. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. Just missing Christian. I don't see him, so let me just poke on Discord. Cool. So it's going to be West for Percival versus Christiana. Then it's going to be West for MaxPax versus Maru. So obviously it's opposite teams getting the server advantage, basically. So Maru will get server advantage versus MaxPax for map 2. Frank has returned to join us. Let's just wait for Christian. I pinged him on Discord, so hopefully just a moment or two. We'll get this final best of 7 of the day up and running, guys. Get this one ready to start. Very exciting. All right. Christian needs a couple of minutes. Okay. Christian needs 2 minutes. So I was like, Christian is here. And no, he needs 2 minutes. All good. So give it a moment. We'll get ready to go. Get ready to kick this off into Christiana versus Percival very shortly. But not just yet. Not just yet. Yeah, Maru MaxPax map 2, guys. Maru MaxPax map 2. But first, Percival Christiana map 1. I actually think all the games in this series are good, man. Like Percival versus Christiana, MaxPax versus Maru, MaxPax and Solar versus Ryung and Zaun. First time Ryung's going to be playing 2v2 with Zaun instead of with Christiana, so a bit of a switch up there from the onside squad. Then MaxPax plays Ryung, and then Solar against Zaun I actually think is kind of fun as well, and then MaxPax Percival versus Maru and Zaun. They've been a pretty solid 2v2 team for the most part. Alright, guys, we are just in the lobby, like I said, doing a bit of the waiting to get us kicked off on this. Just getting everyone set and ready to party into this next game. Just waiting for Christiana. He was needing an extra moment or two. Kick this off. Oh, stretch it out, guys, stretch it out. It's been a long one. It's been a long one. How are you guys feeling? How's everyone doing in chat? We've got a moment or two to talk. I guess I'll just say, if you've got a Prime sub sitting around, use it! Look at us, we're trying to fight back towards 600 subs, so you can help us with that if you're sitting on a Prime, or if you're just feeling generous, you got some money and you want to sub up and support Starcraft in the process. That works too. Just, yeah, it's right there. Help us get towards 600. Christiana ready's up, just gonna double check. Percival is still ready, and we can go into this TVP opening game of this best of 7. Christiana versus Percival in Onside versus Villains of SC2 in the WardiTV Team League. Everyone's ready. Let's send it into Taito Citadel, guys. Ooh, 5 hours in, 1 best of 7 to go. let's wrap this up with a bit of a bang. Let's get this going. Let's do it. Let's send it. Let's commit. I'm into it. Alrighty, Titus Citadel, loading on in. As we are going to have this game starting up. Whoa, what's up, Gizmo Games GG coming in with the sub on the Prime to start us off. Love that. Hell yeah. Appreciate you. Thank you very much. And we are off and away, my friends. One final best of 7 a day starts in the top left corner of the map with the blue Protoss player. This is Christiana.
Game paused.
Instant pause. Wow. That's such a good summary of how the day has gone. All right, give it a moment. Hopefully that just gets passed over nice and quick. And hopefully this is not too much of an issue and we can just get back to it. Because I want to cast the games. I don't want to deal with any more lag. I've dealt with enough tech issues today. We deserve to just have a clean game for this final series, okay? That's my statement. That's my statement, and I will stand by it. These are going to be the only lags allowed all series. If anyone else wants to claim lag, they must not. they just must not. Like, simple as that. Yo, Captain Canada, thank you so much for the 9-month resub on the Prime as well. 2 Primes back to back. Love to see it. Thank you so much for priming us up today and helping to make Starcraft II a little bit more fundable. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Wardy, I think my ping's a little high. Can you help me? Yeah, I can sit here and wait for it to go down. That really is my expertise in these situations. Like, I can't really do much. But the one thing I can do is sit here and wait for it to get fixed. So, you know, there's something to be said. Oh, yeah. We really have just had everyone lagging today. It's rough. One, 1, 2, 2. It's Morse code, yeah. Very exciting. Okay, let's give it a moment. Like I said, hopefully just get this sorted out. I've got nothing else to tell you guys. I've sat through all the lags possible today already. I can't give you guys any extra from this point. 1, 2. Right, we're slowly making a song. Lags. 1, 1, 2, 2, 1, 2. I have 700 ping all the time. It's definitely not ideal. I mean, yeah, we can try restart, I guess. Probably the best thing we can do. Cool. I wanna bash my head into the wall. Team League sucks too. Freaking out, man. Can we just have a day or a series that doesn't go wrong? Please. I don't deserve all of this, man. Like, I didn't do anything to deserve all of this disastrous activity during Team League. I swear it. I really don't feel like I did anything to deserve this at all. Ay. Let's try and invite Christiana back in and see if this is any better. I'm actually honestly not sure if it will be or not, but we can give it a heck and go. If nothing else, we're gonna give it a try. Alright, let's give this a shot. See what happens. Percival readied. We'll see if Christiana readies or if maybe he wants to try something else. Nope, he's going to ready. Let's try, he says. Yeah, let's try! You know, maybe our issues will just magically disappear. Maybe. Is that too much to ask for? Magically disappearing issues? Might be a little bit too much to ask for, but you know, miracles happen sometimes, kinda, possibly, ish. Yeah, sorta. Alright, Titus Citadel. Pause. No? No, no. I'm scared to start introducing because I feel like the moment I start...
Game paused.
Yeah. All right, let's just do that then. All right, let's just host up into Maru vs MaxPax, guys, because I think that just makes more sense at this point. All right, that's gonna be on Celestial. All right, we're gonna start off with Maru vs MaxPax to be even more exciting. Alright, if the players are already here, let's just try to get into this one, and let's just get some games played. So we're going to start this game series with Maru vs MaxPax in the end, as, yeah, like I said, just probably the best thing we can do. Go, ready. Maru vs MaxPax, guys. TVP coming up! Fingers crossed with no lag. We can kick this off and, see what happens. So, get this ready to start. Shout out to all the players who are just putting up with the lag and stuff today as well and dealing with it and stuff. Alright, let's go. Well, it means you guys get Maru vs MaxPax a little bit more quickly. So this will turn into game one of the series. In the top right-hand side, representing onside, it is going to be Maru. Takes on the red Protoss in the bottom left-hand corner. This is MaxPax. Alright, so we will have Percival Christiana in a little bit instead, guys. Obviously, currently lagging. Hopefully give it a, you know, sometimes even like 20 minutes, maybe the lag just disappears for Christiana and it's just fine. So maybe even just after this game we can go back to it, or if not, we can continue through some other games until it's ready. Percival has to play the 2v2 later anyway, so it's not like he's being kept up by this at least. I mean, it's not ideal, I can't really do anything else to fix it. We just gotta try and move on. Because at least, unlike in a traditional best of 7, we can actually kind of play other games, so we can somewhat not let the schedule get put into absolute terror. More terror than it already is. Alright, Rex, Engineering Bay, gas, going through for a couple moments, so we set this up. Take a moment or so to get everything underway, and start it off. Pro's gonna nibble at the SCV. Actually kills the SCV, trying to Engineering Bay block him, so... There's an SCV down. Usually the SCV at least survives this. Rose is going to nibble. It's going to be seeing the Engineering Bay going down for a couple of moments. It's going to clean that up. Again, Orbital coming through. And the Marine and so coming about right now as well. Alright, CC and the Reactor coming by. Again, Cybercore and the Nexus coming up as well. Just bringing those about. And the game will open quite normally then. Obviously, this is Celestial, kind of a sizable map. You've got that in-base expand to kind of touch on later, but nope, neither player will touch it on the initial expansion. So, Just going to take the more normal kind of low ground natural. And we'll, like I say, look toward the in-base later. Sometimes you see the in-base is like a 4th or 5th base. We don't even take it as a 3 base all the time. Because again, that lacking of a gas and some of the mineral patches, if you're confident in holding kind of on the map anyway, then it doesn't really matter, you know? So yeah. Alright, just going to see the CC in the factory coming about. Just going to be seeing the Adept, going to go shading for a couple of moments. Adept is going to get there. A couple of Marines are going to show up for a few moments as well. Just getting it ready. Taking position. For a couple seconds. Twilight Council, the gateway, the Warp Gate, and the probes continue to produce on by, so we got that all set up. For a couple of moments here, we get that underway and set into some action. And we look to see where things will go over these next few moments. A couple of Marines going to gather together. Again, the Blink and the Warp Gate all coming up as well. There is the Widow Mine coming through. Widow Mine coming about, that medevac coming into play. Gonna be seeing the, again, Rax, medevac, and Marines coming over. Just gonna see the couple of gates building up alongside the Robo facility. The Adept gonna go for a shade through up in toward the main. Deeper going to lower, another few Marines coming across. The Adept will try and come down as well. You can see the couple Widow Mines continue to come by. Also, so the Adept is going to keep shading through and get that moving, trying to see what's up. The Marine's going to step down to the low ground here. The Adept's already getting chased back just a little bit. Prism and the Blink on the way through from MaxPax is not surprising. 2 extra gates are going to be 4 gates of Blink Stalker pressure. We'll see how well the defense is from Maru. I do not love the lack of a bunker on this low ground, but it is a ramp up into the high ground. Arguably that helps you. Obviously there's going to be a siege tank. A Viking could land as well if necessary, so there's options at the very least as the Widow Mine drop. Tries to get in. Medevac takes a few shots. Not even going to fire the second mine off or drop the second mine. And he's thought for a second about maybe saving that one, but would rather keep it alive. The siege tank, I'm not sure what it's so hurt from. Did I miss that tank? That tank just popped out, no? Did he just misclick his own tank? I actually don't know why that tank's damaged. If you know in chat and I'm missing something stupidly obvious, please let me know. As the Stalkers are going to take a chance to run up into this main base. SCVs and Marines are going to be there. Tank position is good initially. And so far, Maru will kind of fend this off and keep this from doing too much else. What die? There's 2 Adepts. Surely 2 Adepts didn't just attack that tank the whole time, no? Just fighting Adepts, it was half HP. Like, but I'm just surprised that the Adepts just sat there and hit the tank. And yeah, I guess that is probably just the simple answer. I don't know. I just didn't think the tank was going to be half HP, and I don't know. I guess I was expecting something else. Maru's going across the map, guys, so he's sending it to the other side, and he's got some SCVs in tow. Forces the recall from MaxPax, so MaxPax will be back home to try and start dealing with this. Medevac going to be here to help us out a little bit. That Immortal is a big deal. Lots of Marines at the moment, though, that we got to chew through first. As we are going to see the Stalkers blinking forward as the tanks start to get siege. Tanks will only get 1 or 2 shots off. However, the blink forward commits a lot of units in. Does not save the Immortal and the Prism. So the Prism goes down too. So the Immortal goes down too. Up this ramp, Maru's is going to go after the battery at first. Pylon is a prime target here because you could deny the next unit out of the Robo facility. Oh, never mind. There's another Pylon in the back. Still not bad to get a Pylon because it potentially supply blocks your opponent. Prism doing some work with the liftoffs. We are going to be seeing, obviously, the Medevac micro available too. Now that gets cleaned up. A tank on the low ground will siege. Is that going to be okay? We're going to start hitting some extra things here. 12 probes went down during this as MaxPax had to pull in a defense. Maru is still committing to this, as obviously this gateway will go down, but I think we're just going to blink on this tank, and that's going to be dangerous. To see these Stalkers are low, but they're going to be saved by the Prism as well, and that's a cleanup. Maru's attack is going to come to a close as MaxPax shuts it down, and defense here on Celestial Enclave. Yeah, non-autosis pylon. That Robo was repowered by the other pylon in the back. Yeah, just a good base layout from MaxPax. Who would have guessed? Man had his setup in position right there. And you see the charge coming through, the few Stalkers coming across. And you have a Blink straight over here. I mean, this could be tough for Maru. He does not have a lot defensively, and his structures on this side obviously going to be prime targets. One tank on the low ground on sieges. Now you lost the tech lab. The starport's add-on is denied as well. And you obviously have the prism micro. We could blink onto the tank, and I think we will, because it feels like we just have enough. And a new tank pops out straight into the Stalker fire. Not looking great at the moment. A few more Marines coming back around. Just going to see the prism taking a few more shots. It's going to get pushed away. 7 SCVs continue to build, continue to go down as well. So it's been good damage dealt throughout the course of that. And I think this really is somewhat on the verge of kind of coming to a close here. Dark Shrine, Nexus, both building through. Stalkers and that prism going to reposition a little bit as well. Figure out what else we can do with that, perhaps. Stalkers step up this high ground. Couple of SCVs go down. The Marines are going to come over. Vikings will land. The Marines are going to try and fight. The prism is going to be there. The Stalker's just lifting up, dropping back to the other side. Just continue to pull back here. Blink back across this little mineral gap. And then you see the Dark Shrine and the Nexus building through as well. A couple of probes and the Stalkers building on through. Charge coming up. Stalkers warping in. Army into the middle of the map for the moment. Bunker coming around. Again, the Stalkers just peel off over to the side for a couple of moments there. Just getting out of here. And the Dark Shrine and company coming through too. The Stalker count is obviously very good. Maru trying to find a way to hang on in here. These Vikings just constantly on the ground dealing the bonus damage. But Blinks and Prism Micro are combining to be obviously a lot of value for these Stalkers, which is kind of the issue at the moment. Just they're getting too much done in each and every shot that they fire. And now the Zealots have charged, and that's going to be really difficult to shoot through because I don't think we have the DPS for it. The Stalkers blink for the tank. It goes down. Zealots fall at least. Maru just down 20 workers means that long term he's not really staying in any kind of a sustainable position. And MaxPax is just going to have a little bit too much of an edge in this one, it feels like. I'm not going to see a GG yet, but I can't imagine MaxPax wants to let up the pressure. He surely feels the ability and the advantage which he's holding on to at the moment, and I'd be very surprised if he didn't kind of just send this and commit through to a to what is very likely going to be an advantage / a win. Prism's still moving about, just going to be having the DT slicing and dicing a few SCVs up as well, just knocking those down for a little bit extra. There's just nothing that Maru really has in his favor. Like, it's like, name one thing that's going to save Maru here. Stim is nice. At this point, it's like an expectation. Oh no, the tank gets taken down by the friendly fire as well. Not that I think it was going to make any difference, but it does obviously not feel good. GG is called, and we will get back to it. Alright, that's going to round that out, and we are going to get ready for our next game. So let's get this set up and ready to go, my friends, which is going to be, well, let's check if Christiana's ping is better, although he's not here right now. Alright, going to be Reclamation coming up. Interesting. Alright, let's get this ready to go. And West will be MaxPax Solo versus Ryung and Zhao. Alrighty, let's load up into this 2v2 and get ready to go. Alright, readying the players up, guys. 2v2 on the way. MaxPax and Sola teaming up here against Ryung and Zhao. It's ready to begin. If everyone are ready, we can go into this, guys. Oh. All right. All right, Zan needs a minute. All right. Lots of spam in the chat, just to make sure we can't read anything. And we are going into Reclamation for Solar and MaxPax versus Zaun and Ryung. PZ versus PT. And yeah, obviously, Villains of SE2 take a one-map lead in the series. Let's see how the 2v2 goes. And yeah, we'll check back in on the Christiana match in a little bit, guys. It is late for the Koreans. I just want to keep games going where we can. This 2v2 is ready. I didn't see Christiana online, so let's just check back in and see how it goes. As we have in the top left, Zaun and Ryung from onside. Separate bases on this one. Taking on MaxPax and Solar in the bottom right. Beautiful. Let me just message Christiana. Cool. All right, let's, well, I'm on the indie cam already. I'll let him take charge of how this looks, how this moves for the next couple moments as we get up into play. Get this ready to rumble. So a little chrono boost on the probes, similar in the gateway, coming about for a few moments here as well. It's just going to bring that all around, get that set up, and get the drones in the hatchery coming through as well. Everything looking very reasonable for the first couple of moments here. What do I think is the strongest team in teams? Protoss Zerg? Probably Terran Protoss or Protoss Zerg, I think. I think Terran Protoss is extremely good late game. I think Protoss Zerg is extremely good like early to mid game. Yeah, I think I'm honestly not a teams expert, but like my general kind of just baseline understanding is I think that's a pretty good setup. But I think yeah, PT, Mech, and Skytoss. Yeah, personally I think that's very good. Absolutely. That's why I said late game, but I actually don't think that Terran Protoss is necessarily the easiest to get there, although Mass Phoenix and playing Mech, like maybe how do you not get there, I guess, but I've been really impressed by like the Ling Stalker stuff lately. Like the Ling Stalker stuff feels really strong recently. So yeah. I think Terran Protoss is really good on the maps that lets you go Mech Skytoss very easily. Right, like those maps, it's absolutely just going to be Terran Protoss favored, right? So, kind of makes some sense. Well, let me just take a couple moments, set this up, see where we go to. Stargate the next coming about, the Adept coming around as well, so we get this all on the way. Probe is going to patrol for a few moments here. Link speed coming about. Carriers are coming through. And we just have that Adept heading down to the bottom side of the map. When you see a medevac here on an Ultra, you'd say Terran Zerg is the strongest, yeah, you think? It's pretty sick. And Adept's just going to be taking some damage. So a few shots coming about, a few hits coming over. Just going to see that Roach run, the few Lings and the Queen, the Ling speed coming up for a couple of moments. Yeah, the Stalker's on the way, the Warp Gate coming through as well. So we're just straight up 4-gating right now as Zaun. And I do not hate the idea of just being super aggressive here on the one bases, because obviously you're playing this kind of split defense. Yeah, those gateways are kind of seen by Solar, so they definitely know what's up. We'll see what the defense looks like as Solar gets a Roadtron, MaxPax begins a Void Ray. Obviously, they have both expanded, so this is going to be an expansion-based defense from the villains. Try and knock Ryung and Zaun down and back for the moment. Well, there's a few SCVs coming over. We're floating the barracks across for vision as well, I presume. Because obviously, Ryung is just building purely factory units right now. So there's one piss all in from Zaun and Ryung getting set to roll. And honestly, starting off looking pretty powerful right now. As off and away we head. Stalker's going to shoot a few roaches, and the queens and the lings coming about as well, trying to see what else they can find. For the next couple seconds, you're going to be seeing this fight starting off. Yeah, like I say, it's a lot of units. Lings counterattacking, actually going to maybe kind of take a bit of a distraction, so it'll be interesting to see if that levels out to be meaningful at all, perhaps. And so you'll see the Stalkers and the Hellions continuing through for a little bit, so still trying to get to work right there. A couple of Forces are going to try and lock these Stalkers in the front. A Phoenix comes in, lifts the Cyclone there. There's the Void Ray, and if the Stalkers can't get onto the Void Ray, that's going to make this very tough. Cyclone will go down. Nice target firing from the Void Ray as well, prioritizing the unit there. Barracks is annoying because look at that, the Void Ray keeps hitting the barracks because it has to be micro to do so otherwise. So that's actually making this very frustrating as Down and Ryung continue to sit on the front. Just going to be seeing a few more of those drones going down, a bit more damage being dealt at the moment. Hellions still trying to chase forward. The Roaches are there as well. Units coming back and forth for the moment. Again, Roaches, Lings just coming through. Stalker, Hellion, Cyclone continuing to produce. And again, just going to be having our units continue to gather up for a couple more moments now. So we bring that straight through. And again, just going to be seeing the hatchery. Going to get taken out. Sola has lost his hatch, so he's a one-base Zerg. It's kind of the nice part about knocking the Zerg base down, right? Is like you just genuinely do put them to be in a very tough position because it's not just eco, it's like production as well. So they're so limited when they're a one-base Zerg player. It makes it so much of a tougher scenario as that force field comes down, make it a double. Stalkers and a couple of Hellions is going to be there. We're going to fight back on the other side. The Road Traveler is still trying to come through. They go back and forth. The Cyclone coming across. A couple of the Void Rays still active up in the sky. Is going to activate through. The Stalker's taking damage. The Hellions are going to be there. The Roach is taking shots. Naturally going to go down in the next couple of moments as well. Just getting that into position already. Well, I'm just going to try and reposition things. I mean, we get pushed back in the end as Down and Ryung. Supply-wise, MaxPax is just booming. His army looks amazing. The two Void Rays are going to be tough to get rid of. I mean, I guess Cyclones are going to have to be a big part of that. Good micro back, though, so far. MaxPax dealing with this absolutely spot on. Keeping the Void Rays away. Stalker count great. Not to really think that this is not just looking good here for the villains, as Sound says GG. And I think Ryung may not be far behind. He's going to kill a Void Ray. I mean, there's bonus points for getting the last kill in the game, right? Villains go to a 2-0 lead as MaxPax and Sola will take a 2-0 advantage. Early GG? No. I mean, they're one base. They're losing their setup. I think, I think from our point of view, it's definitely over. So, yeah. We will just continue down then into MaxPax versus Ryung. So, sorry, West. So, villains. Onside villain. So central for MaxPax Ryung. Thank you guys for listening to me talk, because my brain is not able to figure this out without saying it out loud right now. So the villains could be about to go up 3-0 actually. If they win this game, if MaxPax beats Ryung here, that would be kind of a big deal. Cool. All right, let's continue in then. Get this on the go. Move that data. MaxPax and Ryung, where are you? Oh, you're in the replay of the 2v2. He's in the 2v2 replay. Ryung, we need you. yeah, man's watching the replay. Trying to figure out where it all went wrong. Sounds in the replay as well, so they're discussing what happened, what went wrong. I kind of love the teamwork element of this as they try and figure things out. The thing is, for some of these teams, is they probably do feel as though they're weaker in the 2v2 than they are in the other aspects of it, right? They probably feel as though it's like, oh, we got to fix that a bit. Kind of rough for Onside. If they lose this series, they're 1-2 in the league, and they're potentially going to an ace match against Polish Power as well. They're tied up 2-2 there, which would be kind of wild. So, yeah, I mean, at that point, Onside still have to play the Musketeers and the Bonkers, which they're favored against the Musketeers, not so much. They're the favorite against Bonkers, not so much the Musketeers necessarily, though. So that could be kind of interesting. Alright, let's go into this next game. The villains are up 2-0 with a 3-0 possibility on the doorstep right now. As we have MaxPax in the top right, will be our red Protoss player taking on Ryung, our blue Terran in the bottom left for game 3 of this best of 7. We can get this up and underway. Off and away we go. Alrighty. Can Ryung put a map on the board for onside? That would be amazing if he could. Get set ready to rock into this, and yeah, let's see. MaxPax out for the second time in this series. After this, Solo versus Zaun, and then another 2v2. And like I say, we're holding that Christiana game in case the internet gets better. For now, he's testing it, but it's just not better yet. So yeah. Did Goblin join Basilisk? So it's just for the event. It's just for this event. We allowed it because Basilisk can't play the playoffs easily if they don't have a +1. So Goblin is their +1 to enable them to play the playoffs more easily, which is obviously great. But yeah, servers are just a bit of a mess today, guys. People are just struggling with connections, so yeah, it's kind of rough. If Ryung survives the mine from a third base, he'll be surprised. Oh, maybe MaxPax doesn't 4-gate blink him? That's not impossible. I think survives is maybe an interesting term because maybe Ryung's the one who gets aggressive before he tries to mine from a third base, right? So, but yeah, I guess then you don't survive if it goes wrong, so yeah. Adept and Warp Gate building through, the Nexus on the way. The probe's building up, factoring the reactor coming by. Gonna see the Chrono Boost on the Adept as we shade around. There's a Reaper that's obviously waiting for a chance to maybe pop by for some further information. Not finding too much of anything just yet, as that Reaper continues about for the moment. Couple shots coming in, probes take some damage. The Adept pops to chase the Reaper out down the right side as well, so that Reaper does get pushed out of here just for a moment or two. So again, that chased away. So far, so good. Reaper coming across, again, the blink and the warp gate coming through. The command center building about. We'll take a couple seconds. Just have ourselves the setup here. Blink and a robo, very standard from MaxPax. Ryung is going to get a barracks on the way. The orbital command coming up and online as well. So just bringing that straight through for the moment. Bringing that across and seeing where we get to. The command center in the main is just going to be morphing into the orbital as well. And that medevac takes a couple of mines out across to the upper right side of the map. So away we go to put some pressure on. On the move for the moment, the Adept going to take a shade. The Marines obviously going to stand pretty stalwart there, pretty strong and solid just for the moment as well, no problems, as the orbital takes a float over just for a moment or two toward the low ground expansion. So just going to put that in place. The Widow Mines are going to come straight across, just going to go straight through for a couple of probes. So just going to try and find a little bit right there. As you see, the Widow Mines going to go bang bang, 2 probes. Nice step forward with the Stalkers against that medevac. It'll take some shots. It will not go down. It saves 1 mine, but nice to get damage on it, right? Because it really dissuades it from coming back in the future. So definitely a big advantage there. There's a couple of probies down. Another Stalker warping in. Blinking the Prism coming up and getting going as well. And tanking the stim, coming across. Blink coming through. The Observer coming by. Prism is just going to be a moving. And yeah, the Stalkers and the Adept will come across for a couple moments right now. Depot going to go down. Bunker about to complete. Stalkers and the Adept will come by for a second. Nexus drops onto the third base. And that Prism just set up here for a couple of moments. So you take it steady for a moment or two. Yeah, not super aggro from MaxPax, just kind of sitting there and letting this develop a bit, maybe see if anything takes place. He'll jump into the main with the Prism, but pretty minimal. Cancels a reactor. It's minimal investment from MaxPax, but you get a good bit out of it, right? So that part goes nicely, pretty much right off the bat. Stimming Combat Shield still building in. The Marine Marauder Medevac continuing out. SCVs and the Refinery coming up as well for the moment. Yeah, next is about to be done. There's extra gates in the Robo Bay coming about, probes, and the charge going through. Medevac loads up a chunk of Marines and going to go chasing an Observer down. It's actually a nice spot from Ryung, and it's going to be a nice kill. So, nice to get rid of an Observer. Always going to be good to slow your opponent's information gathering abilities down for now. Combat shield about to complete. Concussive shells coming through. Yo, thank you for the donation. Danish Doctor, I believe that is. It's so small on my screen. I'm going to have to open my stream elements to read that one, but I'll do that in a second. As you see Ryung pushing out and looking to try and get across the other side already. So looking to make some moves. And out to that far left side. And this army is going to counterattack with the Zealots. And Ryung's army is sizable. Let's see how well MaxPax can deal with this. Ryung will be in position in a moment or two. Stalker's going to take some shots. There's the SCVs pulling across as well. The Colossus is going to pop in a moment, by the way, so we're very close to the splash damage here. That's obviously going to be a big dictator of how this game ends up going. Colossus pops out. Tank's in good position, though. Bunker coming up. MaxPax, how well can he deal with this? That Prism's still alive. It could warp in across the map. Robo going to be in some trouble, too, though. I do not love the Robo going down for MaxPax, because if he's just stuck on one Colossus, that's not ideal. He's so far denied the Bunker from coming up, so the Bunker is still just trying to get going here. Not ready just yet. Another force field comes down over on this side. We've got a few Zealots, as you can see in the back, looking and flying, but I feel like this fight's starting to break out, no? 9 SCVs dead at the moment. Obviously, we pulled the boys for this. We keep a few units back to protect the tanks. Good shots onto those units initially, actually. Able to do very well at first. Here we go, the breakout attempt from MaxPax as he comes in. Bunker's just now going to finish. Nothing really gets into it, though. The Hallucinated Archon has actually tanked a ton of damage. Can we kill the Colossus off? Yes? No? Oh my goodness, the Marauder jumped out to try and chase it down, but he doesn't get it. Ryung's supply is plummeted. And unfortunately, I think this one is actually going to be a done deal. And it does go against Ryung, which means the villains are going to be up 3-0 in this series. Yeah, the villains are looking good. He's going to be seeing a couple of Zealots going to get jumped on. The bio are going to come back. He's going to be seeing the Zealots and so coming back through as well. And, I mean, this is just not really enough at this point. As GG gets called, and that is going to be MaxPax going up with the villains, a 3-0 lead right now. All right, Christiana's internet got better, so I think we can maybe do Christiana. Let's do yeah, let's do it like this. We're going to do Solar Zound. Christiana's internet is better, it seems. So let's do Solar Zound, then Christiana Percival, then we'll move into the 2v2 to wrap us up. Let's do it like that. Let's do it like that. Because then we can just go to Korea now and come back to NA to wrap this up. Perfect. All right, hop in servers, guys. Give me a moment. We hop across. Slow down what we're expecting to play, so I don't want to slow them down too much, but Christiana seems to have his internet back a little bit. Is the Korean server just down now? Oh, I made it to Korea. I believe in Solar's ability to log in. Let's all believe, guys. Let's all believe in Solar's ability to log into StarCraft. Yeah. All right, let me get me the stream elements open. Sorry, like I said, better to just wait for that game to end because it got a bit hectic and I couldn't log in on the other side. Danish Doctor with a £15 donation. Dear Wardy, passive or silent SC2 watcher here. Thanks for everything you provide the community and for the fantastic entertainment. Mate, thank you so much for the £15 and thank you for the kind words. And I'm glad you're enjoying. It did indeed go through, mate. It popped up. I just... when it pops up on my screen, it's freaking tiny. And I didn't want to tab out the game when Rung was running across the map to read it, unfortunately. I tried it. Usually I'm logged in on my other PC, but for some reason I'm not logged in on my other PC. To stream elements. I don't know why. Actually, I have no idea why. I guess it's just maybe logged out after a month. So I tried to open it to read it, but did not get the chance. Alright, Solar is trying to figure out a way to get onto the Korean server, guys, because Korea is apparently bugging for people. Because today really just didn't have enough issues kind of going its way already today, so let me just add one more. He's going to try and log on to NA and then hop to Korea. Which probably will work because that's the kind of system we're dealing with. It's like the random things work in these scenarios. So yeah, that's where we're at right now, guys. Yeah, thank you so much for the donation, mate. I really appreciate it. I'm losing my mind. Hey, Solar's online. Incredible. Go, ready. Yo, Admiral Spock, thank you so much for the 6-month resub on the Prime as well, mate. Appreciate you. Ready. Let's do it. Let's jump in. I don't want to keep these guys waiting. They're ready to play. We're ready to keep it moving. You are dead, says Solar to Zown. He just joins the lobby, says, ready, you are dead. Zown, you die. Just to double check that we got it the first time. He double downs on Zown being dead, just to make sure we know. Hey, what's up, Silly W as well? 3 months in advance on the 20-month resub. Appreciate you, man. Wardy Hype is right back at you. Thank you so much for 20 months. A resub and a sub. Appreciate it. As in the top right corner. 0-3 needs to fight to keep onside alive. It is Zown. And in the bottom left, our blue Zerg is Solar. All right. Get this on the way. Get this started off and get this ready to go. Let's see what happens. Let's see if Zown can keep the onside squad alive in this matchup. Solar's pretty impressed. He got his hatchery down before the block gets there, so that's generally a pretty good move. It's a nice one. I'm going to chase. Probe will take a couple of shots. Just going to see the probe coming about. Just going to see that gateway coming through. Getting that settled in. Take a couple of moments. Hatch, gas, and pool all coming up just for a little bit. Can't wait for Team Liquid to finally show up. Yeah, well, they were meant to play on the opening day, but obviously they had issues with the CG Entis boys having to reschedule. So, yeah, Liquid will finally be playing some next time. Although, we actually are having an issue, so I need to confirm, but I haven't heard from Xeratus. And right now, it looks as though Xeratus, if they don't reply to me soon, are going to be probably just kicked out of the league, so we're going to only have one Liquid match in that case. But Liquid Platinum Heroes is definitely going to happen at the very least, so that part is nice at least. Alright, so we got Stargate coming through, next coming about, the Adept and the Probe coming over, Link Speed in production. And get this settled in for a moment or so here, so just getting that up and running, bring that through. So kick this off and get this underway for a little right now. You're going to see the couple Lings moving about, the Probe is going to be right there, just getting involved for the next couple of moments. And Ling's just going to nibble on the rocks, and who am I actually following? I'm on Ninja Scan, perfect. Alright. So, yeah, Zaun looking to put a map on the board for onside, and then they would also need Christiana to win and to win the 2v2. Because if they don't manage all of that, that would be very difficult. Yeah, very difficult indeed. Couple of Adepts going to shade, the Ling's going to be there. Adept's going to get up to the high ground for a moment. The Oracle and the Warp Gate still coming by. Just going to see those Lings and the Queen gathering up. The Oracle and the Warp Gate again moving through. Link Speed coming about. Queen going to pop out the hatchery for a couple of moments. Queens, the Lings, the drones still building about. The Spore Crawler is about halfway done currently. So again, we bring that through for the moment. Getting that going. That all settled in for now. The Adept's going to make a shade. Queens and Lings moving about. The Oracle going to fly over. The Queens are going to get there to chase that Oracle down for a couple seconds. Ling's going to be there to hold up for a moment. We're just going to see those Queens getting after the Oracle again. A few Lings looking to get on the Adepts for a few moments as well. I'm just going to see those Lings trying to chase those Adepts down. So looking to get straight across, looking to move into position here. Just for now, get that in place. And Twilight Council, Gateway, Nexus, all continuing through. The couple of probies coming about as well. These Adepts going to shade away before they get into true trouble here. Twilight Council is building. Now, we're expecting Solar usually one of two things, generally speaking, which is either very aggressive kind of play, which with the lair coming up could maybe still be some kind of like queen drop kind of roach attack. The other thing he quite likes doing, which I think is actually very good on this map, is Spyro Mutalisks, and that would be my personal guess as to where he goes on this map in this game, but we will obviously see over the next couple of moments exactly what he builds into. But those are kind of your expectations on Solar's point of view. For Zaun, it's important to try and figure that out. Be prepared for it. You've got to be ready if it's an aggressive attack. You've got to be ready if these mutas are going to show up and harass you. It is extremely rare that Solar tries to play into a much longer macro game. And I especially would not expect him to do that in a best of one. Although maybe that would be the least predictable thing, but then you're also playing a longer macro game against Protoss, which I'm not sure Solar is a massive fan of either, to be fair. So, yeah, I'm not sure he's going to be necessarily chuffed if that's how things end up going. As those few Lings move about, a couple of Stalkers going to come around there as well, so you just keep moving through for a little bit. Stalker's going to fight those Lings. You move over, again, Blink on the way, Hydra Den building. A couple gates in the Forge coming up as well for now, getting that all set. Again, Hydrogen coming through, the drones and the Lings are building up. So far, so good. And waiting to get into more here. As, again, blinking the +1. Continue by. Temple Archives coming up and online. Lots of just little bits and pieces that come into play already. Those Zerglings going to fire up and try and get somewhere meaningful. A couple of other units coming around as well. Again, the Lings move off over to the sides. And just going to see those Stalkers going to poke through onto this hatchery already. So really trying to poke through for something on this. Stay Sword going to catch us a few more Lings across the board. Queens get chased away. The Lings are going to gather up as well. Get rid of one more Ling. Hydra's coming out. Typical move from Solar. Get the Ling Hydra ready to go in a moment like this. It's going to see those Stalkers still poking at the hatchery. And a couple Lings getting turned around back down to the bottom. Stalkers will still be there. The couple Lings taking some more shots. Queens and the Hydras coming back over once again. Try and find a little bit extra. Storm Charge +1 all continuing through. Then we got a couple of Lings going to make their way through. Pylon there. Just going to get a cancellation on that. The High Temple is still trying to hold its own for a few more moments. Then +1 missile attack. Muscular Augments coming through. Storm and Charge coming up. State's going to catch a good chunk of Lings as well. It's just going to get rid of those. And the rest of those Lings and Hydras still trying to press on forward. And for the most part, as long as Zaun is turning the other way, this is okay for Solar. He's heading into Groove Spines, heading into +1 missiles. Heading into a hive, he's doing the thing I just did not expect him to do, which is just play kind of a straight-up game. He's just going to get to hive, probably throw down a Lurker Den if I had to guess. And right now, this is just Ling Hydra, right? There's not any sign of kind of, Banes or anything, so It's not even going to keep kind of just like a spam of Lingbane Hydra or anything. Like, this really is just going to develop into kind of crazily a very, very normal kind of macro game for Solo. Like I said, just he is going to get drop overload speed now. I'm just wondering, do we actually build... I'm expecting he cancels this 4th base. It's amazing. But I'm just wondering, do we do kind of go Baneling? We do go Lurker Den, right? Otherwise, what are we just going into the Hive for? Like, what does this Hive give us? Obviously, Vipers. Do we want Vipers right now? Do they help you necessarily overall in this scenario? I'm actually not 100% sure. Next is coming into plays. The few Lings and Hydras are going to knock onto the rocks for a couple moments as well, so some damage to be done there. Yeah, Hydra's still building up, +1 missiles and the overload speed coming over as well, so again, a lot of that continues by just for the moment. Just the Lings coming back over. The Archon going to take a couple shots, going to get surrounded by those Zerglings. The Archon's going to come through. The army is just stuck here. These Hydras are dead. And, yeah, they're not looking too great as the Zealot Stalker and Templar Force chases those Hydras away from this. So those Hydras get chased out. They're going to get pushed down. They're going to get chased away. No chance that they survive it. And the Ling Hydra continues through. And gather everything else up. The army continues to put itself in position. Big push from Zaun right now. Solo has to find a defense. There's the Lurk Den. Did he just forget the Lurk Den? Is this like... I just don't understand why the Lurk Den is coming in now of all times. Like, why? What has made it come into play now instead of getting this sooner? I think he just forgot it, because otherwise, why would you not want it finishing with the Hive being done so you can start building those Lurker upgrades ASAP? There was nothing else that really kind of, you know, makes sense in terms of what you're heading into here. Now, for the right now, in this very moment, too much is happening, so... For now, we're just kind of chilling. And you have the couple Archons, +2 attack coming through. And again, Lings and Lurkers all building through as well. And a lot of the rest of that on the way as well here. Away we go. It's going to be seeing a couple storms coming down. Those Lings are going to get caught for a couple of moments. Drop Lords make their way across. Again, the couple Stargates coming online. That Mothership building through. The +2 attack is also coming online right now, so bring that in as well. Lots of Lings getting caught in stasis. Was that the Lurkers? They are going to have Seismic Spine soon, so Solo's doing a decent job of kind of getting toward the upgrades and getting toward that kind of a stage. 2 more Stargates building up, going to give us this air army from Zaun in the next few moments. A couple Oracles going to be there. We dropped a little Revelation down already. You can see the Zealot's still going to try and engage in. A good storm coming down, another storm coming down. The Lurker's getting hit hard. And they are going to have to back it up right now. Like I say, they're getting the upgrade. Seismic Spine's just finished, so now just move ourselves to Adaptive Talons, and the Lurkers are all set to go. Right, well, Zaun is making his way to the late game, and obviously in response to that, Solo will now make his way to the response to the late game. So everyone is prepping for this next stage, as we do see a dive in the center, just going to catch some Morphine Lurkers, catch a couple out here. Zaun just going to decimate a bunch of these units already. Now Solo looking to come in from that right-hand side. What does he want to do? Spire on the way, like I say, for the Corruptors against the Tempest. But right now, the Tempest aren't even the thing that's killing him. It's just this kind of Storm army that is doing extremely well. Solo's trying to press up and get in position, put a bit of a siege down with these Lurkers. But again, it's going to be difficult to really kind of, you know, capitalize on with the Tempest able to shoot back at you now. They're going to be such a good anti-siege unit, able to stop you from being sieged here, and should be able to push you out of that position again. Melee upgrades still coming up. Hydras, the Lings, and the Spire continuing to play. The Adrenal Glands coming by as well. And you just see this army still continuing through, and the units still gathering in the middle of the map. And again, Adrenal Glands and the melee upgrade will build for the next few moments. Let's see where we go. The Stasis Ward just coming down already. Getting in position here for the moment. Drop the Lords out over the right side. Excuse me. Again, Zaun looking to keep Onside's hopes and dreams alive right now. By winning this game, the Adrenal Glands, the melee upgrade coming through, the extra Lurkers coming up, the Zealots are going to get in after the Zerglings. A couple of Hydras going to lunge backward. And you're not going to see those Lings able to wrap around, the Zealot will go down. And again, Adrenal Glands and the melee upgrade continuing through, +1 flyer attack on the way. Just see the Lings and the Overseers keep moving about. Things looking to chase forward a little bit. Just going to be seeing the Mothership and the Tempest continue to come through as well. You see another ship going to shoot there. Getting a couple of those lurkers getting turned around. Lings and Hydras going back the other way. Dropper Lords get shut down as Solar tries to find an opening here. It's not going to work either. And Solar, you can see, is just kind of coming out of supply block from that and losing a bunch of supply. And supply block is kind of a double kick in the teeth, quite frankly. So really not great. Unfortunately, Robo still coming about. Just going to be seeing the cannons coming over again. Zaun is... I mean, we're going to see Solar's going to get to the Corruptors. He's still trying to find openings, but Zaun is becoming a 5-base Protoss who's extremely secure in this game. He's looking absolutely great right now. He is feeling fantastic. Like, it's hard not to love where you're at the moment as Zaun. It's hard not to love his position. As the couple of Zards are going to dive through and going to jump onto a Queen here. The Lurker's going to burrow up. All those Zards will get annihilated. And we do see everything else. Talk Tempest, Archon coming around that right-hand side. A couple of Zards are going to move through as well currently. Yeah, what's up, Corn76? Thank you for the 30-month resub. Hopefully 30 more tournaments this year. I'm pretty sure we have at least 30 more WardiTV Mondays this year. So, yeah, I think that's a pretty good, pretty reasonable guesstimate of something that will happen. Again, Neural Parasite plus 1 flyer attack coming up. Power upgrade and Carapace coming through. Stork's going to try and get in after the Overlords there. The Lings are going to come through. The Lurkers are burrowed and they are killing. Stalkers are dying. Again, Neural Parasite coming about. The Burrow coming through. Corruptors and Spines all producing. This army of Zaun gets up to the top side. Just gathers for a moment. The Mothership going to be there to help everything else gather in as well. So we join up for a few moments here. Figure out what is next. Hey, what's up, Walgren? Thank you so much for the 72-month resub. Amazing. The 6 years. I appreciate you, dude. Hope you're doing great. Thank you so much for the 6 years of support. It's amazing. Thank you so much. As we continue by, just going to be seeing the +3 missiles, +2 melee, all of that coming by. Getting set up at the moment. Tempest, Archon's Mothership. Continue to come through. The Status Sword coming down. There's a lot of lurkers. I mean, honestly, Solar's at this point now. I feel better for him than I did a couple of minutes ago. Before, I really felt like Solar didn't have a setup to deal with Zaun. Now I feel like he's got the tools, and while it's not easy to make this work, I do kind of believe that like he can actually make it happen from here. You know, like I do think he can make it happen from here. And as we are going to take this fight, well, hard to love the Corruptors just straight up fighting the Archons. 19 Corruptors just instantly rebuild, but that's one way to lose your bank instantly without anything else really even happening, so that was not great. Yeah, there goes a chunk of stuff for Solar as we're continuing with everything else. A couple Storms top left. That base still being kept nice and healthy and alive. Solar is obviously just a 5-base Zerg, so it's not like he's kind of taking bases over his opponent either, so there's only so much really kind of going on in play right now as these few Hydras going to get in after these few Zealots. A few shots coming off there. The Tempest going to go back the other way as well, firing back through for a couple of moments here. And Stexenfest is on the way by. The Corruptors coming up. It's going to be seeing +3 missiles, +2 melee. All of that continuing in. The Ling Hydra stepping over to the sides for a couple of moments as well. Solar looking to take a fight. Zaun has a massive bank compared to Solar. He's taking some good pickoffs, getting an Oracle or two and so on. That previous fight was just so bad for Solar. Like, he just lost all his Corruptors for so little purpose. It's a nice fungal, but can we really capitalize on that? And Templars are going to try and make sure it's difficult to approach this with the Corruptors. We are just going to go for it. Solar going to dive in. There's so many Archons. He's just dancing. I was going to say that, like, he's just dancing. Like, this is not an engagement. Zaun is going to take game number 4 of this best of 7. And Onside are going to get back on track. And the series is not going to end just yet. As Solar just says, you truly have an army I cannot kill. All right, back to NA. And back to NA. And we will go Percival versus Christiana next. So we'll kick this off into Tidal Citadel, hopefully. All right, let's get this started. Hopefully, Christiana's internet has held out during that last game for this one. All right. Invite everyone in and get this ready. Just gonna give everyone a second to hop on over from the other server. Alright, just waiting for Crank to hop over and we're going to be good to go into this next game, guys. So, a couple of moments, get Crank in here. Get ready to kick this off. So we are going to try and do Christiana Percival now. Christiana said it has been working, so fingers crossed. We're good. Crank. I don't see Crank. Is he coming? He's probably coming. There he is. Sweet. Kick off into Christiana versus Percival, guys. Get this started. And thank you for a little bit of patience. Let's get this going. And ready to begin. Perfect. All right, let's set into this, guys. As we have in the top left-hand side, we're going to have Percival, who just needs to win this game, and the series is done in his team's favor. Christiana needs to win to keep Onside's hope alive in this series. So off we go, sending this, and let's see what happens as we get this one up and ready to roll. Very exciting. So yeah, Christiana Percival, some lag earlier. Delayed this one to now, and then we will play the 2v2 after this, and if we need an ace match, then we need an ace match, we'll go into that as well. First, let's see how this 1v1 goes. Obviously, we do play the 2v2 even if Percival wins this game right now, so that gets played no matter what. I feel like this series is still kind of up in the air, man. I feel like the 2v2 is up in the air. I feel like this game's kind of up in the air as well. Percival does not love TVP, but he is still pretty darn solid at it. Christiana's very good as well. Alright, Rax and the SCV coming about, gate coming through. Everything the orbital coming up as well. So nothing too wild proxy style or anything to start us off in this one, guys, which obviously is always going to be something of a possibility in these games. But no proxying or anything like that to kickstart this game, as we just get underway and look to see where things will go. Next in the Cybercore, coming up for a couple moments to get that underway. And yeah, factoring the command center building through as well. Getting that up and running. Bring this all into action right now. Alright, reactor and refinery coming about, factory and the depot coming over, command center and the SCV coming through as well. Just gonna get a little bit more of this set up at the moment here. Probe just obviously gonna move around, just checking for anything nearby, sneaky starport or anything like that, or an SCV. Getting prepped to be sneaky in the future, so just trying to get that information initially. Starport and the bunker coming through, a couple of lanes coming over. Let's get a depth shading up then. Again, a couple of Hellions, the Marine still stepping through. Again, the Blink and the Warp Gate coming up as well. We get this on the go. And we're seeing the Adept just going to recall back. Well, we'll just got the gates up. Christiana will move into the Blink play for a couple moments here. The barracks and a couple of Widow Mines coming online as well. So we got all of that settled in just for the moment. The Medevac and the SCV producing through too. Again, bringing a lot of this up and online for now. Blink building, gates on the way. Robo facility coming about also. Going to be having the probe back and forth. A couple of Hellions will be nearby, so looking to try and grab any opportunity they have to potentially get some damage done. We are going to see a couple of gates and the Nexus coming about. Robotics facility coming through. The Blink is on the way. Again, the assimilator building as well. Just going to see those couple of Hellions still poking at the Nexus, taking the chance to deal some damage. The 4 Widow Mines going to drop through. A couple of Stalkers are going to jump onto the Medevac. A couple of Mines going to burrow up. Stalkers going to get blasted. 2 probes and 2 Stalkers. Not a bad start. We're going to pull those 2 hurt mines away to try and protect them with the other mines. We actually blow the other mine up on a Stalker, which is amazing. Now we're just going to go for 1 more probe. And we're just going to run things about. But this was not a bad start. 2 Stalkers and 3 probes. 3 Stalkers and 3 probes, sorry. Is a really good trade for 4 mines in the Medevac. I mean, a lot of the time you don't love losing the Medevac, but I think in this case, 3 Stalkers down, it removes so much potential pressure from the Protoss play. Like, there's so little you can do right now on this map. Because your Stalker count has just been absolutely decimated. And okay, it was 4 mines instead of the 2 or the 3, but every single one of these mines just traded well. So if your mine's trading well, it's hard to, like I say, really be upset at said Widow Mine if it's just doing its job well enough that you're, you know, in this kind of a conversation. So yeah, I think a very happy position for Percival early on in this game, number 5. Not ideal for the onside guys who are obviously lose this, and you're then actually 1 and 2 in this group, which is a really dangerous place to be. There's only 3 teams that advance to playoffs, so it's kind of crazy. You see the Hellion coming about, just going to see the probes going down. 4 workers being killed at the moment. A couple of gates, the probes on the charge, all coming up as well. Just going to see the rest of the Stalkers to the upper left. Marine Marauder Medevac coming online. Stunning combat shield building as we go. I'm just going to see a little bit of that bio tank force ready to get involved as necessary. Just going to start pushing those Stalkers back. I mean, killing another 4 probes and then pushing on the map right now. Christiana's hurting. He is going to be bleeding right now, and it's going to be tough for him to, like I say, stand up to the sort of pressure that's about to come his way, considering the SCVs are pulled, and I think Percival is absolutely right to get going. That's a lag spike. Pommy just insta-drops. Okay. Thank you, Pommy, because I thought this was about to be Christiana. I was going to be losing my doodles. Alright, Bio's still pushing up. Obviously, like I say, Stim is done. Combat Shield's about to be done. Now, Christiana's going to have charge, but he's not going to have many Zealots, and he's going to have a Robo-Bay, but he does not really have a chance to build a Colossus here. I mean, he can start one, but this is going to get serious long before he gets a Colossus out. This Nexus is immediately in trouble, as you can see. Stalkers trying to blink around the far side. They're actually very fortunate those tanks just on siege, otherwise they would have just been blasted. So the Stalker's actually going to be pretty good at intercepting some units. Like I say, if that was a, if those tanks stayed siege, those Stalkers would have just taken so much damage there, so. A little reckless, honestly, from Christiana, goes unpunished. Now, well, we push up. The Robo Facility does pop out another Immortal. And the Stalkers dive, and they get one of the 2 siege tanks that were here. That's something, but, I mean, Percival still has a lot of army supply. The Zealots, I just don't think the Zealots are going to do much, and I don't think the Immortals are going to do much on their own accord either. Widowmine's going to blow those Immortals up, and it looks as though Christiana is going to be losing out on this one, which means that we are going to have, simply put, 1 2v2 to play for a point. But Percival and the villains of SC2 will get this series done, wrapped up right there with a 4-1 victory. We do play the 2v2, all maps are played, but yeah, it is going to be not to decide the series, unfortunately, which is sad for us because obviously it would be fun to kind of have it decide the series, but you can't have it all, guys. You can't have it all. All right, let's just go into one last game today. Percival MaxPax versus Zaun and Maru in the 2v2. All right, let's send it. one last game. Has been a hell of a stream, guys. 6.5 hours deep. It's been a long one, to say the least. It's been a long one. All right, inviting people in. Swap you guys around. Already the correct colors. Great. Love to see that. We just need zone. Just logged in. And logged out. Give him a moment. Alrighty. Let's do it. Last game of the day, guys. It's the last game of the day. Appreciate you all hanging in here with me. Not sure how great this 2v2 is going to be, but we'll give it a go. We'll see what happens. We'll get this kicked off. And ready for one final map? One final Mapperenio. One final Mapperenio. Yellow Jacket will be our battlefield to round this out. There's Zaun. Just joined us. Where you at, Zaun? Might be having difficulty logging into NA because servers have sucked today, is the TLDR of it. If Maru won the first game, the 2v2 would be huge. Yeah, I mean, that's the beauty of the team league. Every single game had a chance to be kind of cool and meaningful and have a real swing and an impact on what happens. All right. Ready, our players? Ready, ready. From both sides, it looks as though we're good. Let's send it into a final map of the day, guys. Thank you for watching WardiTV Team League today. Again, a massive shout out to Crate Entertainment sponsoring this tournament. I'm going to put that link in the Twitch chat once again if you want to check them out. And check out their awesome games, Grim Dawn and Farthest Frontier. An awesome studio making great games and supporting RTS competitions such as the WardiTV Team League. They are the complete and total sponsors of this league and this entire season. So thank you so much to them. None of these games would be happening without them. Again, unfortunately, the series is done, so this one is just for a map score point. Again, there's a couple of reasons we play all maps in terms of all the 6 maps that are set. It's just good for scheduling, it's good for organization, it's good for admin side of things. So there's a reason we play them all. And so even though it's 1-4 for onside and they will not come away with a win today, they will still try to fight for a little bit of map point or map scoreage here. We'll see what they can do as we go into our last map of the day, my friends. Like I say, is Zan and Maru taking on MaxPax and Percival as we get this up and running here. Game number 6. It's coming about, probes going through, racks on the way. Take a couple of moments, get this all settled down. Probe coming into place just for a moment or two. Get that set up. Get this all working. And yeah, gates and the assimilator is going to come by initially as well. It's just going to get that up and rolling to start with. See where we take things. Again, the racks and the gas will come about here for a moment or so. And just see where we're taking this in general for the next moment. Or next couple of moments, I should say, even. Probe's going to nibble probes. And again, the Nexus and the barracks continue to come through. Just going to be seeing the orbital coming about. The Reaper coming by. Just going to be seeing the SCV coming up as well. So bringing a few little bits and pieces in there. It's going to be seeing the Reaper and the orbital both coming by as well. Nexus and the Cybercores producing. And a couple of SCVs just going to get in after the probe for a moment or two also. It's going to chase into that and get that started off. See where we go. Yeah, Nexus, Cybercore coming through, assimilating the pylon coming up as well. The Reaper will continue to produce here just for a couple moments and try and get this into play for anything exciting. And that Proby coming about for a couple seconds as well. It's just going to step over. Again, the Nexus building through on both sides of the map. The probes and the adepts coming by. There's supposed to be a Kung Fu Cup tomorrow. You can't find any information about it. Give me a sec. Bam. There you go. There's the TL link, and it has the challenge link in there as well. Alright, Stargate coming up on both sides. The couple command centers in the barracks will be building through as well, so we get that on the way. And get this all set up at the moment and ready to rumble. And as the factory will land down onto the reactor, barracks moves off to the side. The Stargate's coming up and ready to rumble next couple seconds. And we'll see where this all heads to. Those units gathering together here, just going to be having the Adept and going to be building the front. Again, Stargate finishing soon here from MaxPax as he's going to start building some Phoenix. A couple of Hellions on the way from Percival as well. Maru and Zaun continuing to set themselves up. Maru adding an extra barracks, actually going to play Bio here rather than some kind of mech play. So Phoenix versus Phoenix, but likely mech versus Bio. I'd be surprised if Percival didn't play mech, honestly. Going to be interesting. Maru just building a bunch of Marines as they prep some defense early. I mean, maybe Percival doesn't play mech, but like I'd be really surprised because mech's just freaking popular in the 2v2. We were talking about it earlier, kind of Skytoss mech. So one guy builds Phoenix, and then you kind of build mech units, and the Phoenix turn into later game Skytoss as well. You can see MaxPax and Zaun are kind of mirrored for each other right now. And yeah, Maru just going to go Stim. I wonder if he just likes it maybe as a way to maybe get involved against those Phoenix a little bit and to give Zaun a bit of an edge. But then if Zaun gets an edge, maybe he can help out a lot against the mech units too. Yeah, some interesting possibilities then in that regard as we settle down. A couple of engineering bays coming about, the barracks coming over, Marines and the SCVs coming through too. Gonna get that all on the way. And a few Hellions come over, a few Marines are gonna go down. A couple of Adepts are gonna fight here. Grenade forcing these Adepts back a little bit. So the Adepts just gonna get pushed away from this, just gonna be seeing all of that coming through. Just gonna see the Hellions still fighting, a couple of those SCVs going down as well. Phoenix will be lifting and doing a bit more damage as well. Mule drops into place. Obviously got to get those Phoenix back home defensively, but using the Phoenix defensively and lifting and stuff means that you don't have lifts to maybe use aggressively perhaps. So maybe that's something we can look at here as well for the next couple minutes as we can get through this. Adept still moving through against Impact Combat Shield and the +1 coming up as well, bringing that up and running. Getting that all into place right now. And getting that, like I say, lined up for a moment or two. Yeah, 1-1 upgrade, stimming the combat shield, building up as well. Just can see the Hellions able to grab a probe over on the side there. Again, the fleet beacon coming up on both sides also, so we keep bringing that through for the moment. We get that all underway, bring this all online. The Hellions will get back through the middle of the map for a moment or so. Away they go. Those Hellions gather up together. Phoenix going to move through. Going to see Annual Pulse Crystals building. Extra Phoenix producing. It's going to be seeing the Hellion able to fight for a couple of moments, and we do have our Hellions rejoining. The Phoenix moving about as well for now. Yeah, it's kind of so it is just going to be basically the same Protoss build versus Bio and then versus Mech. So it's going to be interesting to see how the Protoss kind of accompanies the Bio versus them. I mean, generally the later game is going to favor Percival and MaxPax, right? But the maybe some of the earlier game can definitely favor. And I do think just the Marines having extra anti-air might help to zone out some of MaxPax's Phoenix play. So perhaps that becomes something of a factor over the course of this too. It's going to lift off. Just going to be seeing the couple of Hellions still moving back into the center. The Stargate's coming about. Phoenix on the way. Probes on the way. And a lot of this ready as the scan comes down. We investigate what's going on. Just going to see the other Phoenix coming across. Hellions are going to shoot out a few of those Marines. Phoenix are going to go back and forth. And continue through for a couple of moments. Just going to see those Hellions backing away with the Phoenix for a couple of moments as well. Everything else regathering in between the bases right now. 1-1 vehicle upgrades coming through from Percival, so getting those going. Marines, Medivacs continue to push forward. A couple of Marauders going to come along with that as well. seeing our Hellions all going to get picked off. Phoenix are coming through. Nice to obviously get those grabs. Now we're going to see these Phoenix here. This is the issue. The Phoenix can't just go lift all these Marines. Or can they? Maybe they can. Maybe Phoenix really are that good. I mean, with enough Phoenix, you could, right? So I just don't think the numbers are there right now to necessarily do that at the moment. So I think for the moment, we probably don't do too much there. We are going to see a bit of back and forth, and the Phoenix is going to keep things interesting. Maru's supply is booming, by the way. I guess that's natural for the bio player to kind of take a lead on a mech player in a typical game of TVT, if you think about it like that. So then, you apply that to this scenario as well. Shouldn't really be any reason it's any different. MaxPax got some mothership. Factory's on the way from Percival. Man, he's really just doubling down on this late game, isn't he? He is setting it up. A couple Stargates coming through. The Phoenix is going to gather back around. The Hellions are going to be there as well. And we are going to have ourselves the... So this continuing over. Just going to see a couple more shots going down. And I mean, honestly, getting rid of a medevac is nice. Playing fire, though, that mothership's going to be interesting to see if it can get involved at all. We're going to take a fight here. Time Warp comes down. Maru's just going to stem through the Time Warp. Zero respect for the Time Warping Protoss at the moment. Over we go. A couple Phoenix are firing back and forth. Bio units are coming through. We are going to see the mothership taking a bit more damage. The Phoenix taking a few more hits. Maru and Zaun are going to back it up and hold off for a couple of moments then. So they're just going to pull back right now. For a little bit. Holding back, pulling away. And resetting. Alright, Phoenix and the mothership coming through. Just going to see the medevac still lingering overhead as well. I mean, Zaun with his own mothership. I'm fascinated to see. I mean, okay, I kind of like this, right? Bio into the Ghost. It's going to be really good to have the Ghost EMP in the Phoenix. As these Phoenix are going to escort this medevac drop into the base. There is going to be some static defense there, but that doesn't necessarily stop if the Phoenix just end up tanking a bunch of the shots from the missile turrets. In we go! And this Bio's going to get into this main. Now, there's a bunch of Phoenix showing up, but they can't necessarily fight because the Phoenix are here as well. EMP goes down, so now there's no shields! And that makes the Phoenix fight very one-sided in favor of Zaun. So I think Zaun will be okay there to kind of fight this. There's the Viking showed up. We can actually dive on these for a moment or two as the Phoenix are still trying to get back in. There's the mothership showing up as well. It feels like the entire army shows up to defend this, but I mean... if that's true, surely we can do something else elsewhere at the same time. 5 Phoenix versus 3 Phoenix and a carrier on the way in the production. Supply-wise... okay, well, this is going to turn out kind of bad for Zaun because he's somehow going to end up being the one to lose every Phoenix. I was so excited for him. I really thought that they'd found a way to make this work, but not going to be the case. Wow. That's kind of incredibly wild that doesn't happen, I guess. It's kind of crazy. Well, just going to be seeing a bit of Bio up to the top side, looking to try and break through here as well. So looking to try and get over here. Got a little bit more done. The Phoenix and so coming about. Just going to be seeing the starports building into place. Just going to be seeing, again, all the Bio units coming about. Getting all of that ready to go. Putting a lot of this into place right now. Again, the Phoenix coming about. The carrier still moving over for a couple of seconds. So again, we take a few moments here. This on the way. Just going to be seeing the medevac's going to come boosting through. The Phoenix is going to go fire off and get rid of a siege tank as well. So just going to knock that down as a part of this. Just going to see the rest of these Phoenix coming by also. A few more shots coming about. Another fight breaking out. MaxPax's supply a bit worse for wear this time around. Maru's supply is still good. Percival's supply is still good. This fight on the right side getting pretty crazy, man. I love that we're seeing such a late game epic fight in the 2v2 at the end of the long ass day. It's like, it is 3:30 in the morning for the Korean players, by the way. And they're dueling in a late game 2v2 for map score point. This is silly. And it's probably the most epic 2v2 we've had in the league so far. It's kind of the situation that's making me giggle about. I'm just like, this is so ridiculous. It really is. It is so ridiculous right now. Bio still gathering around. The other tanks and so joining up together as well. Just going to be seeing units stepping across for a couple of moments here. We are going to see the Bio units, the medevacs coming through. The Ghost is just going to step up for a second or two also. More unloads looking to come around there. And CC setting up, a few cannons are coming by. Just going to be seeing the rest of this gathering together as well right now. And Nuke going to try and line up since Tower gets picked away at. Nuke is going to land into the midst of these couple of missile turrets. Not going to do too much right now, but maybe we can continue to add to those. We're building 2 nukes at a time at the moment from Maru, so 2 nukes at a time to get us going and continue us through this game at the moment is going to be where we're at. Again, just going to see those Hellions, those tanks all gathering together. So we keep bringing that through as well. Just got the rest of this setting up right here. On we go. A couple more hits coming in just for a moment or two. A couple more shots coming about. A little more being done right now. As we come by, just going to be seeing a little bit of action back and forth here. We're going to commit in. Just going to be seeing a few more hits coming in as well. Just trying to do a little extra already. And obviously these fights are pretty dangerous. Expecting them to be a pretty big deal breaker. Any fight right now could be very damning. There's obviously both players. Everyone's just high on supply. You know, the nuke just going to land on a sense tower there. Nothing too crazy. Slowly pushing our way forward and into these more dangerous positions as we go. You see another fight just coming straight about then. So again, coming around with that for a moment or so. Then we go right here. Just never seen these armies fighting. Nuke looking to land. The nuke on these tanks, I was going to say, is never going to land. Surely the tanks do get rid of the ghosts. So first of all, able to fend off the potential danger there. Stop that from being a concern. The rest of this bio still coming through. Vikings and Libs coming up as well. Bringing the rest of that up and online right now. Again, a few Phoenix, the Stargates coming about. Bringing the rest of this in and seeing this army still settling in the center. Army in the top left of Maru going to run in and just try to get rid of a base over here. It's just going to put some work in on that one too. Clean that up for the moment. Carriers coming about. Tempest is going to shoot. Siege tanks will come around. A few more Tempest shots again coming in already. I'm getting a little extra out of this. Carriers and the Tempest are going to make their way through once again. Just going to see the Bioforce fighting through. The Hellions looking to get involved. I don't know if the Hellions can do much. They might get after a few SCVs. Maru and Zaun. It's so interesting because it's like, I just really feel like Maru and Zaun are playing with the disadvantage because they're playing with the freaking... they're playing with bio instead of mech units, no? This big fight starts up. You guys can decide what's happening here. I don't really know. The carriers are dying, though, of MaxPax. I think Zaun is winning this. There are a bunch of Vikings behind this from Maru that are helping out as well. There are some Vikings that first of all finally showing up to the fight as well. Also, I mean, it's kind of a big deal. Everyone's losing a bunch of stuff here in Nuke. I'm not sure if that's going to land anywhere or not. Tanks getting lifted. There's a couple Thors on the ground. We're going to keep on pushing through. The Vikings obviously can't really help too much here. There's another nuke going into the top left-hand side this time around. So this nuke just heads to the top left, moves straight over at the moment. These Vikings, the Phoenix coming through. There's going to be another apparently. GG is going to get called. That is going to do it. We are going to see Zaun and Maru take the win in that 2v2. Wow, that's kind of a crazy fight and crazy just everything to wrap us up on. Pretty darn ridiculous, if I do say so myself. Pretty darn ridiculous. All right, well, today was a wild scheduling disaster for a reason that was a bit different. That's going to be it for today, guys. Tomorrow, we're back with the Kung Fu Cup. 1 hour earlier start time to usual, so I'll be back 1 hour earlier tomorrow. And then we'll go from there for the Kung Fu Cup. How exciting. Super excited to work through that and start talking about the Kung Fu Cup, because that's always been one of my favorite weekly events to cast. So, yeah, super looking forward to that. Guys, before we wrap up the stream today, I'm going to be doing something that's not StarCraft related. It's something else that I have a big passion in, which is RuneScape. Over the last 4 months, I've been working on the new RuneScape skill, Sailing. And today, we are going to get max XP in Sailing. So I'm just going to do this on stream because I like to record my little highlights. It's taken 4 months. I'm going to make a 5-minute video for myself for future reference. Uh, but yeah, so we're gonna do this for 5 minutes on stream. There's no more StarCraft coming. There's nothing else coming on. This is not sponsored. You don't have to stick around or anything like that. This is just me doing my own little thing for 5 minutes on stream before we wrap up the stream today. All right. So I'm just gonna set up to do that, and that's basically that's basically all I have to say. So, I am going to just turn. I guess you guys can watch on YouTube as well if you want. Is feeding banned? The feed you can't feed in the first 5 minutes of the game. The first 5 minutes can't be feeding, but after 5 minutes, feeding is allowed. Because it's not feeding as much after 5 minutes, right? It's just, you know, trading or sharing the resources, I suppose. Cool. So let's go to my RuneScape POV. Does this work? Oh, this works. Let's do it. So yeah, very short intro to RuneScape. I'll let some ads finish, and then we'll do this. It's not going to be long. It's going to be like 5 minutes, and then we're going to turn the stream off, and I'm done for the day. I just yeah, I've been working on this for a hot second. This has been 4 months in the making, so yeah, it's been a thing. It's been a thing. It's time for our final lap, basically, of this course. Insane. Cool. So yeah, 5 seconds on ads. Cool. So in case you're not familiar with RuneScape, it's a game I just played a lot. Honestly, it's a very grindy game. The max level in RuneScape is 99, and to get 99, you need 13 million experience. They released a new skill called Sailing 4 months ago, and I got 99 after a week. And we are about to hit 200 million experience, which is basically max experience. To do that, we need to do one more lap of this course, which takes about 5 minutes. And I'm doing it on stream because I just want to do it on stream. So let's do it. I'm gonna sail around this lap, and you guys can watch and have no idea what's going on. But I get to sail around the lap and get 200 mil, and we can go woo and cheer for myself, and yeah, you know, because clearly I have such a strong RuneScape audience in the channel. But yeah, Starcraft II will be back tomorrow, guys, with Kung Fu Cup. Should be fun. So there'll be more Starcraft II tomorrow. And yeah, this is just me doing my own little thing for a little bit. Very exciting. The people on YouTube are like, what the hell's going on? They've never seen this before. They've never done this before. Yeah, thanks for the cheers, guys. I appreciate it. You guys can see how... you guys can probably tell how much I've done this, because I can very sadly do this by counting how long has passed in my head before I need to take each turn. So, yeah, it's pretty... it's pretty sad to think that I probably know this course better than I know most build orders in StarCraft II at the moment, but such is the way of the world, you know? Maybe this is where the true passion lies nowadays. Is it a sailing game? No, RuneScape is like a massive... It's an MMO. There's loads of different skills. They just added a new skill called sailing. It's the first time they've ever added a new skill into the old school RuneScape version of the game, so it's been out 12, 13 years now, so it's the first new skill they've ever added to old school RuneScape. So naturally, I was like, hey, wouldn't it be really cool? This is like my only chance to ever go for like a really high rank, which will be permanent on the high scores. So I was like, I would love if I could get top 100. We're going to come in at 72. There's no way we don't get 72. So we're going to come in at 72nd, which is pretty sick. Very happy. Every 25 numbers is like a different page on the high scores, so we're going to be third page high scores. Pretty happy with 72. I like it. I don't know why 72 appeals to me as a number, so yeah. I mean, the real server, yeah. I am a massive old school RuneScape player. I play way too... I'm about to get 200 million sailing XP. Like, this is... I am if like anyone that plays this game will understand how much of a RuneScape nerd I am. And it's not my first 200 mil. Like I said, I play a lot of RuneScape. This is my game. I don't really play anything else, really. Well, that's tonight I'm going to play Pokopia, which is exciting. We've been waiting to start for me to finish sailing. But it's very rare I play other games. RuneScape is pretty much the one thing that I do. It's the one game I do. I love it. Progression here is permanent. You don't stop playing for a month and come back and all your items are useless because of a patch or something. Like, or a year, or for 2 years, or 3 years. Like, some of the best in slot gear has been out for 5+ years. So, yeah, it's probably longer. But yeah, it's a great game, great MMO. You can play it hardcore, you can play it casually. There's so many different ways to play it, so many intensities to play at. It's just a really cool game, man. I really like it. I think it's very special. I've played it all my life, so like this account is super super old. I mean, I had this account in original RuneScape, never mind the old school version. So was I 200 mil all? No, I have 200 mil farming, fire making, cooking, and smithing and thieving. So sailing is going to be my 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th. No, 6. Trying to count. Counting's hard. Streamed for 7 hours. Can't count anymore. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, sailing's gonna be my 6 200 mil. You missed when Castle Wars was popular. Yeah, the good old days, man. Yeah, the good old days. But yeah, no, I not 200 mil all. I'm very far off. I only started playing super seriously. I've always played, but I only started playing super seriously again like 2022-ish, 2021, 2022. So yeah, I maxed from there. I think I maxed like October 2022. And started to do some 200 mils, but I actually PVM and stuff a lot. I do a lot of stuff like that. How much XP for 99? 99 is 13 million XP. And to put into percent, like I say, I'm about to hit 200 million XP in this one, which is like, well, like 10, 14, or 15 99s maybe. Yeah, it's honestly, it's not a good thing to think about. It just makes me happy though, so. Double XP weekends? There ain't no double XP weekends in old school, mate. It's the real game. Alright, this is it. This is the final straight, guys. It's the final time I have to go around this freaking map. Going for GM? Yeah, probably. I'm pretty close to GM. I'm just missing some Tob and a couple of other things. I'm like 60 tasks away, but I have like Griffin and Titans and stuff to do, so yeah. Alright. This is actually kind of crazy. We're just gonna sail through this portal, and 4 months of grinding is done. Whew. Holy. Hell yeah. Is this a private server? No, it's the real game. It's the real game, mate. We don't mess around. Actually gaming. Actually gaming. Hell yeah. Very exciting. Very exciting. Oh, rank 72. I need to... This game is still available. You had a few ancient items worth of fortune. Yeah, this is the old school version. They re-released this, and they update it weekly. It's super good. It's super good. Oh, yeah, that's rank 72. I'm gonna log out and in to claim the rank, finalize the rank on the high scores. With the logout, we're officially rank 72. Sick. Awesome. Oof. All right, well, that was fun. This is even still at the top. You're a few years late, mate. Ooh. Crazy business. All right. Thanks, guys. Appreciate you watching. Some absolutely non-StarCraft related stuff at the end. Just wanted to wrap it up. Hoping to end in the 70s or 79. Oh, what's up, mate? I've now you say it, I know who you are. I know who you are because yeah, I mean, I've said at the high scores page so freaking much over the last 3 months. It's so funny. I feel like there's a small community with everyone that's like 200 milling the sailing, you know? I feel like everyone's just like friends. Yeah, let's peek at the high scores, guys. There we are. 72 forever. 72 forever. I thought this guy might put up a fight. Govjin. He's been he was on last night. We're neck and neck, but I don't think he's sailing right now. Or I think he's sailing now, but he didn't sail a lot the time he was online today. Oh, crazy. This is the first time that I've actually like raced to a 200 mil. Like usually I just do skills like off the other screen and stuff, but yeah, it's yeah. Usually I do stuff off the other screen and stuff, but like this is the first time I like really focused on skilling because I wanted to get a good rank. So never again. It was miserable. Like not doing anything but sailing for 4 months is actually miserable. So crazy. Right. I'm done, guys. It's been a super long stream. Like literally never again. It was a stupid idea. Stupid idea. Like don't get attracted by a virtual rank in a video game. I'm glad I did it. I'm glad it's done. This was my one and done for sure. Oh. All right. I appreciate you guys. Like I said, Starcraft 2 is back tomorrow, so I'll see you guys tomorrow. I appreciate you all. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Starcraft 2, Kung Fu Cup, gonna be awesome. I'll stop my recording here. Forever immortalized. Hang on, I'm gonna drag it to my RuneScape folder. I have a RuneScape folder with like 4 videos in it. 5 videos actually. 5 videos. Is that actually a video? Yes. Yeah, I've got like 5 videos. I don't even know what they all are, but I've got 5 RuneScape videos. This is one of them. Appreciate it. All right. You guys have a great rest of your day. I'll see you guys tomorrow for some StarCraft 2. You guys have a great one. I'll see you guys later. Bye. I will raid someone, guys. Hang on. Let me figure this out. Who should we raid? I just realized we should still raid someone. Let's raid a laser. Or Hero Marine. Let's raid